Separate up sports, man. It's Lamont, man. We back. Salute to everybody pulling up today. We got another good one for y'all. I'm going to let y'all know what we're doing here in a second. We're going to let y'all get in here to cook. Salute to Damar. I see you hopping in. Salute to everybody hopping in, y'all. We're going to let y'all in. We're going to be cooking today. And I'm going to let you guys know why I'm doing this topic. And I actually see a lot of people at least doing this topic. I see you guys pulling up in here. Salute to everybody that's getting in here. J Sports and everybody that's pulling up in here, please, as y'all get in here, J Sports, Marco, all the people that's coming in here, please, the first thing that we do, first order of business, is we make sure that we hit that share button, tap that repost, add it to your story, share it to other people on TikTok, share it to other people on other platforms. That's got to be the first order of business before we get to cooking today. Because we cooking on this particular topic. But remember, as we do with all topics, and salute to Carrying Sports, man. Salute to J Sports as well. Make sure y'all follow both of those guys, elite content creators as well. But remember, this topic is a part of a greater topic, right? And this topic right here, the number one thing that it does, y'all, is it helps us identify where your basketball acumen is. Where are you coming from? Are you coming from a biased perspective, right? Where you're fighting common logic just to try to say something? And you know what? The reason why I kind of have to dumb it down and kind of go back to this talking point, and salute to Hardwood Authority, salute to Inside the Arc, Juan Boy, Olo, Ochi. Those guys are the ones that really started this particular topic. Right. And I've been seeing people kind of bite off their topic. Right. Some of the people who we define as zesty Jeffries, and they've kind of stolen from it. And what they've done is they've tried to reframe it to turn it into something that it isn't. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to help kind of, as I approach it, I'm going to approach it. I want to ask these people the same question from my perspective. But, hopefully today we can educate people a little bit, right? I mean, as you guys already saw, if you haven't seen already, A. Johnny of Go James Kingdom, he's already helped a struggling Michael Jordan fan in all ball. I mean, we can actually call him all ball. We don't have to call him no ball no more. The man has come out publicly and said that Michael Jordan is no longer his GOAT. He said that he promises to not be biased, and he's going to do his best to see basketball not as a casual. And salute to all ball for with that stunning admission. Salute to Six Pick. I see you in there. I'm going to be bringing you up in 1 second. Let me push through this intro. We're going to get you up here to cook. We definitely going to get you in here to cook on this topic, man. But look, I'm not going to be too long-winded. We're going to get through this intro, man. Obviously, y'all know we got the new songs. This new song that we're going to be playing today kind of stems from a conversation that I had with another young guy by the name of Chaz, man. And again, it's just about the film, y'all. If you're going to say that you watched the film, actually at least have watched the film, right? We were having a conversation about LeBron James in 2009 versus the Orlando Magic. And, it's so unfortunate that we got young guys who can really believe that LeBron James, who went 20 of 30 from the field, had a hell of a game, 49 points in game 1 versus the Orlando Magic, is the blame for them losing. And, this is where I say, I blame me and A. Johnny, because me and A. Johnny, what do? We get too technical with people that we can't get technical with, right? This is why a lot of people, when we saw Vision with the interaction with Juan Boy, why did Vision struggle? Because he don't watch the game. What was Juan Boy forcing him to do? Talk basketball based on what actually happens on the court, and he struggles. And the same thing with Chaz. What we do is we start to have conversations that are too in-depth. Right. So And so when we pressed him about what was actually happening on the court, he had to just come up with a quick lie, which was Orlando played the same defensive scheme versus LeBron, first half and second half. Well, we know that isn't true. Even if you don't know the exact scheme or strategy, the one thing is clear is that in the first half, they were guarding LeBron with Rafer Alston. Second half, they used Michael Petrus and Hedo Turkoglu. If you don't know the schemes, you can at least see that change. So there's some type of change. And this is what we have to avoid, y'all. So I do blame me and Johnny, because what we're doing is we're getting too technical with people that you can't get technical with. So this conversation right here, we're taking a lot. I want to take some of the Jordan fans back to kindergarten with this topic, right? ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, 1 + 1, 2 + 2, just very basic elementary stuff that we should just know. We have to take these guys back to a foundational understanding of what the game of basketball is, y'all. But look, man, it's FYF Sports, it's Go James Kingdom, man. We're going to be bringing everybody up to cook. And Go James, I see you in the backstage. I'm about to bring you up in 1 sec. Make sure, y'all, as we push through this intro, please share the live, tap that repost button, get this out. We're trying to get this to as many people as possible. I don't know how long we're going to be live tonight, but again, we're looking for elite basketball conversations. And again, before we even start, let me, please, people, please, you don't have to tell people that you're not coming on the panel because we're going to kick you off. There's been about 5 or 6 of you guys, and I go on other panels and y'all say, yeah, don't come to FYF because we've kicked you off, and I don't know who you are. There's so many of you guys that say that. There was a Timu guy that said it. The Chaz guy even said it. You guys, don't lie about being on the panel or even being kicked off. And if at any time you were ever kicked off, it's solely because of your decorum. If you don't have decorum, if you don't know how to be silent when other people are talking, if you think, again, we have to repurpose these conversations and put them on other platforms. Because of that, the audio needs to be clean. That's all we really ask, man. So if you have been kicked off in the past, please feel free to come back up. It's solely because of your decorum. So again, we're keeping the audio clean because we keep this conversation for other platforms. It doesn't go away into the ether and disappear forever. When we do these things here on FYF Sports, Go James Kingdom, we keep the film active and live. That's another reason why we're playing this song today, right? We're going to start off with this new intro song. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. We're going to push through this. Make sure you guys sharing the live. It's FYF Sports, man. It's Go James Kingdom. Make sure everybody, when you come in, you wish Johnny and Herm a happy birthday. It's both of those guys' birthday weekends. Make sure you give those guys a happy birthday wish. At least, that's the least you can do, because we know a lot of you guys are not going to have any decorum or respect when you come up anyway, but that's the least we can do for those two guys when we start off this live, man. It's FYF Sports. Go James Kingdom, man. We back for another TikTok takeover.
Yeah. GJK. TikTok takeover. So we brought the tape out. Press play, now they looking for the exit. Frank caught the lie before the mouth addressing. Spurs left, run open with a footage jack. We ran it back, now they walking that back. We not dumb, don't sell that hill. You make the claim, keep your feet there. They talk like scouts, till the stream get touched. Then the room clear out, till the truth too much. Internet meth got a life of its own. Say it enough and they swear that it's known. 2007, young Bron on the road. 4th year carrying the roster's gone. They said it was free, like the land was a gift. But the pause button show how the coverage was shift. One man high, helps it low. Second mighty waiting if you put it on the floor. Beach side leaning, that's not love though. And that's a load of rap, they clipped and missed. That's the setup behind. That's how a bad frame turned into a headline. You say, whoa, we rolled it. Now the story got folded. Yeah. You say, show it. We showed it. Now the room got colder. 2011. Same when I got dressed. Every stop wrong. Terry had them stressed. But the film say Dallas was loading the floor. Back in the middle, begging others to score. Head of the snake, that was the whole plan. Stop him from touching the paint with his hand. Waiting watch just till the focus was James. Now they act like context is dodging blame. But yo can be real, but a skin can too. Two thing can't breathe when the tape's on you. They want the mean, not the chance on the court. Cause simple lies easier to report.
Pause that.
Who open? Run that. Who loaded? Watch close. Don't drift. Feel good deep. No script. Oh. They say watch film but hate the full position. Oh. Love the screenshot, run from progression. No. Don't know the head. Don't know the tag. Don't know the stunt. Don't know the tag. Every miss jumper. Every miss jumper. Become a moral climb. Every old myth. Every old myth. Get posh online. I'm on teeth. I'm on free. Clip at the nail. Clip at the nail. I just need going down with help to sell. I just need going down with help to sell. They start counting, calling it boring. Control got hands in the line, stop scoring. FIF, GJK, same old tape on the table. No place for perfume. If you watched it, explain what you saw. If you take, no, in the myth you bought. Press play, now they looking for the exit. Frame caught the lap, I poured them out the dressing. Spurs left, Bron over, let it footage at. We ran it back, now they walking that back. We not dumb, don't sell that hill. You make the claim, keep your feet there. They thought like scouts, till the screen get touched. In the room clear out, is the truth too much? Boom. GJK, watch the film. We not dumb. Watch the film. FYF Sports.
Man, FYF Sports. We back. Let me go ahead and get Go James Kingdom up here to cook. All right, let me get Go James Kingdom up here. Yeah, we got Go James up here. I got a couple people in the backstage. We gonna bring them up.
Peace them out. What's good? You can hear me?
What's good, hey Johnny? We hear you loud and clear, man.
Right,
Birthday
perfect,
weekend, man. We gonna get to this topic. We know that this topic is gonna extend into a whole bunch of other topics, and talking points and narratives. So, again, I salute to Hardwood Authority Inside the Arc. They're the ones. They're the originators of this topic. So again, you're gonna see a lot of people. Again, at least we give the originators credit and we come up with our own graphic. And I compel some of the Zesty Jeffries, please do not just completely just clip Hardwood Authority's graphic and use it as your own, man. At least have some gumption and do some work to create your own unique graphic. Right? If you're trying to push a narrative or anything like that, man, that's the least you can do if you're going to steal somebody's complete take. But, man, what's good, eh, Johnny?
Nothing much, man. Feeling good, man. This is a perfect topic. This kind of tailors off to the conversation I had on No Balls Talk Live, and obviously the Zesty Jeffrey logic of Michael Jordan's dominance. They love to mention the 6-0. This was a different number now. This is 6-9. So this is making a lot more finals. This is making 15 finals.
And I'll tell you what I did here, so everybody knows when y'all come up. So this is what I did with this graphic, y'all. The question of the day, and y'all can come up. We're gonna be bringing people up. The question is gonna be which is better, right? And it's very similar to Hardwood Authority, what Juan Boy and them doing. But again, I'm gonna elaborate. I'm gonna kind of set the stage for you guys a little bit better, right? Because again, with Zesty Jeffries, y'all, and with a lot of these Jordan fans, again, you have to give all the details, because if you don't, again, it's like 5-year-olds. You leave a lot to be desired. Christopher, I got to mute your mic because you got some background noise, and as I said, we got to keep the audio clean, especially when I'm explaining the topic. So which is better? The finals record debate. So what we have first, you guys, is 6-0, perfect finals record, right? 6 titles. Remember, and we're talking about the same player here. So this is 2 versions, right? We got one universe, Michael Jordan, who's 6-0, perfect finals record. But his full 15 career is in question here. But he has 9 first-round exits. And so we're going to presume that every single year that Michael Jordan played, he was a number 1 seed. 6 of those years, he won the championship. 9 of those years, he lost in first round. We have another version of Michael Jordan who played 15 NBA seasons. He is 6-9. He made the NBA finals every single year that he played, but he only won 6 championships. He lost 9 times. 6 titles, but he made the NBA finals 15 times with 9 finals losses. Who had the greater career? The guy with the perfect finals record or the guy with the imperfect finals record? That's the question that we're going to be asking today. Hold on, we have some people
Yeah.
up here.
Yeah,
Where'd they
no,
go?
no, no. We're gonna be no, no. Remember, you got to one person at a time. Remember, we're
Yes,
gonna bring
sir.
up one person at a time. But we want to
Yeah.
have a. Cause we don't want nobody saying that. We don't want nobody cutting nobody off. We don't want y'all crying. We want to hear from y'all how 6-0 is
Oh,
better than being 6-9. That's what we want to hear, and I want to hear y'all talk basketball in the same topic. And again, we should also elaborate, like you said, on Chat GPT analyzing our conversation. If hopefully we can get to that too as well tonight.
yeah,
That
we
would be a
will get
great
to
thing
that.
too
Yeah.
as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I gave Chat GPT the audio of a Johnny's conversation with All Ball. And then I also gave Chat GPT the full conversation with me. And I forgot whose channel I was on. Oh, it was Tony's channel. And I guess the somewhat conversation that we were trying to have with Chaz about LeBron James versus the Orlando Magic, and we have a breakdown there that we can get to. Will, I saw you in the comments, and you said that we have to make up scenarios. Again, basketball talk is about the hypotheticals. When you guys try to avoid hypotheticals, well, what type of basketball talk is that, right? If we're not going to dive into these topics, right, to make you think, because remember, this topic is only created to test your logic. It's a hypothetical. Why do you think to become a doctor, they put you in a hypothetical situation to make you do heart surgery on a dummy? It's to prepare you for the real surgery. Everything you do in life, you get tested before you actually do it. Before you become an auto mechanic, you got to work on some dummy cars, right? Before you screw up somebody's entire engine block in real life and you get fired. So again, when we test your logic and we stress test your logic now, don't cry about it now. This is just life. Just basketball conversations, real life, everything you do, you get tested. And we're just testing and we're stress testing how you see the game of basketball. That's all we're doing. So you can say it's fake, made up. You didn't tell the teacher that when you was in 8th grade trying to get to high school. Well, some of you guys did, because some of you guys ended up dropping out of school because the teacher gave you a test. So it's a lot of you guys didn't graduate, and we deal with a couple of those guys. You know, guys that struggle to get their GEDs and just struggle to get basic general education. We do deal with some of those guys.
They can't count, Lamont. They can't count.
Oh
They
man.
can't count.
Oh man. Salute to everybody in here, man. We got to get some people up here. Do we have anybody in the guest box waiting to come up? Hold on. We got Christopher up. Let me get Christopher back up here. Christopher. Hopefully he gets connected here. He says, it's on the screen all the time. True. What's up, Christopher? What you got on the prompt, man? Which is better, man? I explained it. 6-0, perfect 6-0, 9 first round exits, or 6-9 with nine finals losses but 6 titles. These are both two. This is two versions of Michael Jordan's. They both played 15 years. Which is better to you?
Both of them got 6 titles. Both of them got 6 Finals MVPs. I mean, more finals. That was it. So I'm still gonna say 6-9 is better because I'm gonna go 6-9. I mean, I know a lot of people disagree with it, but
and why do you say 6-9 is better?
And they went 6-0 because technically the only true real reason you can be 6-0 if you only play 6 seasons. And I think a lot of people forget that part too.
That is 100% facts right there. But I think
so. That's how I put it. You know, a lot of people get mad about it because they want to keep Jordan 6-0. Because to me, he's still my GOAT regardless. I still think Jordan's GOAT in my personal opinion. But I think a lot of people think you always trying to compare with LeBron when we talking about the 6-9 situation because they look at the finals. But to me, why we always only penalize when you lose in the finals compared to losing in the first and second round? That's why I just want to know.
And that's the same logic, man. That's the same logic. So when we start entering other players into the fray, I mean, we got to see if we can keep that same logic consistent. You know, unfortunately, that's the That's the logic that, in a sense, can elevate LeBron James if you're one of those people that have LeBron James as the GOAT. It's that same logic. But again, I don't knock who you have as the GOAT.
Well, I don't have.
I
still think Jordan's the GOAT because, like I said, he's still because even if you say you just count the championships, he still got more championships. Still got more. And we're gonna count a finals record. You also got to include playoff. Because what are the other seasons you did make the finals?
Your mic is bad, Christopher. Your mic keeps going in and out. Or is it me?
Yeah, it's going in and out.
Yeah, your mic's going in and out, Chris. Like we can't hear what you got to say. Get yourself back into a better place, and we'll let you back up. Your mic is kind of bad, man.
Yeah, we're gonna drop you, Christopher. And I see a couple people. Hey, Zay, you have a question. You can't be a secretary and type it. You got to come up here and ask it, man. If you got a question,
we're not letting up people. Yeah, we're not letting up people on purpose to let y'all up because we don't want y'all saying we crying because we heard y'all crying all the time about us. So we trying this new thing out here. So we actually are just borrowing Inside's little, theme and prompt here. But the Zesties don't want to have the conversation. I told you that there was a better one, but this one here, they don't want to have this argument because they have tried to tell us that the finals is not the same as the playoffs. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to separate the finals from the playoffs.
Again, that's something that we can look up in 4K and we can show to the people. Again, anybody that's selling that is just basically trying to sell you some snake oil. Again, we got a lot of snake oil salesmen out here, and they'll try to sell anything just to keep their point right. Because again, in that conversation with you, Johnny, those dudes contradicted themselves with their own logic probably like 5-6 times and didn't even realize it. But that's some of the issues that you have when you arguing for Jordan in the manner that they do. You're gonna contradict yourself a lot. We got Zay Too Dank. What was your question that you was asking us in the chat?
So I was just asking after this it doesn't really have anything to do with the picture above, but it's like, do you think that after this game with Chet Holmgren, you think he becomes more hungry or he just like this is the end for him?
No, we don't give a damn about Chet Holmgren. The San Antonio Spurs and the Knicks are playing. Why would we care about somebody who lost?
Nah, because I'm just asking.
Why are you asking about somebody who just lost?
All right, bro.
Why?
It's not that deep.
It is that deep because y'all dudes love to talk about losers. And y'all the first one who always say it's about winning, but then the first thing y'all want to talk about is losers. Like, no, Chet Holmgren got nothing to do with why the Oklahoma City lost a 7-game series.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all just want to find anybody to just put on a bullseye. Y'all want to put anybody on a crucifix.
I mean, and
just praise the San Antonio Spurs for playing great. That's it.
And if there's anybody, the thing is, he's arguably getting guarded by what we're probably looking at, arguably the greatest defensive player in NBA history. So
that don't mean you should only take two shots.
Hold on one sec, Chauncey. Remember what I said about keeping the
audio?
About
that. Why are you crying about his two shots? Who cares?
It's not about that. We get that, but I mean, again, and I always tell people this: there's a lot of things that can be fixed by coaches in a huddle, right? There's a lot of things that can be strategically fixed. There's blame to go all the way around for that. And again, I just choose to give credit to one of the best defenses of this season. They did a hell of a job of frustrating Chet, taking him out of his spots, making him second guess himself, right? Because I guarantee you, if you were on that court, I bet Chet would have shot over you. He wouldn't have been hesitant. I bet, and if you and your homeboys was out there guarding Chet, I bet you guys would have got 50 piece by Chet. So we know that it's the defense that caused Chet to be passive. It's the San Antonio Spurs that we need to be talking about because they're the ones that caused that. Chet was the best player in that Lakers series. Why? Because the defenders were much weaker, right? He even outperformed SGA in that Lakers series. So when you're able, when you get stifled, when good players get stifled, I give credit to great defenders. That was a hell of a defensive series. That was a hell of a defensive effort by the San Antonio Spurs to go on the road into Game 7, get off to another great start, and then close that game out. Something that we rarely ever see young teams do. That's the story that we need to be talking about. The Spurs. That's what we want to talk about. Well, we're going to get back to the prompt. Chauncey, what are your thoughts on the prompt? Which is better?
6-0 or 6-9. Are these both Jordan stats? That's what's confusing me right now.
Yeah, so this is Jordan. Both of these are Michael Jordan. So you have one version of Michael Jordan who is 6-0, perfect finals record. But for the other 9 years of his career, he lost in the first round. And then we have another version of Michael Jordan who the same 6 championships, the same 2 three-peats, but he went to the finals every single year that he played, and he lost 9 finals. So he's 6-9 in the finals. He never lost in the first round, second round. He never lost the conference finals.
Hypothetically with the 6-9.
Well, this is not necessarily per se about a hypothetical. It's about your approach, your answer to the question, what logic are you using? And are you able to use that same logic when even comparing actual players outside of this argument right here? So which is greater to you? 6-0, perfect finals record, or 6-9, a player that made the NBA finals every single year that he played, but same 6 championships, but he lost in the finals 9 times. Which is greater to you?
I mean, that's pretty obvious, man. Anybody who doesn't have this one as a no-brainer, I mean, if you go to the finals every single time in your career and you lose 9 times, but you still come out with 6 wins, come on, that's got to be better than 6-0. Like that's a no-brainer, bro. You've advanced your team to the finals every single year. That's got to be a greater accomplishment than just going 6 times. I don't care what nobody says.
So how do you feel about the connotation of maintaining a perfect finals record? You know, sometimes in these conversations we get the sense that it would be better for some of these players to just lose in the first round as opposed to, you know, get to the finals early and lose in the finals. Like, for example, with Wemby, he's about to face the Knicks. This is his, 3rd year, very early in his career.
Facts.
If he loses, is he equivalent to some team that lost in the first round this year? Or does this run still mean something? Does it still add something to his legacy, what he's able to do early on, right? Because what he's doing right now is unheard of.
Right. So this is the spin I'm going to take on it just for a second. If this was LeBron instead of Wemby, and this was LeBron's 3rd year in the league, when LeBron loses this finals, they're going to blame everything on LeBron, which is not correct for me. I don't analyze the game like that, but I'm hoping they don't do Wemby like that. But based off of certain standards in politics that we go off of right now in the NBA and how they treat LeBron, if Wemby loses this finals, that's a smut on his record. That's basically how they do LeBron, so that's basically how I'm expecting them to do Wemby.
Yeah, that's nasty.
It's not fair though. It's not fair though. I do not agree with it. I do not agree with it at all.
Mm-hmm. All right, salute to you, man. I appreciate you. We're gonna drop you down. Probably later on in the show, we're gonna open it up. We're gonna have a full panel show up here. So if you're around a little bit later when we open it up and we have everybody on the panel, man, we'll definitely bring you up to cook with us. And then we're probably gonna stretch this out to other topics as well outside of this one. I just wanted to get everybody's thoughts on this, and I wanted everybody to be heard without a whole bunch of people on, because we've been having people cry as of late, because they said that the GJK assassins, man, are up here and they've been getting bullied, and they didn't like the way that the GJK assassins did Mez over on Score Society show, and so but now they're using it as an excuse to run from real basketball conversations, man. Zay Dank, I saw you came back. I'm assuming you're back to answer the prompt. Zay Dank, what's good?
Yo, I'm still having the same question. I'm gonna need bro on the side to shut the fuck up real quick because I'm not doing all that arguing.
Oh my God, man. What is wrong with these guys, man?
I told you they be zesty on TikTok. Want to argue.
Jeez.
Nobody care about how you feel about Chet Holmgren, man. Go to a live where they're talking about Chet Holmgren.
What is
Nobody
wrong
cares.
with these guys?
Nobody cares about Chet Holmgren, bro. Nobody. Go play somewhere else, man. Go find a playground or something.
Brandon Frank.
Go do some push-ups.
We gotta remind him, man. Hold on, let's play that. We had Zay Dank. Zay Dank, you might not be familiar with it, but hold on. Hey, Johnny, just laughing at you, man. He just laughing at you,
Look,
man.
the crib keeper, man. What's
The
wrong with
crypt
these
keeper just
dudes, man?
laughing at you, man. We got.
Just being stupid, man. Come on,
Oh
man. Nobody
man,
cares about how you feel, man. Nobody cares about how you feel about Chet Holmgren. Just be
yeah,
crying all the time, man. Y'all always
man.
crying. I'm over here looking at what's his name, Castle and Vassell and Harper balling out,
What?
and you over here talking about Chet Holmgren. Man, come on, man. Get out of here, man. Nobody care about that, man.
I mean, come up here and talk about the. I mean, you know what? You could make an argument that Old Boy's block might be one of the top 5 most clutch blocks in playoff history.
It go up there with the Tayshaun Prince one, right?
It go up there. His block, that was that and man,
And it
that
was
that
clean,
that block was
clean.
yes. Oh my God, that yeah, you got it for a guy that again older, headed towards the twilight of his career. Man, we got Brandon Frank up here. Brandon, man, what you got on the prompt, man? Remember, we're setting the stage. We're adding a little bit more to the stage, so you got a little bit more to work with here. It's a little bit less that's left to be desired in this particular question, right? We got Michael Jordan's career, right? The greater player, 6-0, perfect in the finals, or 6-9.
I'm gonna have to say 6-9 because at the end of the day, when you're 6-9, you give your team more chances to win. That's pretty simple to me. And you get further in the playoffs, you're more successful.
I agree right there, man. So you don't think players should aspire to be perfect in the finals? They should just try to get to the finals as much as they can, and live with whatever results come with that.
Oh, absolutely, because I don't think percentages is as important.
I agree.
I agree 100%.
I agree. This is it is very odd that I've never seen this thing. Like when we talk about football players, we talk about how many Super Bowls they got. I've never heard this thing where we talk about a baseball player, your World Series record or your Super Bowl record. It just, did you win? How many you got? We'll live with that. All right.
Yep. Again, they had to make that stuff up for Michael Jordan because his career is not enough. They had to make up this special, and it started with Stephen A. Stephen A. Smith is the inventor of the 6-0 finals records, and your finals records mean something. That's really the truth, and they've been running with it ever since. So, and it really don't make no sense. It doesn't make sense. But this one is a little bit different because this is making the finals every year of your career. This is every year. Yeah.
All right. All right. Salute, Brandon. Hold on, go ahead.
Appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, Brandon, we're going to bring you back up later. I'm going to drop you down. We're going to bring somebody else up. Hold on. Let's see who we got. We got Gio up here. Hopefully he can give us some clarity on this question, man. We'll see if he can answer it, man.
Hello.
What up, Gio, man? Who's better?
What
man?
up?
6-0 or 6-9, man? What's greater?
I will say I think obviously from my viewpoint, I don't think that I think making it to the finals is an accomplishment. It is it's better than your season ending in round 1. I think that 6-0 it adds. I mean, when you're undefeated in the finals, it does add to like the mystique or the legend. It gives people the ability to say, well, he never lost. He never lost at that level. You know what I mean? Like, oh well, Jordan never lost, and it gives people like that almost. Like they can make the what if scenarios of, oh, if he never left the game, he would have won more, or if he, nobody could beat him. It gives it, it kind of adds to that. You know what I mean? But I do believe that 6-9 is greater. Obviously, you can't tell me that losing in round 1 is greater than losing in the finals. You know what I mean? You still eliminated 3 teams. You went through 3 playoff series. You get a banner. You get recognition for coming out of your conference, regardless if people want to respect that or not. You still get recognition for that. You know what I mean? And I look at a finals loss like a silver medal. Okay, obviously it's not gold. Obviously you get there, you want to win, but I look at it as an accolade. It's like a silver medal to me. So I personally would go with the 6-9, but the 6-0, people like that perfection, I guess. So you can make up theories and shit when somebody's 6-0.
So you know what? And the way you explain that, it makes me think of it like this. Right, the people that like the 6-0 over the 6-9, the way you explained it with the mystique is, they got a girl at home who will come outside with her weave and wig on, looking bad. But then go in the house, take that weave off, just bald head naps everywhere, just looking crazy. But it's just a mystique. It's just a weave and a whole bunch of mascara and makeup that's hiding a whole bunch of pimples and all types of craziness. Because remember, you think about Michael Jordan, his losses are the pimples, right? His weave is covering up the 3 losses in a row to Detroit. You're just hiding it all, man. Just trying to hide it all, boy. As opposed to, who cares, man? Let your
Got
flaws
that
be your flaws.
what the chicks be wearing, Lamont, when the chicks be wearing that like that underdressed stuff to keep their shape looking different, and then it don't really be their shape.
Oh
they,
yeah,
they
the
close
the,
off.
the waist, the
Waist trainers, the waist trainer. That's what Jordan's career is, a waist trainer. 6-0 is a waist trainer. Jordan got a BBL stomach, man. Yeah, man.
Well, it might be an illusion. I do feel like when you look at the 6-0, it gives the people ability to come up with the theories. Oh, if he never left in 94 and 95, they would have won 8 straight. You can come up with a whole bunch of what ifs that sound like, because it adds to it. It gives them the ability to be like, oh, he never lost. But in reality, there's no way you're going to justify, for example, I'll take 95 and losing to the Orlando Magic. You're not going to tell me losing to them would be greater than beating them and making it there to face the Rockets, even if you lost. But
We've heard them say that. We've heard them say
if he
that.
loses to the Rockets, if he gets there and loses to the Rockets and he's 6-1 for some reason, his shit is completely different. Now we're having a completely different talk about Jordan. That perfection shit is out the window, and we're not really, So I don't know. They just really value that 0. That shit means a lot to them. So.
That is
but I do
nasty
agree
work, man. Well, hey, Gio, I appreciate you coming up here to cook. Like I said, we trying something different today. We cycling through people because we want everybody's takes to be heard, and we hear people talking. We don't want people to feel like the people coming up here and they cutting them off and stuff. So I want everybody's voice. We're gonna have a full panel, open
Or
panel
they're being
later
laughed at too, Lamont.
Yeah,
Or they're
yeah.
being laughed at because they get mad when they get laughed at. They can't take being laughed at.
But-
Yo, what y'all laughing about, man?
Nah, but
All
I
right,
appreciate that take. But we're gonna have
Yeah,
other
man.
topics on deck today. So hopefully, if you hear later, man, we can get you up here to cook on some other stuff, man. Appreciate you.
So y'all be easy.
Yeah. Hold on, we got Dare, man. Salute to Dare, man. Dare, what's good, man? 6-0, 6-9, man. What's greater, man?
Was greater?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna let you know right now what's greater.
Yep.
The Knicks winning. The Knicks winning it all. But you feel me? I got the Knicks winning, and I put $200 on Mikal Bridges winning the Finals MVP, and that's gonna pay out 25 racks. You feel me? So that's what I got. That's what I got. Yo, Mikal, he's the final puzzle, man. You feel me? He's that 5 first-round pick. Trey right there.
All right. So
Well,
when you win
all
that
right.
25 racks, we want you to donate something to.
No. I followed. You feel me?
Oh, there's a follow. That's all.
But
Okay,
that's my prediction. Yo, that's my prediction. You heard it fresh over here. You hear me?
Okay,
I got Mikal Bridges coming out of nowhere and
Okay, but
shitting on everyone that said he wasn't worth the 5 picks.
Dare.
Okay,
You know what? You know what's so funny
true.
is it's so funny. Hey, Johnny's only letting you slide because his wife's a Knicks fan and he's siding with the Knicks in this final, so he's only letting you
No,
slide.
that's not true. That's not true because he's talking about at least a winner. He's talking about the finals. I'm not.
Nah, your
supposed to
wife
cut
is
a
on point.
fan,
Your
they
wife
talking
is
about
on
the finals.
point, man.
And
Your
then they've
wife
been
is on
talking about-
point. You got a
They've
good
been
wife,
talking
man.
about the Spurs. It would have been the same
No,
thing too.
you better
man.
keep
gotta
her,
stop
bro.
this, man.
You better keep that woman.
Uh-huh.
She's a Knicks fan. She's a ride or die loyal woman.
Oh my
I'll tell you
God.
right now. You ain't gonna find
so
another woman like that.
Are you gonna donate when you get the 25 racks now? Because my
Yeah,
wife
yeah.
is
Come
you
on,
gonna donate now.
listen. I'll follow you right now.
There you
Matter of
go.
fact, I ain't giving you nothing. I'll get her a jersey.
I ain't giving you that. At least
I'll get her a
at least be
jersey.
real.
I'll get her a jersey.
I respect that over anything. Just say that. I respect that over anything because I got
Yeah,
people
but
run around owing me $100.
Shout out to you, man. Hopefully you win your 25 racks. I ain't hating on you. Go ahead,
Yeah,
man.
yo,
We can get
but
you
yo,
man.
Mikal Bridges, I'm telling you.
All right,
All
we're
right.
gonna hold you to it in 2 weeks. We'll see you in 2 weeks, man.
So
We'll
check
be back
this
here in
out.
2 weeks, man.
Hold on,
Which
we got to
is
get the
better?
other. Hold on, we got to get the other people there, man. You a little off topic.
Yeah,
but
man. Yeah,
we
we
got other
appreciate
people
but I got
waiting.
Jordan, yo.
You got
Undefeated.
Jordan.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
both
you
of
got
these are Jordan.
these.
both
Yeah,
of
both of
these are
these are Jordan.
Which Jordan you want? The 6-9 Jordan or the 6-0 Jordan?
Damn. Oh, shit, I ain't even peeped that. That's the same Jordan. What you talking about? The 6-0 Jordan and the 6-9 Jordan. That's the same Jordan. That's Jordan, the GOAT.
But we got two different
Nah,
careers here.
No, but this other Jordan made the finals 15 times, not just 6 times. He made the finals 15 times this time.
That's
And
LeBron.
once,
That's LeBron. He trash, bro.
what you mean? LeBron didn't make the finals 15 times.
How you trash if you make the finals 15 times?
Exactly. Another thing too. How you make the finals 50 times and
That's
trash?
LeBron, bro. Nah.
Okay,
What
but
are you talking about?
did you read what comes with the 6-0?
Wait, first round exit. Yeah, but that was when he was young, man. You know who he was facing? You know who LeBron was? I mean, Jordan was facing, man. You bugging? That's the '80s. He
But
was,
this
yo,
is
he was playing in the mid
So
'80s,
it would have
bro.
been. So it would have been good to beat them, right? Imagine if he would have beat them. Wouldn't that have been better for him losing to them, right? Wouldn't it have been better to beat that team instead of losing to them, since they were so
Yeah,
great?
yeah, you got a point. I mean, but you got to think about it. Jordan was a late bloomer, bro. He wasn't nothing in no high school. He was trash in high school, college, and he just made it. You feel me? He just started getting hot. LeBron was that guy in high school, man. That's two different things. You can't even compare. You feel me?
so there. Why is your automatic? Because me and A Johnny were both correlating this to Wilt Chamberlain. Why do you reference this to LeBron?
I don't know. So that's Wilt Chamberlain.
No, but the player that we typically call, because Wilt Chamberlain has a losing record in the finals, and we feel like he's great. And A Johnny even has Wilt
Oh
Chamberlain
yeah,
ranked over Michael Jordan. Why do you, when you see this prompt, why do you automatically think it's some type of comparison to LeBron? Like when you saw the 6 and 9, you said LeBron.
because that's what everyone be talking about. That I be tired of that. I be like, LeBron, come on, man, LeBron. Nah, I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'll pick Wilt over LeBron. To be honest with you, he was bench pressing like 700 pounds. He was a big dude, man. Wilt
But Will,
Chamberlain.
but Will has a losing record in the finals.
What you want me? He was probably hurt. I don't know what Wilt was doing. Maybe Wilt was doing rugs or something. I don't know. That's back in the '80s and the '90s. That's late '70s. They that thing was floating around like that sugar booger. You feel me? So I don't know what he was doing. Maybe ask him. I don't know if that was Wilt.
Sorry, man. You just accused Will of being a Dauphine and
Yeah,
and
you
you
just
and
made
you
Nick fans look real, and you make Nick fans look really
and he
dumb,
said
bro.
Will played in the 80s and 90s, man. He
90s.
said
Yeah, this is fun. Yo, I like this. Yo, who's next? Who's next?
we
Who's
got
next?
Dr.
Who's
we
next?
got Dr.
Who's
Trey up
next?
here. Salute to Dr. Trey, man. I don't believe Dr. Trey's extra zesty, man. I think I've heard Dr. Trey cook before. What's good, Dr. Trey?
Hey, what's up with you?
What's
Hey,
up, man?
real quick, the reason why I feel like 6-0 is what I prefer is now there's something to be said about a player that when they get their eyes on the prize, when they get to that final stage and they turn it up a notch to the point to where they say, I refuse to lose now that I done made it here. That's the mystique that surrounds what makes a 6-0 greater than a 6-9. I mean, it's similar to like say, a Pat Mahomes, how he could play trash throughout the first three quarters, but when you get to that fourth quarter, if it's even close, he's gonna find a way to pull it out and get that win. And that's what makes him a great player. It's when if it's even close, you find out you do whatever you need to do to get it done. Now 6-9, that means 9 times you made it there and you wet the bed. So even though you made it there more times, it's something to be said about somebody who gets there. Every time they get there, they find a way to get it done. Not saying that you wasn't trying as hard in the earlier rounds, but it's just something to be said. And as far as what you were saying, why they don't celebrate that in other sports, I feel like basketball is more of a not an individual sport, but more of an individual sport than football or baseball. You got so many people on the team, it's so much blame to go around if somebody loses. I mean, if your team loses. Whereas basketball, you got 5 guys on the court. One guy has more ability to take over than you have in football or baseball. So just like boxing, Floyd Mayweather, that's an individual sport. He's celebrated and considered the GOAT because he never lost. He can't blame nobody else if he loses but himself. So the fact that he's went in there and won 50 and never lost, that alone is why they call him the GOAT, you know. So I'm taking 6-0 over 6-9 every time.
So you're punishing. So I don't mind you punishing the guy that's 6-9. So remember, this is the same player. They both have the 6 championships, which is what you like. But you, so how do you punish the guy who's 6-0, but he wet the bed in the first round for 9 years of his career? Because that's what it says on the prompt. 6 titles, but he lost in the first round for the other 9 times. So a 15-year career, 6 titles, perfect in the finals, 9 first-round exits. The other guy, 15-year career, but every single year that he played, he went to the NBA Finals. He won 6 of them. He lost 9. How is the guy that gets bounced in the first round 9 times greater than the guy that went to the NBA Finals every single year that he played, and the only time he lost in the playoffs was in the NBA Finals?
Yeah, because like I said, I mean, well, going every year is something that's just unheard of. Even if this guy, he managed to find a way to do it, I mean, that's great, but that's not expected at all. So for me, you know, you're not expecting somebody to win every time. You're expecting somebody to lose a couple of playoff matches here and there. But once they make it to the finals, for them to be able to say, okay, I don't care what it takes. I don't care what I got to do. I'm not losing this championship. Now that I done made it, I'm not losing by any means necessary. If I got to take every single shot and my team, I ain't even letting my team shoot. I'm doing whatever it takes to win. Like I say, I'm respecting that the fact that you got that 0 on your loss column.
But wouldn't the 6-9 represent somebody that had the more will to win than the person that's 6-0?
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, because there's a lot that goes into that. Like for me, the fact that LeBron made it so many times, I mean, it's kind of amplified by the fact that he played in a very weak Eastern Conference.
There's no LeBron here in this situation, so I don't know why you're bringing up LeBron. We're bringing up the fact that if 6-0 says, right, you said that 6-0, you said that what that represents is that you got to a point where you was like, I'm not going to lose. I'm going to do whatever it takes to win because I'm here. I'm in the finals. But shouldn't that also be applied in the first round, the second round, the third round? In the guy who's 6-9, didn't he also apply that in the first round, in the second round, and the third round as well? Like he didn't just say, "Oh, I'm gonna wait till when I get to the finals to appear to have this ability, to some special ability." Wouldn't the guy who's 6-9 show that he has that ability more than the guy who's 6-0?
Well, that's just kind of what I was alluding to. Is just like the context of it. It's like we don't know what the road was to get to that finals. You know, you could have had a very easy road to get there. Per se, being in a very weak conference that was very weak for a full decade, and you just managed to find a way to get there. But
you're missing the point. So what you're saying is that it was better for Jordan to have lost to the Celtics in '87 instead of beating the Celtics in '87. That's where we're confused. Because if he beats the Celtics in '87, he beats Detroit in '87, he beats whatever team, and he's in the finals. Isn't that better than losing to the Celtics in the first round and getting swept?
Because I respect those are highly respected teams. Those are some of the greatest teams of all time that he lost to, and he was highly undermatched. I mean, he didn't have that much help on his team. So,
it still would have been the same thing in the finals. He would have faced the Los Angeles Lakers, who was a highly great team, all-time team. He would have still lost to them, but that still would have been better than losing to the Celtics because he would have won some playoff games. He would have won some rounds. He would have won his conference.
Like Dr. Trey, I'm going to ask you this question. Think about this. Like, let's say you're debating Johnny, right? Johnny has LeBron, and LeBron's career is exactly as we know it, right? But imagine if Michael Jordan, instead, from 84 on, 84 as a rookie, he got his team to the finals, they lost. 85 got to the finals, lost. 86, same thing. There's no losing to Detroit. They beat Detroit. They get the final. All these years, Jordan is still able to push his team to the NBA Finals. Even in the Wizards years, you know what? We didn't have no expectation for none of them Wizards teams. He gets them to the finals, similar to how Iverson carried his team to the finals, back to back, or at least for Iverson at one time. Do you think it would be much more difficult for a Johnny to say that LeBron is the GOAT if Michael Jordan, for every single year of his career, went to the NBA Finals, still has 6 championships, but he went every single year that he played? Do you know how hard it would be for a Johnny to argue against you with LeBron's career if Jordan had all of those trips to the NBA Finals, even if he would have lost some of them?
Yeah, and I mean, I don't look at just championships, but I mean, I get what you're saying. But either way, I mean, there's, that it's all hypothetical because I mean, he maybe he goes to the finals and finds a way to get it done like he did all those other times. But you're saying if he goes and loses, my thing is, it's everything that he's done in his career that makes him the GOAT, not just his 6-0 record. So I mean, even if you add on a couple of, a lot of finals losses, I mean, I still think he's the GOAT. With him being 6-0, I feel he's the GOAT. But it's I think it is just really something to be said about the fact that every time he got there, he managed to find a way to get it done.
I'm gonna give you one more connection. Do you have any? You have kids, right? I'm assuming you have a kid or two.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's say. All right, you got my kid. We got your kid. Your kid goes to the state championship 2 times.
Mm-hmm.
Wins 2, but he don't go back after his freshman and sophomore year. My kid goes to the state championship 4 times, all 4 years, freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior, but he only wins state championship his junior and senior year. He wins it twice. He went to the state championship every single year. He won 2. Who had the better high school career? My son, who went to 4 state championships and won 2, or your son, who won 2 state championships but never went back? Who had the better high school career?
Career depends on a lot of stuff other than just championships. It depends on how much they score
as
per
winners,
game.
as winners. And I'm putting them in the same boat. My son, best player in the state. Your son, best player in the state. Let's say the stats are very similar. Let's say they're both number 1 options on their team. But my son went to the state championship game 4 times every single year of his high school career, won 2 state championships. Your son went to 2 state championship games, never went back, didn't even qualify his junior and senior year, but he still won 2. Who had the better high school career? My son, who went all 4 years and won 2, or your son, who only went twice, never went back his junior and senior year?
I mean, I get what you're trying to get at, but
I'm not. I just want to know who would you confidently tell your son, you had a better high school career, even though you didn't go all 4 years, you're undefeated in the state championship game. Would you feel good about telling your son that versus my son who went every single year and won 2?
It's possible I might really feel that way if I feel that my son was a better player. If the things that he did to contribute to championships,
the play is equal. We're saying that your son, number 1 in the state, my son also number 1 in the state. We're practically, as players, we're practically equal. But now we're talking about the winning. Who's the better winner, my son or your son?
I mean, your son lost twice, so I mean.
But I went to the state championship game all 4 years.
But your son lost twice too.
No, he said he only went twice and won twice. I thought
he lost. The other 2 years he played, he lost, but he just didn't lose in the championship. He didn't make the national.
He couldn't get back. Yeah, he couldn't get back to the state.
He couldn't get back to the state championship game. He still lost. That's the point, because you're still losing. The point is that that 6-0, they're still losing in it. It's just that you're trying to not count it. The point of this is exactly what we're trying to explain to you, that championship records don't mean anything. And you would agree there's more context to somebody's career than their championship record. The championship record don't really mean anything.
I wouldn't say it doesn't mean anything, but I mean it all paints a big picture of who the player is. So I mean, I heard somebody saying earlier something about are you going to celebrate somebody that goes 0-3 in the finals just because they went 3 times but never won? Are you going to treat them like they won 3 finals? I mean,
Nah,
just,
nobody said making the finals the same as winning it, but Iverson is obviously praised for making the finals instead of not making the finals. Wemby just cried last night because he made the finals. He ain't win it yet. He was already crying. He already felt like he accomplished something. Because it is
yeah,
an accomplishment to make the NBA finals because you have to win a lot. To win 12 games is very difficult, let alone 12 games in the playoffs.
yeah. Wemby is the test dude, man.
But I'm just saying, it's not the Knicks too. The Knicks just won 11 straight playoff games. It's hard to win 11 straight games in the regular season. It's definitely hard to win 11 in the playoffs. These games, this is winning. Like that's the point. The guy who's 6-9 won more than the guy who's 6-0.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but like I said, it's just something about the mystique of sports to get to the big stage. And I mean, just like Tiger Woods on that back nine, when he got the championship in sights, he turns it up a notch. It's just something about when you got the prize in sights, just being able to turn it up to another level and say, all right, I'm not losing this.
But isn't that part of what made Tiger Woods great? Is the fact that he got to that back nine so many times, even in some of the Masters that he lost. The fact that he was there battling against, the Ernie Els and some of these other guys at the very end. The fact that he's there in the battle, right? Right? Is it better for him to just miss the cut and not even play on the Sunday, right? Or do we love to see Tiger in the battle, win, lose, draw? But Tiger's always in the battle, giving himself a chance. And I think that's one of the reasons why we look at Tiger being so great, because not only did he win some, he lost a lot of them, but there was a lot of times people saw Tiger on that back nine and like, damn, this Tiger's still around. We wish he would have got cut, because they know how they know when Tiger's there, we got to be on top of our game, right? Win, lose, draw, Tiger's right there. And that's what we mean. But I know, Dr. Trey, we had you up for a minute. We got some other people trying to get up, man. Like I say, I appreciate you coming up, giving your take, man. And, I know a lot of people in the chat don't agree with it so much, but I do appreciate you at least having a conversation with us. So I do appreciate you coming up here to cook with us. And we're going to have an open panel. We're going to open it up to everybody later when we broaden the topic. But, again, we just wanted you to be able to come up here so you can get your take off, without any interference, all right?
Yeah, we know 6-0 is a delicate topic.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, no, y'all absolutely. Hey, y'all actually make a compelling argument with this one. This is probably one of y'all best arguments as far as the whole finals record thing. But I appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you,
No
man.
doubt.
All right, we got
Let the 60s know we outside. We outside.
we got good old Kenny Ken. Salute to Ken. I don't think I've seen. Is this Ken from YouTube, or is this just a TikTok Ken?
Yeah, I don't know what other Ken on YouTube is, but yeah, this is a TikTok Ken.
Okay, salute to Ken, man. Appreciate you pulling up, man. Ken, what's good? What you got? Which is greater, man? 6-0 with 9 first-round exits, or 6-9, 15, going to the finals every single year that you play, but you lose a little bit in the finals?
I don't think that's a little bit. That's a whole lot of losing right there, right? So with 6-0, man, there's a mystique. I don't know if anyone said it. There's a mystique that goes about it, right? If the guy that went to 6 NBA finals, right? He had 6 opportunities to win a championship, right? That's good enough for like any player. If you've been to the NBA finals 6 times, that's great. And then you win all 6 times. That puts you in a different realm of player, like to me, because you actually have proven time and time again, when you have the opportunity, when you actually make it, you're going to most likely win. And that right there puts you in like I said earlier, in another realm of superstardom. This is why MJ is so highly regarded, because he didn't make it 15 times, right? He made it 6 times, but the 6 times he did make it, he won. And this is why 6-9 is actually not. You've been to the NBA finals 15 times. That's impressive. That no one's going to tell you anything different, but you're beatable, right? You don't have that mystique, right? It's most likely a 6-9 record. You're most likely going to lose actually when you make it to the NBA finals. right? So this, when we talk about MJ, we also got to understand that this is part of his whole aura. Like he has that image of being perfect on the court, even though nobody's perfect. He has that image.
Hey, Johnny, you got anything?
Yeah, I'm dying laughing back here. The man said, "Why do you guys think the zero means he did lose? He actually did lose. The zero does not mean you didn't lose."
No, I didn't say that.
But that's what you know. That's what you're saying. You're saying because again,
I
the
didn't say that.
nine. Yeah, okay.
You're making up an
The
argument that I didn't
nine.
make.
The nine doesn't represent more losing than the zero. That's what you said.
No, I said when somebody is 6-9 in the NBA Finals, which is a great thing. You went to the NBA Finals 15 times. I said
Yes.
you're beatable. You're most
Exactly.
likely going to lose. Actually,
No,
Hold on.
the O is beatable too. The O was beat as well. Being O is beatable. You were definitely beatable as
I'm
O.
talking about in the NBA Finals, in the actual finals.
But the point is that you have to win to be in the NBA Finals. You don't just appear. You don't just like get a luck draw. There's not like a lottery ball that drops and oh you got a chance to be in the finals. Like no, you have to win to get there. So that means somebody beat
Okay,
you before.
so when
More
you
than
say
likely somebody who's
6-0,
not even
right?
worthy of the finals beat you.
Hold on, Ken, and let me just Ken. I'm gonna let you cook. I got one quick question. It's just for the beatable conversation. Who would you say is more beatable, right? The OKC Thunder or the Portland Trail Blazers?
This year, like you're talking about these,
Yeah, this
these
year
teams
because we just saw OKC lose in the Western Conference Finals. They went further, but we also saw the Portland Trail Blazers make the play. But they lost. They didn't go as far, right? But they lost in the first round. Who's more beatable? The team that loses early or the team that loses later, like the OKC Thunder? Who's more beatable?
Yeah, it's going to be the Portland Trailblazers. Yeah,
Why
the
are you
logic.
more beatable if you lose in the first round?
Because you haven't advanced. Like you haven't. Your team is not as good as the team that beat you to get to the next round. Like so.
So in this particular sense, the version of Michael Jordan that gets to the finals 15 times is harder to beat than the version of Michael Jordan that gets to the finals 6 times but loses in the first round 9 times. By that same logic, correct?
Yeah, but this is a very complex conversation because you also are leaving out a lot of different, minute details, like which conference are you in? Like there was a point where in the Western Conference, right, there was the top 3 teams in the West who could probably beat the best team in the East, right?
Can I help? Let me, and this is not to you, Ken. For simple city in the chat, I know you guys struggle with 3rd grade mathematics. LeBron would be actually 4-19, not 4-23. He hasn't played 27 years in the NBA. So just to help you with your math, I know you want to try to throw shots at us, but at least we can fix your math. And then you spam the comment 3 times, but LeBron would be 4-19. 19 plus 4 would be 23. And that would get you to the 23. Just helping you out right there. So if you are going to spam comments to try to troll us, again, the math, man, this education, this the special education, man, the GEDs, the lack of GEDs and general education. Come on, guys, we got to level that up. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, so I don't know if he meant like in 23 years he won 4 championships, right?
No, just like we have up here, 6-19. That equals to 15 years. 6 finals wins, 9 finals losses.
But yeah, so like you said, right? We also got to take into consideration the route in which he went to these NBA finals. Would you take that into consideration?
It's the same routes. It's the same thing. They both won the same 6 championships. They didn't win any different. They both championships are the same.
Ken, think about it like this, Ken. Okay, we'll go year by year, Ken. Like, for example, you remember when Jordan battled the 86 Celtics, right? In the
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Let's just, and I know this is a hypothetical, because we're talking about just the same Jordan. What if Jordan was able to beat the 86 Celtics and advance to the NBA Finals? Would that make his career greater or worse?
It would make his career, because like I said before, it would make it great that he made it to the NBA Finals, but at the end of the day, we have to understand his whole entire career, right?
No,
If
I
he,
was going to go to the next year because I'm going to go year by year. If he beats the
okay,
86 Celtics, and we know that the 86 Celtics was looked at as one of the greatest teams in NBA history. If he beats the 86 Celtics and he gets to the NBA Finals,
and he loses,
does that make his career greater or does it make it worse because now he has a finals loss?
yeah. So, and you're talking about the Michael Jordan that's 6-0. If he made it to the NBA Finals, he would then be 6-1.
No, I'm just saying if Jordan in 86 was able to beat the 86 Celtics, looked at as arguably the greatest defensive team in NBA history, and he's able to advance that Chicago Bull team to the NBA Finals, would that make – and we're going to go to 87, 88, 89, and 90 next. But
Yeah,
if he advances to the
ultimately,
finals and he beats that version of the Celtics, does that make his career greater or worse?
that would make his career greater. And the
Okay.
reason,
No, hey, we got you. So beating the Celtics and advancing to the finals will make them greater. Let's go to 87. Hey Johnny, who did they lose to the Pistons? Who did they lose to? Was it the Bucks in 87?
No, it was the Celtics again. They lost to the Celtics 86.
Okay,
and
Celtics
87.
again. Okay, so 87, Celtics again. But this version of Jordan don't lose to the Celtics. He beats them again. The mighty Larry Bird, Kevin McHale, and he gets to the finals again. Now, this early version of Jordan has already gotten to the finals twice. Does that make his career greater or worse?
again, since it will make it greater, but there's a reason behind it.
Greater.
Hold on.
Greater.
Hold on.
That's all we
Hold on,
need.
hold on.
Okay.
Hold on, but I want an explanation behind it though, right? There's a reasoning behind it because I find if he's 6-2, right, in the NBA Finals, right, I find that still acceptable because he's actually winning still at a higher rate, right?
But Ken, we're not done yet. That's why I say
Okay, go
we're
ahead.
not done yet. So
So you're gonna go
he's-
down all
so-
the
okay,
other 2
so
years that he lost as well, right?
okay, so now we got 80.
Yeah, because you asked about the journey. We're showing you all the other 9, how greater
So-
the 9 was.
So think
to
about
0.
this. So think about this. Jordan, instead of losing to the Pistons in 88, he beats this Pistons team, gets to the finals again. This early version of Jordan, already the best player in the league. He already in 88 won every accolade. He's DPOY. He's the league MVP. Now this is 3 trips to the finals in a row with a less than Chicago Bull team. But he loses in the finals again. Does that make him greater, or would he be better off just losing to the Pistons, not getting to the final?
Okay, so yeah, so in this case, he still would be over 500 in the NBA Finals, right? So I would still say that's a great accomplishment.
No, at this stage
this
he's
is-
at
no-
this
no
stage he
one
would be
knows.
0-3. At this stage he's 0-3 in the finals.
Yeah, but I'm assuming that you're going to say he won the other 6 that he went to, right?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I'm
So
saying
that's
like
what
think
I'm saying.
about
He
think
still-
about what he's accomplishing here.
Yeah,
We
He's
understand the
making-
magnitude. Like think
the
about the
NBA
magnitude of
Finals
this.
losing.
Think about those Bulls teams. Like for example, when you guys tell us about those Bulls teams, y'all talk about how those Bulls teams just were not good enough to win championships. Imagine if Jordan is able to propel them to the NBA Finals. How
Yeah, that would
how
be-
does that not make him greater? Wouldn't that make him greater?
No, yeah, that would be a great feat. But when we were talking about like that would actually be really great because he also-
Isn't that how you become greater, by doing great things?
going to the NBA Finals is an accomplishment, and if you can make it consistently, is an accomplishment. But the discussion that we're having, the discussion that we're having is also a discussion of who is the best of all time. Normally, right? That's a normal discussion on here. Who is the best? What flaws can we know?
That's not what we have.
No, I know, but that's generally where the conversation is heading. The losses represent LeBron James and his career, right? And the logic is the fact that LeBron James can take his team to the NBA Finals multiple times.
This was
There's no LeBron James up here at all. Like there's nothing about LeBron James.
Me and A Johnny did this live specifically because we were at a Wilt Chamberlain disrespect. Everybody running
Oh,
around
okay.
talking about he's 2-4 in the finals, man. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the Wilt Chamberlain and the Jerry West disrespect. This is why we
Yeah,
did this
yeah.
live. I don't know why you bringing up LeBron. Who cares about that, man? We talking
No,
about Wilt and Jerry
because I
West.
saw the dude right next to me. His name is Goat James. So I assumed that you were talking about,
His
LeBron
his,
James.
his
Yeah, my
middle
name
name
is
is
A. Johnny.
James. They say Johnny James. They say he's
But
Johnny
Goat
James.
James?
He feels like
But
he's the
what does
GOAT.
that have to do with LeBron? This conversation has nothing to do with LeBron.
No, but we're really talking about why losing and making the NBA Finals and losing in the NBA Finals is
No,
still
no, we're trying to
still a
find out
great feat.
why we're trying to find out how important the finals record really is. And by your analysis, if
You said what?
we're trying to find out how important the finals record is. And by your analysis, it's not that important because y'all don't care about winning. Y'all only care about record. You don't really care about winning.
Yeah, no. We do care about winning, right?
No, you don't. Because making the finals 9 more times is better than not making the finals 9 more times. That's actually better. It would have been better for Jordan to beat Detroit those 3 seasons that he lost to them instead of losing to them. It would have been better.
So how do you explain him being in the league? I believe it was for 15 years, and
Uh
he
huh.
won 6 NBA Finals in those 15 years,
Mm-hmm.
right? How would you say that's not as good as, let's say, like a LeBron James, who's
Uh
played
huh.
23 years
Uh
and
huh.
wins NBA final, won NBA Finals 4 times?
Yeah, because LeBron James didn't play in the same era he played with versus the same teams. It's different things, different teams, different strategies, different era, different everything. You can't make that comparison.
So no, but did he have more opportunities going to more NBA Finals though?
Did he have more opportunities? Of course, he played more seasons than Jordan. He played 23 seasons.
So we're actually having a debate of normally you guys would have a debate of who's the best all time, right?
Yeah,
And
but that's
given
not
the,
the debate. The debate isn't 15 seasons to 23. It's making the finals 6 times and not losing any finals. That's the conversation. So the
yeah, yeah.
conversation is again, if we're just gonna count what happens in the finals, wouldn't it be better to be in the finals more?
Again, it would be greater to be in the finals more, but there's a caveat. We're
That's
actually
greater.
hold on, no, hold on. But we actually have to take the caveat in. The caveat. This is
Mm-hmm.
the problem.
Mm-hmm.
When LeBron James or Michael Jordan is making the NBA Finals, we also have to assess if they're actually winning in these games as well, right? And they're winning in the NBA Finals. It's just not making it there. This is the
Well,
deciding
But
factor
but but
of
why do you
who is
why
the
do you
best
why do you
player of all
avoid
time.
making there is winning? Like that's the point. To make it there, you have to win. You
Again,
don't just get
six
there.
and
Like you
zero
have
and
to.
69 is describing the NBA Finals, not the playoffs.
No, but like this, 6-0 with 9 first round losses mean that you only won 24 playoff rounds. If you add the 9 times 3, that's 36. You're talking about winning 60 playoff rounds. What is it better to win 60 playoff rounds or to win 24?
But again, some context does matter though. At times, you got
That's
to
the
add into the
context. I won 60 playoff rounds. You won
yeah.
24 playoff rounds. We both have 6 championships. Who won more?
Okay, yeah, you won more. You won more playoff games, but we're not talking about only playoff games. We're
That's what we're
talking
talking
about
about.
we're talking about the NBA Finals. This is the NBA Finals record up here, right?
The NBA finals are in the playoffs.
I
no,
know you
no.
have to
Hold,
make.
hold on, Ken. So just to help you out, so there's layers here. So the player that you say won more, how do you reconcile 6-0, but he lost in the first round 9 times? Remember when I started this, I said we're going to set the foundation.
Mm-hmm.
Both these versions of Jordan were number one seeds, right, in their conference every single year. So one version of Jordan, 6 titles, perfect in the finals, but 9 first-round exits. Because you still have to reconcile the 9 first-round exits. We can't. I mean, so when we talk about a player's totality of their career, right, and then especially when we're talking to Jordan fans who say we have to incorporate the good and the bad, the upsets, and your faults. Isn't losing in the first round 9 times a huge blunder in your career? Like when we talk about Shaquille O'Neal, we talk about all of the sweeps, him just getting swept so many times, right? That's held against him. He might not have won a championship some of those years, but the fact that he's running around getting swept and you're Shaquille O'Neal, right? There's no, we expect more of you than that, especially in your prime. This version of Jordan at 6 and 9 went to the NBA Finals every single year that he played. That's more winning, as Johnny said. That's far more winning than a guy that just gets bounced out of the first round for 9 years of his career. How do you reconcile 9 first round exits?
Okay, so how do I reconcile that is by understanding that winning is a process. Winning doesn't just happen as soon as you step into the NBA, right? So this whole thing that we're talking about is about Michael Jordan losing in the first round multiple times, right? And he did it. And the whole point, I'm giving him credit for figuring out the situation, staying with the team that he stayed with. Yeah, they added a Scottie Pippen. Yeah, they added eventually a Dennis Rodman and a Phil Jackson. They did that, but when you gave him those, those players that are great players, especially Scottie Pippen, you gave him those players. He found a way to win. He didn't go. He didn't go play with Charles Barkley.
Ken, we know that part, but I'm saying, how great would Jordan's entire career be if in the '80s he was able to get that version? Remember, you said Jordan. Let's this version of Jordan didn't wait until the organization made the team better. He just was good enough, and he willed this team to the NBA Finals, irregardless of the circumstances. Doesn't doing that make you greater, right? Like what Wemby's doing right now, what Magic did in his rookie year, getting to the finals, showing up when it matters most, right? What he did his rookie year, right? Like being able to help that team win immediately. Wemby, third year right now. Wemby already has his team in the NBA Finals. Win, lose, or draw, getting his team to the finals in his third year is going to be part of his legacy. It's going to go down. We talk about him potentially being the GOAT. Now, by his third year, he's doing something that we never thought this Spurs team could be. 2 years ago, we would have never said this Spurs team could be in the NBA Finals. They're in the NBA Finals because of Wemby, right?
Yeah.
Even last year, even though they improved, we never thought they could beat the OKC Thunder. They beat the OKC Thunder. They're in the finals. Are you telling me that it would have been better for Wemby to lose in the first round this year as opposed to put his team in a situation to win a championship in the finals?
No, it wouldn't be better for him to lose. But what I am saying is, though, there is a difference when we're talking about legacy, overall legacy, right? For me personally, I understand going to the NBA Finals is a great accomplishment. But when we start comparing and, this is the exact same situation as to why people have MJ over LeBron. It's because you made it to 10 NBA Finals, but there is something to it that you keep losing in those finals, right? Whatever the context is. People prefer
Well, Ken,
never lose sometimes.
I think you're saying it wrong.
In what way?
They both made the because the only way you can give your team a chance to, like, for example, and Johnny knows this all too well. He's a Miami Heat fan. The Miami Heat gave themselves a chance by winning the play-in and just making the playoffs. And there were times where we saw that Miami Heat team do something that we never thought they could do, get to the finals, right? Because they just gave themselves a chance by making the playoffs. Do you think those Miami Heat players would say, you know what? Now that we know we lost in the finals, we just rather win in the play-in. Again, because as you said, it's greater to go further, especially in the playoffs. It's greater to go further, right? And
hypothetically speaking, like what you're talking about is really hypothetical. You know, we don't know how Wemby's career is going to turn out ultimately. Yeah, it's greater for him to go to the NBA Finals right now, but we don't know if this is the only NBA Finals he'll ever make in his career, right? So when you say is it better for him to go further? Yeah, it's better for him to go further. But if you keep going to the NBA Finals and losing, at one point or another, it's actually going to be work against you. In my opinion.
But in a sense, we're dealing with two players who both have 6 championships. They both won the same amount of titles. Now it's about their entire career. We know that they both have 6 championships, but what did you do in those other years? Your player has lost in the first round 9 times. My player lost in the finals 9 times. We both got 6 championships.
Yeah. I understand where you're coming from. Like, I'm not against, like, the idea that players, going to the NBA Finals 15 times in a row, even though that's probably never going to happen. But yeah, going to the NBA Finals 15 times in a row, that would be in a scenario.
But
That would be a dream
a
scenario.
couple years ago, I mean, about 15 years ago, if you'd have told me a player would get to the NBA Finals 7, 8 times in a row, I would have said you must be crazy. But it happened.
Yeah, but we'll see. Ultimately, bro, like I think the mystique of that 6-0, that the fact that he's been to the promised land 6 times and never lost, that will always be one of the reasons Jordan fans have an advantage over anybody. Like this is one of the reasons why they would always have that advantage as far as winning, because he never lost. Yeah, we understand there's
No,
more
but
to
he did
go.
lose. But that's what Johnny was saying. He did lose. He just
In the
didn't
NBA
lose.
Finals, he didn't.
He just lost. He just wasn't good enough to push his team further in the playoffs to lose in the finals. Because as you admitted, you have to be greater to push your team further, more often, right? If you lose early, you're not as great. Remember, we talked about the Portland Trail Blazers and the OKC Thunder. Who's the greater team this year? OKC or Portland? Well, it's definitely OKC, especially if we're talking about winning, because they won more in the playoffs and they won more in the regular season. That's all it takes to be a better winner. To be a better winner, you just have to win more. And if we turn it into this season, and if we take two teams, okay, like because we're comparing two teams that are on equal footing, they both will not win the NBA championship. But which team is the better winner? OKC or the Portland Trail Blazers? To you, which team is the better winner?
Yeah, it's OKC. It's OKC.
And because they won more, correct?
Yeah, they won more. They made it further in the playoffs.
So winning more makes you greater.
Greater. Then there comes the NBA Finals, right? So this is why I keep telling you guys. No, hold on. Before I dip though, we had a good conversation, right? I understand where you're coming from, but like, would you? I'm just saying, you personally, like, if you were an NBA player, would you rather be 6-0 in the NBA Finals or 4-6?
I would 100%. I would, if I had to take either one of those, I'm taking the 4-6, and I'm saying this from what I know now because that's a lot. That's a lot more winning. That's a lot more winning. And then what you're doing is when you say 4-6, you're trying to look at it through the lens of what already happened with LeBron James's career. Like, why don't you put it like this? If you could choose which player you would want to be. And we're going to remove Jordan and LeBron from the equation. The player that gets to the NBA Finals 6 times or a player that gets to the NBA Finals 10 times. Which player would you want to be? We're not talking winning and losing.
Yeah, the player that made it to the NBA Finals 10 times.
And that's because you now have more opportunities to win.
Yeah, to win more.
Right? Like, so for example, like if I got for example, I'm saying if I got a deck of, if I got a deck of cards over here and I'm saying, if I got a stack of cards over here and I say, you get 10 pulls out of this pile to see if you win $1 million to pull the right card. Or I got a stack of cards over here. You got 6 pulls to see if you win. You obviously going to go with the 10 cards because you always going to want more opportunities to win. And we know that the more opportunities you have, right? And then, like as you mentioned, it's the journey there too, because these guys, you don't just magically appear in the NBA Finals. You actually have to do a lot of winning to get there, as we just saw with Wemby. Broke down in tears because he got to the finals, because this has been a long journey. They had to get through a lot of teams to get here, and it's not easy. Same with Iverson. We watched Iverson get through a long journey, finally get to the NBA Finals. Reggie Miller, long journey, finally get to the NBA Finals. Patrick Ewing, long journey, finally get to the NBA Finals. And for all those players, even though they didn't win, we respect the fact that they got there. Karl Malone, we respect the fact that he got there, right? And we don't beat them up, right, for losing. Winning is still, they still did a lot of winning.
So yeah, we have a difference in opinion, right? I'm gonna end it like this. Like you said it out your own mouth, because you have more opportunities to go to the NBA Finals. You would rather.
Oh, you said that. You admitted it.
No, but I'm saying that was your main point of emphasis, was why you would accept being 4-6 is then 6-0 is because you would actually have more opportunities to win an NBA final. And I'm of the belief I would rather be 6-0 all time and have my career ended like that than 4-6, even though I had more opportunities.
But if you're 6-0, that means you also have to accept a whole bunch of losing in a whole bunch of years where you didn't even have a shot. You got put out early. It's like, so that's what I'm saying. So instead of losing later on, you just got somebody just beat you up early. You get up out the way. You's a scrub. Get up out the way. Get up out of here. You a scrub. Like when the 1 seed played the 16 seed, man, come on, get up out of here. We about to beat y'all by 40.
That actually makes his journey. His journey.
No. What I'm saying is, do you respect? For example, is the 16 seed in the NCAA tournament is respected like a team that makes the Final Four but loses? Which team is greater? The team that makes the Final Four or the 16 seed that gets smacked up by the number 1 seed in the first round? Because they both lost. Like, put it to you like this. They're both, in Jordan fan terms, they're both losers. Because one team got to the Final Four and lost, but one team was a 16 seed and got smacked up in the first round. Which team is greater? The team that made the Final Four or the team that got smacked up in the first round and just got up out of there? Take your ass back home.
Yeah, I get your perspective 100%. Winning in the playoffs and winning in the tournaments, it
makes you greater. Winning makes you greater.
I understand that, but there is something about that. Oh, at the end of his 6-0 is 6-0.
But there's no
special about that.
But there's no O, because it's only an O if you play 6 years and you win 6 championships. That's the only way it's 6-0. Because that O just remember the 6-0 just represents the finals. The 6-9 represents the finals. But that's why I put below 9 first round exits. You have to sit on those 9 first round exits, right? So you still lost, but you just got smacked up in the first round like you some bum. You some bum team. We don't want to mess with no bum team. You ain't nothing.
If we're talking about Jordan specifically,
no. I'm saying, how do you feel about the 9 years where you got treated and passed around like some little bum team? You some scrub team gets getting like the Celtics. You think the Celtics took the Bulls seriously? Man, get up out of here. 3-0 sweep. Man, get up out of here. You was a bum. They treated you like some bums.
Yeah, they treated you like
they treated
bums,
you. But Detroit Pistons 3 years in a row treated you. You like getting treated like that?
Hold on. Eventually, all of those same players called him the GOAT.
What I'm saying is because this is not a GOAT This is not a GOAT conversation. What I'm saying, this is a winning.
Imagine what they would have done if he would have beat him. The fact that he lost to them, that's what I'm saying. If he would have beat them, they would have still called him the GOAT even quicker.
Now you're asking for So now it's like unreasonable because nobody makes the NBA Finals 15 times in a row. That's unreasonable.
And nobody wills themselves to win only in the finals.
So we're actually having a hypothetical type of question and the answers like it's not
but also your mystique and your nostalgia is also a hypothetical too. It's not real. It doesn't exist.
I mean, with Jordan, he did go back. He got a three-peat two separate times in the '90s. Like that is impressive.
Hey, but
it has nothing to do with the will to win.
But Ken, we had you up for a minute. You've been up here the longest, man. But Ken, you know what, Ken? I have seen you on other panels, and I appreciate the fact that you were not zesty and disruptive like you can be in the past, but that also comes with us just bringing you up by yourself so we can cook. So you see, it's not that bad, Ken. So you can let them know it's not that bad.
It's not that bad. The conversation was good, man. I'll see you guys next time, though.
Salute, Ken. And we're gonna open the panel up later on other topics. So again, we'll have everybody up, and it might get helter skelter on other topics, but we wanted at least everybody up come up and how they say. Ken, I appreciate you coming up, man. Salute to Ken, y'all.
All right, man.
Oh man. All right, let's get Ken up out of here, and we're going to bring somebody else up. Man, we got a lot of new names I haven't seen.
And boys, at least they admitting this nostalgia and this mystique that it ain't real. It ain't nothing real. It's just the idea of Jordan.
And people waiting, Tremaine, Void Virtuous, the official angle, all-time truth. All you guys, I see y'all waiting. Tremaine, you're going to be next. I'm going to get y'all up in the order that I seen y'all come. All right. Salute to DJ Spins. What's good,
What's going on, man? I met you guys a few days ago, boy. I love y'all content. Ghost James, all y'all, man. Y'all put it where, you know what I'm saying, where it need to be, man, because these Mike fans don't see nothing but 6 rings, bro.
Man.
So I appreciate y'all. You can drop me down. I'm gonna listen tonight, bro. But I just
got
wanted to
you.
give you love on that,
Appreciate
man.
you. Appreciate
I
you,
I
man.
appreciate
appreciate
you.
y'all, man.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, that's DJ Spins. Make sure y'all check him out, man. Looks like he's a DJ. Might want to follow him on TikTok. We got Tremaine, man. He been waiting. My bad for the wait, Tremaine. I saw you in here. Appreciate you pulling up, man.
Hello.
Yes, sir. What's good, Tremaine?
Hey, can y'all hear me good?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you. What's good?
Oh, no, chilling, man. I just, this is like the third or fourth time I seen this prompt, not by you guys, but from other people just throughout the weekend. Man, this is. I feel like it's a false narrative, man, because y'all trying to compare one thing to another. So that's my whole spiel on it. 6 and 9 is not better than 6 and 0.
Okay, explain it. Talk to us. But also look at because we got the full careers up here. So 6-0, but 9 first round exits versus 6 and 9, made the finals every year that he played, all 15 years, but he has 9 finals losses.
That's not a full career. That's a hypothetical, brother. He didn't make it 15 times, so
yeah, but it's just the logic because we want y'all like because this can be any player in NBA history. This is only this question is to see where your logic is. So we're trying to understand if you're willing to say that a guy who's 6-0 but lost in the first round 9 times has had a better career than somebody who has 6 championships and went to the NBA Finals every single year that they played. I want to know the logic. You don't have to know the player, who it is, or if it's real or not. I just want to know the logical conclusion. How did you come to that logical conclusion, right? What's going through your mind when you say that losing in the first round 9 times and winning 6 championships is greater than somebody that won 6 championships and went to the NBA Finals every single year that they played? What logic gets you there?
Because a loss is a loss, no matter if it's the first round or the finals.
Okay.
A loss is a loss. So going 6 times and being undefeated is better than going 15 times and having that percentage is under 50%. Like when what world is under 50% better than 100%? I don't get it. I don't care that I made it 15 times. How many times did I win? That's what I care about.
So you don't think Jordan would have been greater if he'd have beat the Celtics in '86?
I don't think it's a matter of greater. It's still a loss. It's still a loss.
So if he'd have got to the finals with that team in '86, he wouldn't have been greater.
No, but hold on, wait, Lamar. If a loss is a loss, then the 9 don't matter. And I guess so. Then they both have 6 championships. So
Then what's the prompt for then? If the 9 cancels out the other 9 and it's both 6 and 0, then what's up with the prompt? I mean, this is
because 6 and 0 actually does exist. People actually but you're just proving to us that as you just proved to us that 6 and 0 doesn't exist. So why do people run around talking about 6 and 0?
No, I'm talking. No, you're saying that 6 and 0. I'm saying it does exist. I'm saying 6 and 0 because he won 6 times. What are you talking about?
But you're saying all losses are the same. So the 9 losses that
a loss is a loss.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So the 9 losses in the finals are the same as the 9 losses in the first round. So there's no point in talking about those cancel each other out. So there's no 6 and 0. There is no 6 and 0.
No, that what you're left with is 6 and 0. Like what are you talking about?
The other guy's 6 and 0 too. The other guy's 6 and 0 too.
Right. Okay. So then this is equal. Like there's no better.
So that's what I'm saying. So there's only winning. There's only how many times you won. That's it. A loss is a loss.
Right. Yeah.
So there's no such thing as 6 and 0. That's what I'm saying. There's no such thing as 6 and 0. No such thing as 6 and 0.
Well, how can you say there's no such thing as 6 and 0?
Because you keep saying all losses are the same.
Yeah, if all losses are the same, then the 9 finals losses are equal to the 9 first round losses.
Exactly. So why are we counting only finals losses? We got to count all losses. All losses are the same.
No. I'm doing. This is what y'all doing. Y'all trying to make making the finals the goal when that's not the goal. The goal is to win the finals.
We understand that.
The 6 and 9 is y'all talking about making the finals.
Yes.
Is
What
it
Yes,
that?
about what's okay? What about winning the finals? That's
we
that's
did
the
that.
goal
We
is
got
to
six.
win.
That's why I'm telling you. There's no such thing as 6-0. It's just six. The only thing that matters is the winning. The fact that you won
Right,
six
right.
championships. Nothing else matters. So even if I lost 9 times in the finals, the fact that I won 6 times is all that matters. Losing 9 times in the final doesn't mean nothing.
Yeah,
So that means
a
it's
loss is a loss. If you didn't bring it
exactly.
home, if you
So
didn't
that
bring
means
it
6-0
home,
doesn't exist. The only reason you say 6-0 is so that you can count losses in the finals. If we're not counting losses in the finals, there's no 6-0 anymore. It's just 6 championships. So 6-0 is a fabrication.
not a fabrication. He won 6 times. There's the
Yes, we
disconnect.
said. I
There's a
just said he
disconnect
won six
somewhere.
times, sir. I just said he won 6 times, but there's no
Okay,
6-0. There's no and. It's just six.
no, you got the 6 and 9 up there. I'm trying to. That's what I'm saying. This
Uh-oh.
hypothetical doesn't make sense. Y'all
No.
come up with hypotheticals to try to prove a point, and it don't make sense.
Okay,
You
Tremaine.
proved our point.
No, I didn't prove. No, I didn't prove your point.
Okay, so
Nothing.
Tremaine,
You
let me
did,
ask you a
sir.
question. The question I want to
I go.
ask you is 6-0, right? And we'll just because you said you like the 6-0 better than the 6-9. Okay, so if we're going, obviously we're penalizing the player that went to the finals 15 times and lost 9 of them. How do you penalize
No,
a
it's not.
player?
It's not.
How,
It's not a. It's not
hold
a
on, hold on.
penalize.
Here the question. Here the question, because I want to
Okay, go ahead,
know
brother. My bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
how do you penalize a player who loses in the first round 9 times? I know we can't penalize them in the 6-0 record because they weren't good enough to even get to the finals to even have that record. So where do you punish them, right? When we want it, because one player just did a lot more winning. That's why he got to the finals 15 times, but this other player just kept losing in the first round. Where I know you can't reflect it in the 6-0, but how do you punish? Do you just act like the 9 first round exits didn't happen? Like you're just gonna pretend it didn't happen? Like
No,
what do we do
no,
with that?
no. I'm gonna acknowledge he lost, and the 9 times, whether it's the first round or the championship.
Mm-hmm.
My thing is a loss is a loss. Y'all trying to. It seems like to me
Okay.
that, like I said earlier, it seems like y'all trying to make the goal is to make the finals.
Yeah, that
Is that
is a
what y'all
goal.
saying?
Yeah.
No,
So
no,
let,
no. Right,
let,
that's
let,
wrong.
No,
The
no, that's
goal
not the
is hold
goal.
on,
No,
hold on. Let me
that's
let
talk.
me
not the goal.
Hold on, bro.
That's
Hold
not
on,
the
bro. Hold
goal.
on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro.
That's not
Because
the goal.
he just said it was the goal.
no,
No, it's not.
no. The reason I'm explaining it like it's Tremaine, and my bad to cut you off. So let's say, and again, I love using these correlations because I could put us in a scenario. Me and you are both head coaches, and I'm only gonna mute you, Tremaine, because you got a little background noise. I think your mic is echoing. So that's the only reason why I'm muting you. So Tremaine, me and you are both head coaches. You're a coach in the Eastern Conference. I'm a coach in the Western Conference. We both start the season with championship expectations, right? So again, the organization's primed your team ready to win a title in the East. The organization's primed my team ready to win a championship in the West, right? We're both number 1 seeds. You in the East, you lose in the first round. You get knocked dusted off by an 8 seed. I get to the NBA Finals in the Western Conference. Who's more likely to get fired at the end of the year? You losing in the first round as a number 1 seed, or me getting to the NBA Finals, but we lose, right? We lose in the NBA Finals. Which coach is looking looking potentially to get them walking papers when the season ends? The team the 1 seed that lost in the first round, or the 1 seed that got to the NBA Finals? And that would be my question to you. Since all losing is equal, would we both be looking to get fired, or would you losing in the first round be the only one potentially be looking for a new job here in a couple days? Go ahead, Tremaine.
You still hear the background noise?
It only when we're talking, but that's why I say when you're talking, it's fine.
Neither. Who's getting fired after the first season? Who's getting fired after the first season? Hey man, you gotta stop with the hypotheticals, man. Yo, stop with the hypotheticals, brother.
Y'all are something else.
Look,
Y'all are
Who's with
something else.
hey, no, bro?
No,
Because why you
no,
trying to go? No, my question is this: why you trying to go to the extreme with it?
that's not an
By losing
extreme.
the first round, that's extreme.
It's not
And the
extreme.
first season, it
It's not
is
extreme
extreme.
because, like,
To,
for
to,
example, when the Cleveland Cavaliers, right, a team that's primed and loaded, as soon as they lost, everybody was asking, will Kenny Atkinson still have a job? Because he didn't get there.
but
I don't think they would be asking those questions if the Cleveland Cavaliers were able to get to the NBA
and,
Finals.
and,
Now,
let me ask a question because I don't watch a lot of basketball. I'm more of a football guy. Kenny Atkinson, he's the head coach of Cleveland.
yes, and they were
Okay.
a team
Okay.
that went.
Okay,
They
hold
traded
on,
for James Harden midseason. They went and got pieces. They got rid of Garland. This is a team with they have two good big men. You're talking about a team that has all the pieces in place. Donovan Mitchell's coming up on a contract negotiations soon. James Harden, all these guys, right? We know the playoff failures that he's had. This is a team where we're looking at it talent wise. They need to get this done, man. And so as soon as they lost, everybody is wondering, will Kenny Atkinson still have a job because they didn't get to the finals? That's why I asked you if me and you were head coaches in the same situation, you in the East, me in the West, right? But you lose and you lose to an 8 seed in the first round, but I lose in the NBA Finals. We both know that you losing to an 8 seed in the first round and me getting to the NBA Finals is not equal. I'm still gonna have my job. You lose in the first round to an 8 seed. You're going to be worried about your job until the organization comes and say we're going to bring you back. But you're going to be worried. You're probably not going to have a job. We know that.
My question is this: that hit. Hold on, give me 1 second, man. Somebody knocking on my door. Hold on, but I got a question. Hold on, just give me 1 second.
Hey Johnny, man,
Lamont, these people are funny, man. The man said all losses are the same, which is fine. I'll accept that answer. But then that means the 6-0 means nothing because the 0 represents the losses.
Hey, so my question is this: the head coach, is this his first year? Because that was the scenario you gave me. You said it was both our first year.
No,
and I did what I.
Not our first year.
That was the scenario.
I said it was the first
year
year.
You gave me.
No, I said it wasn't our first year. I said it was the first year that the organization had our rosters primed and loaded, ready to win.
Well, is this how long has he been a head coach?
All things are equal. Me and you both been coaching for 10 years.
Because you're switching what you're saying. At first, you said it was both our first year. Now you want to switch it. And
Okay.
you're doing too many.
Even if we go to the first year. Even if we go to the first year.
That's crazy to fire somebody like that in their first year.
So
and
you
to
saying,
prove your point,
you saying it'd be crazy to fire a coach? Hold on.
You're doing too many hypotheticals
Hold on, Tremaine.
to make your point,
So,
bro.
hold on, so I can talk to the people. Tremaine said it would be crazy to fire a coach who is a number 1 seed and loses to an 8 seed in the first round. That is not crazy, Tremaine. That happens all the time.
No, you said the first year, though.
It don't matter. If you lose to an 8 seed,
look,
you need to be worried about your job.
Look, the fact of the matter is this. Y'all doing too many hypotheticals, man. 6-0 is better than 6-9. 100% will always be better than under 50%.
Okay, so Tremaine,
y'all gotta stop having these
and
comparisons,
Tremaine,
man.
I like this what you said because now that logic, I think LeBron James is the greatest Laker in Laker history. He's 100% NBA Finals. No, hold on. No,
well, y'all said we weren't talking
about Tremaine, hold. I'm talking to people. Hey, everybody in the chat. LeBron James is now the greatest Laker in NBA history because he's 100% in the NBA Finals as a Laker. He's better in the finals than Magic. He's better in the finals than Kobe and Shaq. He's better in the finals than a lot of the other Laker greats. LeBron James, perfect in the NBA Finals as a Los Angeles Laker. He is better than the Kobe's. I don't want to hear no more of that Kobe stuff. I don't want to hear no more of that Shaq stuff. I don't want to hear no more of any of this stuff. LeBron James is now the greatest Laker in NBA history. He's 100% in the finals. I appreciate we're going to rock with Tremaine's logic because, again, that man is undefeated in the finals as a Laker. This is another staple that. So, hey, Johnny, when you start arguing the GOAT conversation, you now have a new element. LeBron is now the greatest Laker in NBA history because he's undefeated in the finals, man. Salute.
You said the greatest Laker. First you said the GOAT, now you said the greatest Laker. Man, both of y'all all over the place. And y'all got on people's heads for bringing up LeBron, but you want to bring up LeBron now, man.
I don't know what about LeBron was brought up here for you, man. I don't know. Listen, y'all the ones who can't stick to the conversation, which is
I'm sticking to the conversation. He brought up LeBron. He brought up other scenarios to prove the point. Not me. Did he not just say LeBron? Hey, go James. Did he not just bring up LeBron?
Tremaine, he brought up 100%.
No, but he brought up LeBron.
No, I brought up 100%.
Because he's tired of bringing hypothetical. Hold on, wait. Tremaine, you can't. I'm a part of the line. I am.
Tremaine, he's a co-host. He's a co-host.
I was very patient to let you speak, sir. You got tired of hypotheticals. He gave you a realistic scenario. Somebody who's undefeated. No more hypotheticals for you, sir. So stop crying.
Isn't Havlicek undefeated in the finals with Boston?
Yes, he is. But he's talking about being a Laker, though. He's talking about being a greater Laker, though. Isn't Havlicek a Laker?
I thought we were just talking about.
He brought up a Laker. He didn't bring up the Celtics. He brought up you got tired of hypotheticals. He gave you a real scenario. Now you're mad about the real scenario. What more do you want, Mr. Tremaine?
I'm not mad. I'm just saying y'all brought up LeBron when y'all got on everybody else. Bring it up. You could have used Havlicek.
100%. He brought up 100%.
Is Havlicek not 100%, brother?
He's not a Laker.
Okay, hold on, wait. That's fine. Is Havlicek greater than Bill Russell because he's 8-0?
No.
So then that means the finals records mean nothing.
No,
the finals records means nothing.
No, the finals records mean
the 100% means nothing. When was 90% better than 100%? When was 90% ever better than 100%? Since you that's what you said. You remember you were saying who doesn't want to be 100%?
No, I'm talking about this hypothetical you got up here.
That's not a hypothetical.
It is because you're trying to make it is hypothetical because he's never been to the finals 15 times. Is what I'm saying.
But you just switched it with a real scenario. You
want to fudge the numbers to make a point, bro. Y'all not making
no numbers.
My point is being made because you can't even understand it. It's frying your brain. It's frying your brain. You can't have this. This was too difficult. You never had to do math classes like this, especially in class.
No, I know, but I know 6-9 is not a finals record.
All right.
It's hypothetical, brother.
Tremaine.
Tremaine, we appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, man. Enjoy it, man.
Hey, y'all have a good
night,
are
crazy, man. Y'all have bad math skills, man. This is why America's in trouble.
6 and nobody's.
Salute to
This is
Tremaine.
why America has a poverty issue, man. This is why America has a poverty issue, man. People just don't have good math skills, man. You never gonna get your finances straight with the way people thinking math, bro. Especially you basketball fans. Lord have mercy.
We got the official angle, man. Salute. Official angle, you with us?
You here? Official angle. Going once. Going twice. You're busy. You've been waiting too long.
Yeah,
you're not even listening to the conversation.
All right. All-time truth. Is he gonna tell us some truth, man?
He wanted some smoke. Let's see what he got.
Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, first, I don't totally disagree with y'all, but Mikan, just to bring this up, Mikan was the greatest Laker by y'all logic since he was 5-0, not LeBron.
Oh, I don't count the 50s. I'm air taxing, just like a lot of zesties
All right,
do.
well, he is a Laker for the record, Minneapolis Laker.
I'm talking post merger.
All right, we could rock with that. That's cool.
Hold on. If I said post merger, LeBron was the greatest Laker of all time because he's 100% in the finals, you would be cool with that.
Well, that's not the logic I share. Like being 100% in the finals doesn't make you the greatest.
Okay.
Like you could be 6-1, and like the Spurs, if they win this championship, they're a greater organization than the Bulls because they've reached the finals 7 times and they will have won 6 of them.
Okay. That makes
sense. That's how I see it. And those are my Bulls, like they just been poor, like from office wise. But so I'm looking at the record like a boxing situation. Like these are title fights. And like honestly, I would rather fight a fighter that's 6-9. And even though he knocked out 6 guys, he got knocked out 6 times. So I'd rather fight him before I fight a guy that's knocking 6 people out and never got knocked out, wouldn't you?
But let me ask you this question, because I like that you use boxing. Would you rather lose to a boxer who, yes, he has 6 world titles, but he's lost 9 times to unranked fighters? Or would you want to fight the guy who has 6 world titles and the only other 9 times that he lost in title fights? Who's the more dangerous fighter? The guy that has 6
Right.
world titles and lost in 9 title fights, or the guy that has 6 titles, like Adrian Broner, who has 4 world titles, but he runs around getting knocked out by a whole bunch of bums? Who's the more dangerous fighter?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm not using that analogy. I'm
No,
saying
but this is on the screen
they're
right here
fighting-
because it shows you.
They're fighting
It's-
for the championship title.
No, but on the
each
screen,
fight.
and I said that because on the
These are-
screen here, 6-0, 9 first round exits versus 6-9 player made the NBA Finals every single year that they played. Again, they both lost
Okay.
9 years. One person lost in the first round 9 years versus the other person who lost in the NBA Finals.
You guys have to remember that 0 doesn't mean no losses.
That's like saying you took a test, and on one test you got 6 right and you got 9 wrong, and on the exact same test, like say a clone of you took the same test and you got 6 right and you didn't get any wrong.
No,
you're not really being.
No, you're not. You didn't only get 6 answers. You didn't only have a 6-question test.
You only got 6 questions.
No, you had a 15. You had a 15-question test.
It's not the same.
Yes, you had a 15-question test, but you had 9 questions wrong that were easier questions than the 9 questions I got wrong.
No, I think the better correlation would be.
I opened it up.
Truth.
By
The
saying,
better
I don't entirely
correlation would be
disagree
like
with that.
this. I like that you used the test, but I think the better correlation would be in track. Right? In track, they have heats. If you lose in the first heat, but I lose in the final heat, the medal round, who's the greater runner? Right? If because it's like these are like waves, right? You in track, you have to get to the next heat. Then you have to get to the final heat, right? And the group that's in the final heat, these are the best of the best, right? If you lose in the first heat, you're absolute garbage juice. You dumpster juice. If you get to the final heat, especially like, for example, we're looking at the Olympics, and you get to the final heat in the Olympics, you're looked at as a world-class, top-tier runner, right? Especially if you can medal even for a bronze. But if you lose in that first heat, you telling me losing in the first heat, in this particular sense, losing in the first round is equal to a runner losing in the final heat?
That's too deep for him, Lamont.
No, I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. Like, so what would, like, the questions that they took, right? Where do the 9 that they either didn't answer or got wrong?
All right, let me give it to you. Let me give it to you. On time.
Those answers.
Let me explain it to you. Let me explain to you how it works.
That's 6-0.
Let me explain. No, let me explain to you how this test works. All right? You have a 15-question test, right? But each question you have to answer it right 4 times for it to actually be the right answer. And every time you answer the first answer, the next question is more difficult than the other. So you got 15 questions. You got 6 of them right, where you answered all 4 of the questions of that one question right. But you got wrong the first question wrong each time 9 times. The other gentleman got 6 answers right, but he got to the final question of each question 9 times. So he answered 3 questions right more than you answered questions right. Who was the smarter person taking this test?
Okay, but did you answer a host? Did you answer when I asked you what fighter?
I'm a host, sir. I'm a host. I'm not sitting here for no reason. TikTok doesn't allow 2 hosts.
Right. Okay, I opened my statement by saying I don't entirely disagree with you guys.
Yes,
but
we know
to
that.
say the better, but like better is very subjective. I could think 6-0 is better. Like greater, that takes more like.
What question did you ask me
mathematics.
that you said I didn't answer?
I
don't
asked
care
you
about subjectivity here.
okay, so if you're asking which is better, that's kind of being subjective. But like greater, we could use mathematics to determine which is greater. I asked you a fighter, if a fighter has 6 knockouts and he fought 6 times, like are you are you eager to fight him over the guy that has 6 knockouts, but he got knocked out 9 times? He has a greater chance of getting knocked out. So wouldn't you rather fight the guy that?
So hold
But
on. The
that's not
answer,
the scenario.
that's
scenario.
not the. So what you're not taking into consideration is the quality of the opponent that's knocking me out. So for example, in this situation,
right?
the
But I
fighter.
didn't ask that.
Hold on. Because that's the scenario. That's the post up here. Because in this scenario, the 6-0 fighter, right, the guy that's won all of his title fights, but he's got knocked out by 9 unranked fighters. But the 6-9 guy, he has 6 world titles in this, correlating it to this post, but he's only got knocked out in title fights. He didn't get knocked out by some slouches, right? In preliminary round and all these bouts before the title. He's only got knocked out by world-class fighters. We both know that the more dangerous fighter is the guy who's only lost to world-class fighters. If you're losing in the first round, you're not as dangerous, right? Even if you have the title. So again, that's what I'm saying.
I agree with you on that point. I agree with you on that point. That's what we're talking about. Winning. No, I get that 6-9 is more winning. That's why
greater.
Right. Greater. Well, your prompt says which is better. That's why I'm saying better. So 6-9 is better because you're winning more throughout the entire season, right? I get what you're saying. You're definitely winning more. That is better.
And that's what makes you greater.
To win more throughout the whole season. But what I'm saying, like the quality, like a guy that's knocking 6 dudes out and can't get knocked out, never lost, is more.
But he did get knocked out. He got knocked out in the first round 9 times.
But these are titles, right?
He got knocked out by. You got knocked out.
Fought other fights. These are not his only fights. These are not his only fights.
You're going for a title every single year, every time.
Yes,
that's how you're looking at it.
Yes, every year. Yeah, of course. He still had 9 other fights. He got knocked out in.
He got knocked out by got knocked out by bums, while I got knocked out by world class fighters.
What is the record for it in that case? Like, why is the record a thing? Why do they keep the record?
That's what we're trying to explain to you. This doesn't mean anything. That's what we're trying to explain to everybody.
6-0, 6 and whatever, whatever.
It doesn't matter. Exactly. The 0 doesn't matter. The 9 doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the 6. We were trying to explain to people. These records don't mean this finals record thing doesn't mean anything. It only helps Jordan's career because, like I keep telling people, Jordan's career is not enough. So y'all got to make up stuff to make him the GOAT.
Well, personally, I don't think it's the end all be all. And objectively, I think Russell's the GOAT. Culturally, Jordan's the GOAT because that's just what they call him. You know, that's what they say. That's what they came up with. That's how we grew up. And, you know, I can make a case for Abdul-Jabbar as well. So I look at those 3 like those are the GOATs of the game to me. But, yeah, it's not just the finals and definitely not just being undefeated. Because you could still make a case for him being the GOAT even if he lost 1 finals and still won 6.
There is no case for Jordan to be the GOAT. Besides culturally, like you said, popularity. There's no case other than that.
All right, man.
And I mean, I look also. Hold on, last thing. Like even if losing is all the same, you know, like those like getting out in the first round, it's still like parallel to losing in the finals because they're all losing what they can't get at the end of the day, which is the Larry O'Brien championship trophy. They don't get half credit for not winning the championship in the finals. Show me half credit where they, you know, winning, you know, losing in the finals. Like there's no.
We agree. We agree. Losing in the first round is losing the finals. We agree with you.
So how do you credit
losing in the first round?
So a player that got 6 finals,
but you do. But you do
credit that towards his greatness.
But you do get rewarded for going further.
Same thing.
But you do get rewarded for going further. You do.
No, you get credit for. Hold on, wait. All time. You get credit for. You
quantify that.
You get credit for winning your conference. That's how it's quantified. It's called being a conference champion. They give you a trophy and a banner for it. It counts as a greatness, a part of your career.
Yes.
I mean, but in terms of the record, the winning and losing championships record,
that's a championship, sir. It's called a conference championship.
They don't give you an asterisk for losing the championship. You get where I'm coming from?
You don't get an asterisk at all. There's no such thing as asterisks. They don't give asterisks at all.
Well, you don't get nothing for losing in the finals, though.
You get a conference title, sir. You win a conference title. What you talking about?
Okay, and so do the champions. So not
Exactly.
only do they have
That's
a
what you get.
finals
Exactly.
championship,
Exactly.
That's
they
what you
also
get. Exactly.
have
That's what you get. That's what you
a
get.
But the team that first round, what did they get? Did they get anything? Did they get recognized for
Nope.
anything?
they
Nothing
just
at
get
all.
they get a playoff berth. That was
That's it.
recognition.
So,
No, that's it.
but you do
Exactly.
That's
get
nothing.
That
recognition
is sort of
for winning your
that is yeah.
conference.
That's what I'm saying.
You
That's sort of
won
like
your
the
conference.
asterisk.
Winning your conference is winning something. Losing in the first round, you didn't win nothing. I won my conference.
Yeah,
That's the
that's sort of like
difference.
an
I won
asterisk.
something. Yeah, y'all say it's about winning, but when somebody wins something, you're trying to find ways to discredit it. But we appreciate you, man. We appreciate you. We'll let
All right,
somebody
yeah.
else
Same
have
to
it.
y'all, man. Good talking to y'all.
They
Appreciate you,
appreciate you.
man.
For sure. Be
Oh
easy, y'all.
man. Hey.
These dudes, man, I'm telling you, this topic. This is why this topic is crazy, but they don't know how to handle this topic. They don't know what to do with this one. This one is shattering dreams right here.
Oh man, Insight's a genius for creating this, man. Salute to Insight the Arc once again, man. Make sure y'all follow the Hardwood Authority, man. Inside the Arc, man. Juan Boy as well, man. That was genius on their part, man. Creating this, man. We got Blue Hef 360. What's good?
Nothing much. I had a couple of things to get at, but for real, I'll just go back to his question. You never did answer his question, so I'm just gonna let you answer that first.
Okay, so he asked me, who would I rather fight, the 6-0 fighter,
Correct. Over a
or
6-9 fight.
okay, and my answer to that was, as you can see on the prompt, it's not just 6-0 versus 6-9.
No, it is. It is 6-0. It's not six and anything else.
Okay,
It's six
hold
and
on,
zero.
hold on. But
He's
let me read the
undefeated.
prompt.
6-0.
I'm gonna read the prompt here.
No,
Actually, hold on 1 second, Blue Hef. I'll make it bigger for you because it says 6-0, but 9 first round exits. And so when he said that the other fighter got knocked out 9 times, I
I
said
understand.
that. Hold on. I
understand what
said
you're
that.
saying,
I
but
said
that's not
that.
what he said.
Hold on.
That's not what he
No,
said.
hold
He
on.
said 6-0 and
Hold on.
6-9. We're
Blue
not
Hef, you
talking
got
about any other fights.
Blue
It's
Hef. You gotta let me talk. And as we've been letting everybody else talk, you know that we're gonna let you talk. So there's no need for you to talk while I'm talking because we're gonna let you cook. We've been letting everybody cook. So don't worry. We're gonna let you cook. I'm telling you, I cannot answer the question if the foundation of the question is flawed. The reason why I created this prompt with the 9 first round exits on it is so you can have the complete story, right? By just telling me, like for example, if you Don King and I come to you with 2 fighters and you got to give one of these fighters $15 million to fight this next fight, are you going to give it to the guy who's 6-0 in world title fights, but he's lost to 9 bums and got knocked out by 9 bums? Or are you going to give that $15 million to the other fighter who's won 6 world titles and the only time he's lost is in 9 other title fights? You lost to 9 bums that just walked out of some bar. I lost to 9 world contenders. That money is going to be going to me because I'm the more seasoned fighter. I'm the better fighter. I've only lost to the elite of the most elite competition. And so the reason why I couldn't answer the question is because the question did not have the right foundation. The foundation would be telling the full story. So when you guys say that Jordan is 6-0, you're trying to sell us a dream that he never lost, which is why you don't talk about his loss to the Bucks or the Celtics or the 3 years of losing to the Pistons or 95 when he lost to Orlando or the Wizards years. You pretend that his career's the only way Jordan can be 6-0 is if he only played 6 years. This other person went to the NBA Finals 15 times. So that's why I couldn't answer the question, because the question did not have the right foundation, right? That's all. So I just gave the question foundation, and my answer would be, I'm taking the fighter that's 6-9 and has only lost to world-class fighters. I'm not taking a fighter that's 6-0 and got knocked out by complete bums. That's it. That's just a fact. Now, you might take the fighter that lost to 9 bums. You can have that one, but you got to explain it as well. That would be my answer. Go ahead and cook, Blue Hef. Blue Hef, you got to unmute yourself. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know it muted me. I'm sorry. You said you were laying foundation. I say you're setting parameters for the debate. The debate was 6-0. What does the 6-0 mean? Why is it 6-0?
This is the conversation. It's right here on the prompt.
No, I understand what you.
I can answer the question. 6-0 represents your finals record.
Okay, all right. That's why it's 6-0. You said we speak as if he has no losses. We don't speak as if he has no losses. We speak as if he has 6-0 finals loss, or excuse me, 6-0 record in the finals. That's what we speak of. It's not that he has no losses. We speak of the losses. When I speak of Jordan, I speak of those losses that you speak of with the Bucks, with the Pistons. Those losses are what molded him into the undefeatable thing that we saw, that I saw. So that's why it's not that we don't speak of him. What we say is that he had those losses and then he became undefeated. You see what I'm saying? That's why we say that. But go ahead. What are you saying?
Why couldn't he get the same learning experience losing in the finals instead of losing in the first round?
I don't understand. I thought with the discussion that we already had, that we discussed that it didn't matter where you lost, right? I thought that's what everybody agreed, correct?
Okay, no. Okay, so hold on, wait, no, Lamont. Yes, hold on, wait, Lamont. Yes, I do. Okay, yes, and you're perfectly correct. So that means the O means nothing. 6-0 means nothing. It's just
no. It's not that it means nothing. It's that
hold on, wait. I was not. So don't cut me off. The reason I'm telling you that it means nothing is, like you said, all losses are the same. So if you lost in the finals or if you lost in the first round, they all mean the same. There's no difference. So why point out the losses? Hold on, I'm not done. I'm going to ask you the question. Why are we pointing out the losses in the finals then if all losses are the same?
We're not pointing them out. I'm sorry. You're pointing them out. Just
6-0 does that. Wait, no. Hey, I have a co-host. I gotta make sure. No, I gotta make sure. No, I gotta make sure you understand this. I gotta make sure you understand, because you're accusing me of something we're not doing. We're accusing something not. We are not making up the 6-0. The 6-0 is made up by people like you. So again, the losses mean something to you. Why are you acting like they don't? You said the 9 losses mean something. So why do the 9 losses mean something if it's in the finals? If it's not,
I haven't said 9 yet, sir. I haven't said 9 yet.
Okay, but you just said you accused me of that. We're telling you if all losses mean the same. Listen, Blue. Listen. No, Blue, but you have to listen so you can answer it correctly and stop accusing people of stuff we're not doing. If you said, wait, Blue. If you said all losses mean the same, why are we
asked, right?
Sir,
I asked the question, correct?
Okay, sir, you said we all agree with that. You said we all agree all losses are the same.
Yes, no, sir.
So I agree with you that all losses are the same. So now that you and I agree all losses are the same, why do you count the finals losses only?
Okay, now, I can speak now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just sat here and listened to you all say you agreed that all losses meant the same, correct? I didn't say I said it. I said I sat here and listened to you all agree to that, correct?
Sir,
that's what I heard you guys say, right?
Okay, now. So let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. No, yes, we agree. We agree that all losses are being counted here, but you're telling us we can't count certain losses. We just told you we're counting all losses. All losses are losses. You lost 9 times in the finals, or you lost 9 times in the first round. We're counting those as losses. We're just telling you that losing in the finals is better than losing in the first round. We are counting all losses. You're not counting all losses.
And you heard me say that?
You just said that now.
No, sir. I've still just been asking questions. I really haven't made a
So if you do count.
Hold on. Lamont, you don't get to ask us questions because we're the ones who's asking you the questions. You have to answer our questions. We don't need. Why are we asking? Why are we sitting there answering you? Who are you to answer questions to?
Sir,
so we're asking you.
This is, to be honest, the first time that I've heard y'all answer questions tonight. I heard every time somebody has asked a question, you guys have responded with, okay. So if that's the thing, then what if this? Without answering the person's question,
I've answered all your questions, sir. I've answered all your questions, sir. We're trying to
No, no,
figure
no,
out
sir.
why.
No, sir. You've
Yes,
answered the
yes.
questions that I asked him. You jumped in and decided you were going to
Because
answer the
I'm the
questions that I asked him.
Okay.
co-host. I am the
So,
co-host.
so,
You're
Well,
so
asking
let me
you
both of us
hold on.
questions,
Hey,
sir.
Johnny, let me help
correct, but
him
I
out.
haven't asked
Hold
you a
on, Blue
question.
Hef,
Correct.
Blue Hef.
I haven't asked you one yet.
So
Yes,
this is
sir.
what we did, Blue Hef.
Go ahead.
For the sake of the conversation, right? This
Yes,
is how
sir.
you have a conversation.
Yes, sir.
If you present the logic, just like the last caller did, if you
Right.
present the logic that
Right.
a loss is a loss and all losses are the same, for
And
the
that is what
sake
he presented.
hold on,
Correct.
hold on. For the sake of the conversation, we're just
Right.
going to proceed with that logic. And if we
Okay.
proceed with that logic, if
Right.
a loss in the finals is the same as a loss in the first round,
Mm-hmm.
all A Johnny is saying is, then why does 6-0 matter? Because it's not real. Because the reason why it's not real is because there were still losses there. As you can see on the prompt here, I just have the losses right below it where it says 9 first round exits. So there's
Correct.
still
But no
losses there.
finals.
There's still
But no finals
losses.
loss.
Hold on,
Correct.
hold on.
But no
No, but
finals.
no, but hold on. But there's no such
No,
thing as
but
fine.
that's
Hold
correct.
on. Let me finish what I'm
No
saying because
finals
we
loss.
both just agreed a
But
loss in the
as your
no, let
posting
me
here
finish
says,
what I'm
six
saying.
and
Hold on one
oh.
second, Blue Hat.
What is it? Six
We
and oh
both just agreed that it doesn't matter where you lose. A loss is a loss, first round or finals. If they're now equal, they now when you have one divided, when you have one, but once they cancel each other out, they don't mean anything. So
no, for your argument.
let
For
me
your argument.
I what as I tried to get to, I said for the sake of conversation, we proceeded with your logic. Your logic is that all losses are equal. You guys do this a lot where you try to take your
That was
logic.
his logic. That
Can let
wasn't
me
my
hold
logic.
on. But you're asking us about his logic instead of giving us
Correct.
yours. So if we're going to be talking about his logic and you're not attaching yourself to his logic was all losses are equal. Me and A Johnny love to just run with your own logic, which is okay, we'll accept the fact that all losses are equal. That means in this particular instance, the 9 first round exits are just the same as the 9 finals losses. And if they're both the same, then that means the 6 championships and the 6 championships are equal no matter what the losses are. Because you guys just said all losses are the same. It
Can I
doesn't.
clarify something? I think it was two people ago. It was Trey that pretty much said that. I guess you guys were talking the all losses are the same losses. It was the guy last. I don't know who he was either, but that was the guy that was talking about the boxers, and he was talking
But
six and zero versus the
you
six
know,
and
on
nine
some of
guy,
these TikTok
and he was
panels,
saying
they they
hypothetically that.
they they have a policy where you can't talk about what the last caller said, and now I see why they
Right,
do it
right, right.
because I want to hear what, as opposed to the other callers did a good job of speaking for themselves. We want to know
Right.
what Blue Hef feels. Do you believe that all losses are equal? What is your take
Yes,
on
sir.
the prompt?
I understand that, and thinking is 6 and 0 in the finals is much better than 6 and 9. Perfect in the finals is always going to be 6 and 9, always. All I was doing with the bringing up the last caller was just pointing out the fact that you were never answering any
Now,
questions that anybody
are
posed to you.
are
You would
the
always
no
pose another question.
yeah, the next question is, are the NBA finals a part of the postseason?
No, sir. The NBA finals is what you get after the postseason. The postseason is the playoff. You make it through the playoffs. You win the
Wow.
conference. You win the conference. Why is it a
Wow.
conference championship
Hold on.
if it's still a
So if
Wow.
continuation?
I
Why
look, so
why
if
is
I
there why is
hold
there
on,
a championship if it's a continuation of the playoffs?
Wow. Because it's
hold
called the
on.
final
I'm gonna
rounds
share
of the
my screen.
playoffs.
I'm gonna share my
That's
screen
it.
with
It's
you.
the finals.
Hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna share my screen with
Why
you.
is it
Okay.
another record, sir? Why do you get another
Okay,
record for the
I'm
playoffs
gonna share my
There is no
screen.
other
versus for the
record.
finals?
Hold
Your
on.
finals record is in your playoff record.
So I'm gonna share my screen with you, and I'm just gonna ask somebody that knows better than us, which is NBA itself. So we're gonna go to NBA, and we're gonna see what the NBA says. All right. This is, so let's just pull this up. Let me share my screen. And what we can do is now we can start based on what the NBA says is the playoffs. and then we can start basing our decisions based on that. That way, could we be just a little bit more accurate in what we say, man? All right, so I'm adding my screen. Let me put this on the big screen right here. Front.
Is the championship not the end of the playoffs?
Okay. No. Let's just.
It's in the playoffs.
Hold on. I just want clarity. I want clarity. So the question was, are the NBA playoffs a part of the postseason? And the answer is, that's sourced by about 4 different places: NBC, NBA, Wikipedia. It says yes. The NBA playoffs are the main event of the postseason. The postseason encompasses the entire period of basketball played after 82-game regular season ends. It's broken down into 2 main phases: the NBA play-in tournament, preliminary series that decides final 2 spots for each conference. It says the NBA playoffs, the main 4-round bracket where 16 teams compete in the best of a 7 series, culminating in the NBA finals to crown the champion. So it says, yes, the NBA playoffs are the main event of the postseason. So now that we know that the
finals.
Okay, so I can type in finals. So let me just type in NBA finals.
4 rounds, sir. The playoffs are 4 rounds.
Hold on. Let me type in this. 4 rounds. Are the NBA finals separate from the playoffs, right? So let's just ask that. And so, because maybe I had the question wrong. So it says the NBA finals are not separate from the playoffs. Rather, they are the final and ultimate championship round of the NBA playoffs. So now that we know the finals are the same thing as the playoffs, how is losing in the first round, right, which is the play, better than losing in the last round of the playoffs?
I'm still not following your logic. I'm still trying to figure out, what does that change about being 6-0 in the final?
No. What I'm saying is,
you're still lost. You still lost.
Where
you lost
is the
before
loss
the finals. Before the finals,
you lost in the first round.
You lost in the first round.
So why do you and your co-host suppose that they still say it's 6-0?
Because Jordan's career is not enough. 6 championships not enough. So you have to make it seem like it's better. You have to make 6 championships seem like it's more than 6 championships. It's just 6 championships. There's nothing more. There's nothing less to it. You got to add something to it, something that's fake, like a finals record that doesn't exist. It's the playoff record. Your finals records are part of your playoffs.
Some crazy logic, man.
That's normal logic. That's actual basketball logic.
So again, I'll ask. So is this an official finals thing that you have sitting up here that we're reading? 6-0 and 6-9. Why do you suppose this is that?
Because we're attacking the 6-0 logic and how
we're attacking the logic, not the. I know that saying that this is a hypothetical scenario again does not excuse you from the logic. Like I said before, this is just a test to test your logic. Like I say, for any field of study.
I'm wondering whose logic we're testing.
This is also to test your logic if you're gonna make excuses for Jordan, because basically you're saying it's better.
I'm not making excuses. I'm just trying to figure out.
No, excuses. No, because this is my question to you. Was it better for Jordan to lose to the '88 Pistons, who had no All NBA player, no All Defensive player on their roster, or lose to the Magic Johnson Lakers in the finals? Which one would have been a better season for the Lakers? I mean, for the Jordan season, to lose to the Detroit Pistons, who had no All NBA player, no All Defensive player on their roster, in the second round, or actually face the Los Angeles Lakers in the finals and lose to them?
I think it was better that he took the losses that he did, because again, it molded him and made him.
He would have had the same loss. Which loss
would have been that won 3 straight in a row and then won 3 straight again in a row. And I ask again, what?
Blue, Blue, you don't get to ask. Blue, you don't get to ask. I heard what you said. I heard what you said. Why was Jordan lesson more learned versus Detroit than it would have been a lesson learned versus the Lakers in the finals?
Because without those losses, he wouldn't have understood how to become 6-0 in the finals. He'd have been 6-9.
But he would have still lost.
He lost. He still lost. They're both losses. Explain why one loss represents a more meaningful way of winning than the other one. They're both losses.
Because the other losses didn't come in the middle of a dominant run of being a champion. That's what I think you guys lose in your whole logic thing is if you and I are playing a game and we're playing together and I play you 6 times, in a one night I play you 6 times and I beat you 6 times. That means I beat you really bad, like really bad, right? 6-0. You didn't win at all. But then you and I play and you win 6 out of 9. Like I beat you 3 times though that night.
But
Like you can't say you was undefeated though, right?
but
But I can
isn't
say I was undefeated the night before, right?
but isn't that the
Is
normal
that not a better?
but isn't that the
Go
normal
ahead.
progression of how a young player evolves into winning? What happens? They start off losing, right? Just like we saw with the Detroit
Right.
Pistons or even with the Knicks, right? The Knicks,
Right.
that team got
Right.
together. Last year,
Right.
they lost to the Pacers. Even Mike Brown talked about how he played that video, showed them their faces. This year, they came back. They took that experience of losing early to losing in the conference final to now they're in the final, right? So almost every winner, unless you're a Magic Johnson or even a Bill Russell or somebody like that, most players progress into winning. You don't really just lose in the first round or miss the and then all of a sudden start winning. It's usually like even with Jordan, we saw a progression, losing in the first round. Okay, now we get to the second round. Okay, now we in the Eastern Conference Finals. Okay, now we're in the NBA Finals. It was a progression that built up to it. And as you said, Jordan didn't just keep losing in the first round. Jordan. If you tell me that Jordan would have been content with instead of
You
losing
guys tough on that first
instead
round,
of
right?
instead of
Y'all
losing
tough on that
instead
first
of
round.
losing in the Eastern Conference Finals, are you telling me that Michael Jordan would have rather just lost in the first round instead of losing in the Eastern Conference Finals?
I think Mike being kicked off of that team when he was trying to be on that varsity team was the best thing that ever happened to him.
Jordan never got
Is what
kicked
I
off Jordan never got kicked off a team.
excuse me, didn't make when he didn't make the varsity team.
There's
I
no
think
such
him
thing.
not making the team
There's no
is
such thing as
probably
not
is what
making
made him
varsity.
what he is.
Okay, so let's just tell the
He
truth.
tried out for the team and didn't make the
No,
team.
hold on.
He tried out and didn't make the team.
Let's just tell the truth.
But
First
I
of all,
think let me just finish what I was saying. I think it was the best thing
because
that
we
ever
can't
happened.
finish
You
with
asked what I think was
we
better.
cannot finish with non-factual things. First of all, in high school sports, there's no such thing as if you're. Do you guys know that Michael Jordan, in the year that he supposedly got cut, played varsity games? Because when you're on the JV team, you can also play on the varsity. He didn't. The sympathy story that he got cut was no, he just wasn't good enough to be a full-time player on the varsity. That's why they have a JV team in high school, right? So, for example, when I played in high school, there was a time when I wasn't good enough, but I could split my quarters between JV and varsity because they wanted to start developing me. Michael Jordan still played minutes on the varsity team. He was just full-time on the JV team. He wasn't good enough yet. There's no such thing as getting cut. Getting cut is going home and you're not in the program whatsoever. That's getting cut. Jordan was never cut. His own coach even came out and said that was a lie. And 3 Point got in the chat. I can pull the article up. His own coach even came out and said the man was not cut. Playing JV is not getting cut. He even played varsity minutes that year. That's not getting cut. That's just another fake sympathy story for Michael Jordan. All these fake stories. This is laugh a lot. This is just how I know a lot of you guys didn't play high school sports. Being on the JV team is not getting cut. You can still play varsity minutes. That's not getting cut, man. Come on, man. Y'all got to be much better than that. You're not cut if you're on the JV team. You're on the team. Because if anything happens with that varsity team and they need players, they're going to the JV team next to grab players. And if you're good enough, you're going to play varsity minutes anyway. You're not cut. Cut is going home and you don't even have a jersey. A lot of you guys know what being cut is, because being cut means you don't have the jersey. Being cut means you don't have the gear. Being cut means you don't have any practices to go to. That's what being cut is. You're not cut if you're still coming to practice. What? That's just another fake. It got so outrageous that Michael Jordan's own high school coach had to come clear the air. Oh man, this is crazy.
Hey,
Jesus
feel me?
Christ.
Y'all don't went left. But this is my thing about this whole losing thing. I don't understand why losing in the first round somehow developed a character of winning instead of making the finals. I don't get it. Like that doesn't make sense to me. So like you're telling me that it was better to lose to the Boston Celtics and get swept by them. I don't know what Jordan learned getting swept by Boston 2 straight years in a row that helped him learn how to win in 88, 89, and 90 versus the Pistons. Didn't help him at all. I don't know what he learned versus the Pistons and losing versus them 88, 89, and 90 that helped him beat the Los Angeles Lakers in 1991. Like it doesn't make sense to me. Like how they just equate that. I don't get that. Don't make sense.
3P God, man. What's good, man?
How you doing? How you doing, Lamont? Thanks for letting me in. How you doing, it, John?
Hold on. You thought Jordan got cut, 3P God?
Well, yeah, I watched the damn documentary, and we all heard the stories when I was younger. So his own coach said, "I'm the one who cut Michael Jordan." He said, "I'm the one who cut Michael Jordan." He didn't say,
He did
"I'm the one
not
who
say
released
that.
him.
Come on, man.
I'm the one who sent him back to varsity." He said, "I'm the one who cut him."
Hold on. We're going to put it on the screen right here.
Okay,
Did Mike?
pull up the last dance.
Hold on.
I want
3P God. See, this is why then you cry when we mute you. I pull the information up. Look, I can't argue with the information. I'm pulling information up. It specifically says here, and I'm going to make it bigger so everybody can see it. All right. Michael Jordan, what does it say, y'all? Was not cut from the Laney High School basketball team in 1978. Instead, as a 5'10" sophomore, he was assigned to the JV team because the coaches believed he needed more playing time to develop rather than sitting on the varsity bench. Because varsity play, hold on. That's not being cut. It says not cut. It says because varsity players traditionally prioritize height, right? Giving the sole open spot to a 6'7" Leroy Smith. Jordan was placed on the sophomore squad. However, Jordan used this disappointment to fuel his legendary work ethic, frequently referencing it as being cut to motivate himself. He had to lie to himself to motivate himself. Again, he was not cut. Playing JV is not being cut. It just means you're not good enough or you're not ready for varsity. That's it. It's just a fake story that you guys love to run with. He was never cut. Now that you've learned something today, right? Now you can shake that myth out your head. Jordan just lied to y'all again. That's all. He lied to y'all.
No, we knew he got cut from varsity. He had to go to JV.
There's no such thing as getting cut from varsity.
Such thing.
He got cut. You got cut.
You ever play You ever try to play baseball and you can't make it? They send you down to a lower division.
Hey Lamont, they be trying to make negatives for Jordan just to use it to make him great. Yo.
Hold on. Watch this. Hold on. 3-point guy. Now 3-point guy said that his coach said. Hold on. What did this coach say? 3-point guy. What did you say his coach said?
Hey, I'm pulling up Netflix right now. I'm gonna play it. Turn it up.
He said Netflix. Michael Jordan.
No, what'd you say his coach said?
Is it in your favorite?
Said, I'm the one who cut Mike. He said I'm the one who cut Michael.
You sure? Are you sure his coach said that?
Yep.
Okay, let me put it on the screen, y'all. Oh, okay. Oh, we just happened to find the article of his own coach.
Oh, here's the article. I'm about to show you audio.
Okay, hold on, 3-point guy. We could do. It says right here. It says Michael Jordan says he was embarrassed not to make the high school varsity in 1978. He says they posted the roster and it was there for a long time without my name on it. Now, it says right here, when we read the story, it says the story of Michael Jordan getting cut from his varsity team when he was in high school remains intriguing, right? It says right here in black and white. Let me highlight it. MJ says it was one of the disappointments that fueled him. His high school coach noted that he wasn't cut from the team, but merely assigned to JV because he was still a sophomore. It says right here in black and white, his high school coach noted he was not cut from the team, but merely assigned to JV. His high school coach just said, and you guys, you can find this article on a reputable site. Here, I'll show you where you can find the article. It's on basketball. It's on Basketball Network, right? They do a lot of big time stories. They did a whole story about this, and it says, as y'all guys can see right here, it says Jordan wasn't really cut. Is the emphasis of the whole story. It says it's unclear how many players tried out, right? It says, but they were vying for 30 spots, 15 on the varsity and 15 on JV, right? It said back then it wasn't common for sophomores to play on the varsity team. They usually start on JV and get promoted, right? It says because Mike was among the 15 players chosen for JV. Oh, hold on. The ads keep popping up. It said he wasn't cut during tryouts. He wasn't cut during tryouts. However, Laney High School coach Pop Herring decided to include MJ's buddy, a fellow sophomore, Leroy Smith, which is probably why Jordan felt offended. He wasn't cut, man. It's a fake story, man. Jordan wasn't really cut. I told you, these are things you would know if you participated in high school sports. I don't know why we got to teach y'all the most elementary things. That's why I say sometimes, Johnny, we be making these conversations too complicated. We just got to take it to the ABCs and the 1, 2, 3s. Man, these dudes don't even know what getting cut.
I told you they can't count past 6. They're having trouble with 9. I told you they can't count past 6.
They don't even know what getting cut is. I tell you, getting cut, you don't have a jersey. You don't have a practice to attend. You don't have any more coaching meetings. Getting cut means I need to find another sport to participate in. That's what getting cut is.
Baseball.
No,
Baseball.
that's not what,
And 3-point guy. That's probably why you. That's probably why you. That's probably why you chose wrestling or cross country. No, hold on. What sports? No, 3-point guy. What sports did you play?
I played water polo. I don't care. It doesn't matter what I played.
Okay. Okay. 3-point guy. Let's get to the.
You tried out.
3-point guy. 3-point guy.
You got cut.
There's no such thing as a varsity tryout. Okay, so 3-point guy. His high school coach, as we just pulled up, said he was not cut, but now we can get to the real topic. So we pulled the facts. There's no need to argue about the facts. We already pulled the facts.
Okay.
The facts, his high school coach said he didn't get cut. That's the facts. We'll move on. About the prompt. Which better? 6-0, 9 first-round exits, or 6-9, 15 finals appearances?
I'm going to say 6-0.
And why is 6-0 with 9 first-round exits better than 6-9 with 15 finals appearances?
Like I said, you never lost.
But you lost 9 times in the first round.
Yeah, but you never lost. I liked your analogy with the boxing. Like I said, he lost. I mean, Michael, you say you lost the bums, but Michael Jordan was never the favorite when he lost. So how did he lose the bums anyway? So basically, whenever he was a favorite, he won. So I'll take the 6-0.
So you'll take the more losing.
Yeah, I'll take the losing when he wasn't favored to win. Yeah.
So
you're not supposed to win.
So you can be. So your logic is you can be a bigger loser but still be greater, correct?
Yes.
And so by that logic, LeBron can be a bigger loser and still be greater, correct?
Well,
why you do that to him?
Not with 4 championships. No, he can't. He need to get his weight up.
Why you do that to him, man? But I'm just saying, but the 6-9 got the same expectations. You're not expecting to win, but you just won more.
I've never seen an 8 seed with the expectation to win a championship before, but
no, that's what I'm saying. You're saying that Jordan won every
maybe
time.
LeBron is the first. I mean,
no. Hold wait. I heard what you said. Unlike LeBron, I actually hear what y'all said, and I actually want to have the conversation based off what. So what you said was correct. If I'm correct, what you said was Jordan was not expected to win those 9 times he lost as a 6-0. But that also applies to the 6-9 guy. He was not expected to be in the finals 9 more times. So that guy won more, even though he didn't win. Like you said, he wasn't expected to win. So how is the O better than the guy who won more times 9 times?
Because how do you know the guy who lost 9 times was expected or not expected to go?
Because it's the same guy. It's Michael Jordan. He just didn't. When he was expected to lose versus the Boston Celtics, he actually won. When he was expected to not make the finals in '87, he actually did make the finals. But he wasn't expected to win the championship. But he lost in the finals instead of losing versus Boston in the first round. but he still won 3 rounds of playoffs. He won 11 playoff games. He won 3 rounds. So that's what I'm saying.
So you're playing the hypothetical that
it's not a hypothetical.
That the 30 and 52 Bulls
to make the
went to the
finals,
finals and lost and
if
lose.
Michael Jordan,
That's hypothetical.
Hold on,
if
3 point
Michael
guy.
Jordan made the if Michael Jordan made the finals 9 times, it's not a hypothetical to say he had to win 3 series to do it. That's what he did. We're telling you he made the finals 9 times. That is the hypothetical. Within that hypothetical, he won those series. So again, he still didn't win it. The expectation was he never going to be a champion. He still won the same amount of championships that he was expected to win, the 6. But how is he better by losing earlier or losing in the fashion that he lost, which would be first round losses?
See, Johnny, he had to score 63 points just to keep one game close in the playoffs.
We understand that, and
now 3 point guy in this scenario. But 3 point guy, think about this. In this scenario, I like that you said he had to score 3.60. In this scenario, he scores 63 points, but they find a way to win and beat Boston. Don't you think that's greater? Wouldn't that add to his legendary career? Beating Boston?
Because you're telling me Larry Bird and Kevin McHale and everyone else got hurt, so they just didn't play.
No,
so
because
you tell me the Bulls played the backup. That's not better.
But 3 point guy, what I'm saying is, in basketball, we see upsets happen. Like when Tim Duncan got upset in the first round by an 8 seed, right? Sometimes they happen, right? And so when if Jordan doesn't just pull off, like for example with Johnny's teams, right? Which Miami Heat team would be greater? The Miami Heat team that lost in the play-in, or the Miami Heat team that won in the play-in and got to the NBA Finals? Which Miami Heat team is greater?
Based off a hypothetical.
That's not a hypothetical. That happened. I'm just telling you to decide.
I don't know. Like I said, Dallas lost to Golden State in 07.
No, I said which Miami Heat team is better? The Miami Heat team that lost in the play-in, or the Miami Heat team that won in the play-in and then beat everybody and got to the NBA Finals? Which Miami Heat team is greater? Which Miami team is better?
The Miami Heat team that went to the finals.
Why?
Because, like you said, they went farther, and that team never won.
So getting further makes you better.
Means winning six. Winning 6 makes you better.
But they both won 6 in this instance.
But Miami didn't. You used Miami. Miami didn't win 6 of that.
So if we go to Miami, you just agreed that the Miami team that went further is greater.
Yes.
So in this conversation, if the winning is even, and we have to judge these 2 teams, the teams that went further is the better team, correct?
I don't know.
You just agreed to it with the Miami Heat.
Yeah, I know. You said, a team that never won versus a team that goes to the finals for the first time and loses, and a team.
Yes. So
what's
you
the
have
difference? You lose in the first round. You lose in the finals. What's the difference?
We're asking y'all because y'all said that there's a difference, isn't there? There's not a difference now?
No, unless y'all are bragging about 10 conference finals wins, I guess.
No. Again, don't ask. We're not bragging about. That's winning. We're talking about losses. Are you saying losing in the finals is the same as losing in the first round?
Yes.
Okay, so then why do we talk about losses? Then why is there such thing as a finals record? Then that means 6-0 doesn't matter.
It's like saying, why do guys cry when they lose in the finals, but they don't cry when they lose in the first round?
That's exactly what we're asking you. Why would you? That's what I'm saying. The guys,
if it's the same, why did they cry?
Like you said.
Yeah,
they cried.
Hold on, 3 point guy. Hold on, no. Hey Johnny, he just gave us the greatest answer of them all.
You can't twist that.
Hold on, 3 point guy. You just gave us a gem. Hold on, 3 point guy. Hold on, 3 point guy. Hold on 1 second, 3 point guy. Hold on. Hey y'all, 3 point guy. Trying to outsmart us, just again defeated his own argument. He said, why do guys cry after losing in the finals, but don't cry after losing in the first round? That's probably because it's not the same. It ain't the same, 3 point guy. So if it's not the so 3 point guy, if it's not the same, and we know that getting further matters more and becomes greater. How is 6 and 9? How is 6 and 9 in this instant not greater?
Because you lost.
But they went further.
Said, you might as well 6-0 and 6. To you, 6-0 and 6-9 are the same thing, pretty much.
No, that's to you. That's your logic.
No, that's you. That's your logic. Because 6-0 is 6-0 to me.
No, 6 and 9 is better than 6-0 to us because we think that the 9. Yes, because the 9 is better than the 0. 9 is better than 0.
The 9 finals appearances. The 9
yes, it's better. It's better than 0. 9 is better than 0.
Hold on, 3-point guy. Hold on, I'm gonna make it enlarged for you. The 6 and 0. Hold on, the 6 and 0. Are there do you see 9 first round exits? There are losses there. You got to read. There's 9 first round exits. There are losses. You just have to be able to read. I maybe if I could come up with a symbol, because I know as Johnny says Zesty Jeffries can't read or something. That man, you guys be making this thing like y'all really can't read.
6 and 0 doesn't mean 6 seasons. You guys can't. That's what you guys can't do. The 6 and 0 doesn't represent 6 seasons.
And 3-point God, I know you're more intelligent than this, but you don't have to argue against
it. I loved your analogy about the boxing though, because you said you box and you lose to bums 9 times, but you beat me 6 times. But so basically what you're saying is the boxer lost to bums 6 times in a row. And when he finally got over the hump, he won 6 out of his. He won 3 straight, retired, came back and won another 3 straight, retired.
No,
and then came back.
That's not how that works. Because first of all, to get a title bout, you have to actually beat contenders on the way up there. You don't just get a title bout out of nowhere. You don't just get, like Lamont said, some dude come out of a bar, a title bout. So when you are eligible for 6 title bouts and somebody's eligible for 15 title bouts, I'm going to be afraid to play the guy who has 15 titles. I mean, he whooped a lot of people to get there. To get 15 title bouts, you whooped a lot of people. A lot of people got knocked out facing you. The person who only got 6, if you tell me this guy has been around for 15 years and only got 6 title bouts, and I'm facing another guy who's been around 15 years and he got 15 title bouts, it's clear as day this guy got whooped a lot by some bums. I might have a chance to beat him because he lost 9 times to some dudes that, like Lamont said, some dudes that nobody, they're not even contenders. That's the point.
Because you don't just, you're right. You said the right thing. You don't just go to a title fight. You got to win 3 rounds. You got to 3 rounds.
But what if that fighter can't win those 3 rounds to get there?
Exactly.
Then he's not in a title fight.
Exactly. Then he's a scrub. I'd rather fight him.
And that makes him worse. And that makes him worse.
Then I'd rather fight him. Because I'd rather fight him because he's beatable. He's more beatable than the other guy. The other guy is actually whooping behind. I have to be top class to beat the other guy. I actually have to be a title fighter myself. I actually have to be top tier elite to be able to beat the other guy. I don't have to be elite to beat the 6 and 0 guy. Since y'all want to use this boxing analogy, I don't have to be an elite boxer and on the top of my game to beat the 6 and 0 guy. I have to be at the top of my game to beat 6 and 9.
It's like you said, I love that boxing analogy.
Exactly.
All on one point. He lost, like you said, he lost 9 times. He lost his first 6.
They both lost 9 times. They both lost 9 times.
Retired.
They both lost 9 times. I gotta stop acting like the guy who's 6 and 0 never lost. He lost 9 times.
But that's why Jordan's the GOAT, because of the journey. Like you said, he had to lose 6
What
times
journey? These are both the same thing.
To win 6 out of 7.
These are both Michael Jordan.
These are both Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan's journey is no less easier if he went 6 and 9. How is it easier to go 6 and 9 than it is to go 6 and 0? It's harder to go 6 and 9. 6 and 9 is way much more of an accomplishment.
No, because if you had lost 2, then 1, 2, and then lost.
He did lose. He did lose.
It's the same career.
He did lose.
It's the same career.
He lost in a bundle. He won in a bundle.
He still. I told you, they never watched Jordan play. That's why I told you. That's why they never lost. They never watched him play.
I'm a little older than you,
Netflix. Oh my God, let's get somebody else up, man. Have a good day, man. Get out of here, man. That's why I told you, they never saw Jordan play. That's why they think Jordan never lost. They got. He said let me go to Netflix. He has a queue that's probably on his favorite list, on his watch list. Last Dance. They never saw Jordan lose. They keep thinking Jordan never lost. Doesn't make sense. So, but let's see if what's this name here, Glennis. I think that's
Glennis
what
is
his
not
name is.
connecting. Sometimes when it's not connecting, it's because the audio's not right. We'll give him a couple more seconds to connect. Hopefully, Glennis can get in here.
But that boxing analogy works perfect. The other day we had another analogy about they always talk about the girl stuff. There's like I saw a girl 6 times and smashed 6 times. You saw it 10 times and didn't smash. And I told her no, that's not really the scenario because the scenario is you pulled up to her house 10 times. And 4 of the times you never even got out the car. She didn't even let you get into the driveway. You didn't even get into the house and get there. Right? I went 10 times and she let me get out the car. I got into the house. I got a meal 4 times plus I smashed 6 times.
But what and even in that scenario, what they're not incorporating is the quality of the girl. You probably pulling up to the girl at the truck stop 9 times. Or it's super easy. Like again, the quality that they talking about, because what we know is in the it gets harder. They're trying to make it seem like winning in the playoffs and winning in the finals is equal. It's not the same. It's much more difficult to win in the playoffs. So if you're going to use that scenario with the women, he needs to use Beyonce or somebody. Pull up on Beyonce. We're not talking about pulling up on the local hood rat. Pull up on Beyonce 10 times and tell me how many times you come out successful. It's a little bit more difficult. And so they trying to make it seem, they're trying to put all these losses on equal footing. And in this scenario, you're telling me that a guy who has to play the best team in the other conference is the same as a guy who is losing in his own conference and can't even get out of his own conference? It's not the same, right? Like that's why they kept asking that question 6-0, 6-9, and I'm like, bro, we know what the other losses were. First round exits. You don't get greater with first round exits. First round exits don't make you greater. We all know that. Come on, man.
Exactly. Yeah.
Did he connect? No,
I brought somebody else up. Let's see if he can connect.
Okay, laugh a lot. What's good?
Good, man. What's all right? So the debate is this: both records is Jordan.
Yes.
So you have one side says perfect finals record, the other side says 15 appearances.
No, 6-9. So he's won the championship 6 times. He lost 9 times, but he has 15 finals appearances. So instead of losing in the first round, like the first guy, he got all the way to the finals and he lost 9 times, but he won 6. So
I understand. I understand. I want to talk more about the perfect finals record.
Okay, so he was perfect in the finals, but he's not perfect in the playoffs. He's lost 9 times in the play. Remember, as we just looked up, the finals is a part of the playoffs. So
yeah, we understand that, but they only take record of the finals record.
That's not true. I can pull up a player's first round record. I can pull up a player's second round record. I could pull up a player's conference finals record, and I could pull up a player's finals record. Just because I can go look up what their record is in each round doesn't mean that they're all separate. I can go find any player's record in any round.
But you're saying, but on your prompt, you're saying finals record, finals appearances.
No, so I'm giving you. So you know what I'm giving you. I'm just giving you their full career. So this is the career, and remove Michael Jordan from the equation. This is just the career of 2 players. They both played 15 years. Player A played 15 years, won 6 titles, but lost in the first round 9 other years. That's his whole career winning. The other player, player B, won 6 titles, right? But he spent his entire career in the NBA Finals. Every year that he played, he went to the NBA Finals. He won 6 times, but he lost in the finals 9 times. So it means he has 15 conference titles. He went to the final 15 times in a row, right? Unprecedented. We've never seen nothing like that before. Which is greater?
It's like you know because he's perfect.
And why is that? Why is losing in the first round 9 times greater?
Because it's not listed on your prompt. It says 6-0. Perfect record.
It is listed on the prompt. It's right here. It says it right here. 9 first round exits.
9 times. It lost 9 times. That's just the finals record. Remember, the finals record is not your resume.
Yeah. We're talking about finals, man. We're talking about.
I understand that. We understand that.
So listen. Listen. He dressed it up. He told me 15 finals appearances his whole career.
That's his whole career.
The other guy only made it 6 times.
Yes.
And he won every one of the 6 times.
Say his whole career. No, say his whole career.
His whole career with 9 first round exits.
Yes. So which is better?
Okay.
I want the guy that got 6-0 because I know if we get to the finals, we don't lose.
And I'm fine with that. So all I want you to do now is tell me why losing in the first round 9 times is better than getting to the NBA Finals 9 times.
Because you got to be undefeated to know that. If you know that anytime you put on a finals jersey, you never lose, you bring your city back to jewelry, that's what matters, bro.
No, okay.
You lost 9 times.
But how do you win the finals? How do you win the finals?
You can extend that number to 30. If you're 6-30, you still trash.
But let me ask you a question though. If you have that determination to win the finals, how do you win the finals if you lose in the first round? Don't you have the determination to win the first round?
You didn't get to the finals though.
That's what I'm saying. If you had the determination to win the finals, meaning that you have to win first round, second round, and third round, the determination just can't be to just win when you get to the finals. So that means you have to hope. Hold on, wait. So that means you have to hope somebody gets you to the finals. My question to you is: if you have the determination to win the finals, you have to have the determination to win.
The scenario you gave me was 15 appearances in his whole career versus only making it 6 times.
No, they both played. They both were in the 15 times.
They both played 15 years, yeah. One guy got out 9 times in the first round. The other guy made it to the finals 15 times.
And he won 6.
Give me the guy that's 6-0.
But they both won 6 championships. That's even, right?
Right.
So, okay, let me do it like this. Okay, so one player has 6 titles, the other player has 6 titles. That's even. So now we have to determine, okay, who is the better winner, right? So we have to go to the other years. What were you doing outside of the years that you were winning championships? So who out of these 2 players, who won more outside of winning championships?
We're moving the goalposts.
That's the question. That's the point of the question. Isn't it winning
you
better?
asked me who was greater. I just told you the undefeated guy is greater.
Okay, isn't winning more greater? And that's my question to you, Laugh a Lot. Is winning more greater?
You need more context because y'all gonna try to say, "Oh, winning more playoff games is greater." We're talking about finals record.
No, we're asking about winning more. Finals record is not the only part of winning. The only part of winning is not just your finals record. That's what we're trying to explain to you. There's other aspects of winning.
That's the only reason you suit up for. Everybody suit up every year to see who the champion's gonna be.
Okay. So that means
there's a lot of accolades to get along the way.
Okay, we're not talking about accolades. Okay, we're not talking about accolades. We're talking about winning here. So if you're saying that the only thing that matters is winning, losses don't matter, why do we count the losses in the finals?
Because it shows your efficiency. See, at 6-9, you're not even 500.
What's efficiency? You're 6-9 as well. You're just not 6-9. You're still 6-9 in the playoffs. There's no efficiency.
Bro, you made it. Listen, you made it to the big game where there's only the East. You're representing the East.
No, that's false, sir.
So Laugh a Lot. So
your efficiency. Hold on, Lamar. Wait. Your efficiency is less than mine. Your efficiency is basically 16. It's 6. Listen, your efficiency is 16-9.
They both played 15 seasons, man. How do you get 16?
Okay, hold on.
Because it takes 4 rounds to win an NBA Finals.
Hey, Laugh.
Yeah, okay.
Laugh.
So that means you had to win 4 rounds, and my bad. So it's 24. Yeah. So it's 24, right? So you got 24 rounds. Right, so you got 24 rounds, right? You got 24 rounds that you won, but you've lost 9 rounds, right? I've lost 9 rounds too as well, but I've won 60 rounds. So I'm 60-9 to your 24-9. I am more efficient than you.
So Laugh, my question to you is, because I don't mind your logic, but this does help me answer a question. You're the second person that I'm gonna ask this question.
Right.
And you said efficiency. You said the 6-0 represents the efficiency, and the efficiency is 100%, correct?
No, because we're going 6-0 and 6-9.
Okay, and I love that. I love that. So that means we can logically conclude that LeBron James is a greater Laker than Magic Johnson because he's 100% in the finals and Magic isn't.
Because he went there one time with the Lakers.
He's 100%.
He's 100%.
He never lost in the finals as a Laker.
But small numbers like that. But I mean,
no.
Be smart.
He never lost.
Smart, man.
He never lost.
You can't take a guy 23-year season and say he won 1 championship with the Lakers.
No.
He's 100%. He's better than Magic.
He's 100%.
Magic brought 5.
He's 100. No,
Magic brought 5.
Magic lost 4 times.
But he brought 5.
But he
Magic
lost 4.
Somebody lost 4.
That's not 100%.
You only took the Lakers there one time.
He's 100%.
He's 100%. You don't care about how many times you go there.
Nah,
you care about you care about how many times you make it.
No, I'm just saying.
Care about how many times you make
now
it.
you care.
I'm just saying for y'all to pull that out, that's completely petty.
No, but that's what I'm saying. If I'm not gonna win it, why make it? Like you said, you're not gonna win it.
Petty, bro.
What's the point of making it?
Okay, okay.
No, hold on, laugh.
Cleveland then.
No, laugh.
He took Cleveland there twice.
No, laugh. Just so we can even the conversation back out. Just using the same logic that you just mentioned to us. You said the efficiency, 100%. Can we now presume? Would it be reasonable to say that LeBron James is a greater Laker than Magic Johnson because he's 100% in the finals and Magic isn't? Is that reasonable?
I can't say that, man, because you're picking me apart.
No, I'm not forcing the answer on you. I just want you to say, is it reasonable or not? Just say that.
No, I don't think that's reasonable because if you're sitting in the Lakers arena, you got 5 banners that Magic brought. Mm-hmm. You only got 1 banner LeBron brought. You gonna say, "Oh yeah, he's the greatest Laker"? No, man.
If we go to banners,
he ain't even above Kobe.
So laugh. If we go to banners, which player has brought more banners to their organization? 6-0 or 6-9?
You're counting the Western. You counting whatever conference championship. Bro.
It's a banner.
It's a banner, but it's not the banner that they work for. They don't say, "Hey guys, let's do it for practice tomorrow. We're trying to win the Eastern Conference Championship."
You can't get to the fight.
You have to say you want to win the conference title. You can't lose the conference finals and still be in the finals. Can you tell me?
We know that, but
you have to want that.
So we know that there's no coach in the NBA that's their end goal to win the conference.
That has to be your goal.
It has to be a part of your goal. It has to be a part of your goal.
Listen.
It has to be a part of your goal. That's the point. It has to be a part of it.
That's not the end goal.
It has to be a part of it, though. We said it has to be a part of it.
When you question me and say who has more banners, you're using it as an end goal.
No, it's not. No, laugh a lot. We're trying to explain to you that it's a part of the process. You're trying to eliminate that part. You're trying to eliminate the process. You're trying to act like it's already
I understand the process. I took the 9 first-round losses. I took that because, even though that's not even recorded in the 6-0, but y'all said because he lost in the first round, that's 9 losses. It's the same record. It's the same record. Mm-hmm. I took all of that. And then now you're sitting there saying, who got the most banners? Of course the 6-9 guy
because that's more winning. Because more banners means you won. That's more winning. That's more winning. You don't have listen. If I have 6 championship banners and 9 conference banners, and you only have 6 championship banners, I have more winning than you. That's the point. You don't have the 9. We still have the same 6 championship banners, but you don't have the 9 other banners. So that means you lost more. I won more than you.
But that 6-0 guy could have retired, and you kept on playing.
It's the same player.
He didn't retire.
If y'all can pick me apart, the 6-0 guy could have retired after a 6 championship, and that'd have been a done deal. The other guy could have played another 10 years.
But that's not the scenario.
The other guy could have played another 10 years and say, I made it to the finals, but
I
didn't win.
Laugh. The beauty of this scenario.
That guy would be 6-0. That guy really would be 6-0.
It's the same player. Remember, the beauty of this scenario. Hold on. The beauty of this. Hold on, Laugh, so you can understand. Laugh, hold on. No. I said this at the start. No, I said this at the start. I said, this is just 2 different Michael Jordans and 2 different universes. They're still the same.
Yeah, but they're separated when you said A and B.
No. I said there's 2 retirements. They both retired the same amount of times. They both did everything exactly the same, other than outside of the years that Jordan won championships, the 2 three-peats. One version of Jordan went to the finals every time, while the other version of Jordan, the one that you guys love to adore, lost. But this, think about this. How much greater would it have made Jordan if he would have pushed the Washington Wizards to back-to-back NBA finals, even if they would have lost twice?
That would have been nice, but guess what? The love of the game that he had, he said, what else is there to accomplish?
That's not what I asked you. I said, how much greater would it have made Michael Jordan?
It would have added more to his legacy.
So even if he would have lost, it would have added more to his legacy. Why is that?
Because he's 40 plus and he's took a Wizards team someplace they never probably would have gotten to.
He took him where?
Then.
He took him where?
What, to the finals?
Yeah.
Okay, that satisfies you. That's good, but that's not for Jordan. People who really know Jordan, Jordan wants to win. Jordan don't want to just go to the finals, bro. He wants to win.
So Jordan wanted to lose 9 times.
No, but he had to learn though. He came from college, bro. He had to learn. You know, nobody's
Jordan wanted to lose 9 times.
Listen to
Jordan
what y'all
wanted to,
listen.
oh
Hold
my
on, listen to
God! Why
what
y'all
y'all
can't
saying in
answer
y'all
no
podcast.
questions, bro?
Listen to what y'all saying.
I need you to answer my question, Lafayette. I asked you a very simple question, sir. Are you saying Michael Jordan wanted to lose 9 times? Are you saying Michael Jordan only wants to win when he knows he can win? Is that what you're trying to say? That Michael Jordan only thought he could win 6 times in his life. He never thought he could win any other time
Listen,
in his career.
bro. We're talking hindsight, bro. Let's go back to the beginning.
Oh my God!
Let's go back to the beginning, bro. Just like LeBron. LeBron was quoted to be the greatest player ever in the NBA history when he was in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's go back to the beginning. Jordan was trying to figure his way out. He was trying to figure his way in the game. He had to play with Bird. He had to play with Isaiah Thomas. He had to play with Magic. He had to do all that shit. He got his ass tore up, but he learned from it, and then he became a champion.
Okay.
So therefore, yeah, I didn't say he had 6. He didn't know how much range he was going to win. I'm just saying when he finally got one and got a taste of it, he never let it go.
Okay. Well, my question to you is, and I'm gonna ask you like everybody else who said the same nonsense about Jordan's lesson and learning. Why is the lesson being learned more of a lesson to lose in the first round than to lose in the finals? Why was it in 1987 a more of a lesson to lose versus Boston than loses versus the Lakers in the finals?
When you don't have no control over how many range you gonna win, dog. You just go out there and play. You lost. He went out there and played. He got beat. He went out there and played. He got beat. He dressed up next year.
Now I see why the inside be on the mute button.
All right, let's let Mr. Official back up because I think he got his mic straight. I'm sorry, I can't deal with it no more. I asked him a very simple question. Y'all the ones who be teaching us, supposed to be teaching us. I want to learn about this learning lesson stuff. I want to learn how Jordan learned. I want to know what the hell Jordan learned when he lost to Detroit Pistons in 1988. I want to know what lessons Jordan learned 3 straight years in a row when the Pistons pushed him left. I want to know what lessons he needed to learn.
What up,
we can
Official?
hear you. What's good, Mr. Official? We're trying to figure this out because people keep thinking 6-0 means you never lost. 6-0 means you lost. It just means you lost in the first round. If you played 15 seasons, but you went to the finals only 6 times and won it 6 times, is it better than playing 15 seasons and being in the finals 15 times and winning 6 times?
Nah.
That's the question.
I got you. I'm gonna still rock with 6-0. But for me, the logic, I understand the logic. Is just for me, it's not a real logic. It's fake. So for me, the 6-0 is realistic on how we've always looked at winning and how we always looked at greatness, right? So and to poke holes at Shaw prompt and y'all logic, that's like saying if Michael Jordan was 6-9 or whoever was 6-9, and then let's say there's 2 6-9s. One of the 6-9, they got swept in all 9 of their finals, and the other 6-9, they lost in Game 7 in all of their 9 losses. What you guys are telling me is the guy that got swept in all their 9 losses is greater. And my point to that is that's not realistic on how we look at it. And you two don't even look at it that way. You would say they lost 9 times in the finals. So it's not about winning more because we don't go into games. It's not about. And so why would we stop at rounds when it comes to winning more?
Sir,
ahead.
I'm sorry, sir. No one here would have ever thought being swept is equal to playing a Game 7.
But we don't do that. We look at he lost that round.
I don't know.
We say he
where
lost
you're
that
talking
round.
about.
We say
being swept is being swept. There's a reason why we call it being swept. And there's a reason why Game 7 is considered the 2 biggest words in NBA history lore. Like, there's a difference.
That.
Yeah. So that no one here is going to tell you if I got swept 9 times in the finals and you played 7 Game 7s in the finals. I mean 9-7 games in the finals and lost all 3. You still had a better season. You actually had a chance. You was 1 game away from winning the NBA championship.
I understand that. I think it sounds good, but I think that's what I'm saying. My logic is more so the real logic. When we go back and look at a James Harden, a Joel Embiid, we don't say Joel Embiid ain't made it past round 2, but he made it to a Game 7. We don't do that. We say he ain't made it past round 2. Why do we stop at that? Because it's not about winning more. It's about the championship, right? So that it's not realistic to say it's about winning more because we never break down and go into details of each round and who won more. Carmelo Anthony to Dame, like we don't critique these players that don't have rings about how many wins they got. That's not realistic.
Okay,
And then also to your point, we got
let's
somebody.
hold on.
None of those guys made the finals.
Official.
So the winner making the finals is a lot of winning.
How about this, official? The beauty of what you just said is that's exactly what our prompt entails. Not games, but series, because it doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter how you win a series, whether you sweep a team or whether you win in 7 games. If you're the first to 4 wins, you move on. You win the series. And in this scenario right here, we're not incorporating how you won in the first round or how you won in a split. We just want to know, did you win and move on to the next round or not? And in this scenario, hold on. In this scenario, so we know both players have 6 championships. That means they won every round that they played in. But for the other 9 years of their career, player A in the red lost in the first round 9 times. Player B in the yellow got to the NBA Finals 9 times, but lost in the NBA Finals. So what we're asking you is, because remember, this is not equal, right, to a certain degree. Mm-hmm. One player did a lot more winning than the other because it takes a lot more winning to get to the NBA Finals. So we're asking you, with that understood, knowing that one player had to do a shit ton more winning than the other in the years outside of them winning championships, which career is greater? Because this is a full career. 6 championships and 9 first-round exits. It doesn't matter how they lost in those first-round exits. Or 6 championships and with 9 finals losses. Doesn't matter how you lost in the finals, whether you got swept, whether it was 7 games. Which player had a better career?
So I understand what y'all saying, but I just want to. The reason why I say that because I kept hearing you guys say it's about winning more. I'm just saying I don't believe that is true. It's not about winning more, but okay, it's about the series. So I'll move on from that. But when you guys say it's about winning more, I just disagree because we're not looking at winning more. We're looking at the series.
Okay, but we just getting to the finals versus losing in the first round is winning more.
In that scenario, yes, but we don't go deeper into that. Why not?
This is the scenario on the prompt.
Okay.
Like that's all we're talking about.
What do you mean we don't go deeper than that? Like I mean,
winning more.
I don't know.
I'm just saying the statement "winning more" it just doesn't seem realistic. That's because that's not how we look at sports. That's all. That's all. And like for an example,
how we look at sports. And be honest with you, nobody look at, like Lamont said. No one looks at sports as finals records. It's you won 6 championships. That's it. Both these guys are 6-time championships. That's it.
No. So I'm on the side where I agree. I think they both 6 and 9 in reality. I agree with that. But okay. I'm just talking about being realistic. Jim Kelly went to 4 Super Bowls. He's not greater than somebody that is 0-1. It depends on their career, right?
No, but
we haven't always.
No, we're not talking. This is not about a career thing. This is just about winning. We're strictly sticking to winning. Jim Kelly is a greater winner.
Players.
And then he would be a greater winner than those guys because he made.
And I'm saying that's not realistic. We don't do that. We don't say because he went to 4 Super Bowls, he's greater than somebody that was 0-1. Like
Cam Newton. Jim Kelly is a greater winner than Dan Marino. Dan Marino won Super Bowls.
But you see how now you said winner? Which one is greater? I'm just saying we just don't look at the
winner greater. We're still talking about winning. We're still talking about winning. We're not talking about nothing else but winning. Whether you want to talk about being a better winner or greater winner, we're still talking about winning. We're only talking about winning. This is not to do with your career. We understand a player's career is more than just the winning aspect. We're just talking about winning. Both of these guys had the same exact resume. The only difference is that one made 9 finals, the other one didn't, or 9 more finals. That's the only difference.
I'm a huge LeBron fan, but again, I'm just trying to be more so realistic. Why was there the stat LeBron never lost in the first round until he did? Why was that such a big deal? Because we understand the playoffs, the tournament, the 16-team tournament, it's hard. So for me, it's a known given that losing in the playoff happens, right? Nobody's flawless when it comes to being in the playoffs. That's why the prompt is a little tricky for people. Everybody loses. That's a known given. It's impressive to never lose in the first round. It's impressive never to lose in the second round. But we know losing happens. So the 6-0, the reason why I view it as greater, yes, I understand they both are 6 and 9, But round 4, to never lose in round 4, that round specifically, just like LeBron got credit for never losing round 1 until he was older in his career, that's a plus to me.
So being perfect in the finals
In that round, yes.
gives you a nod over a player that's not perfect in the finals, correct?
That's what I agree with. Yes, I think that's the logic we've always lived with.
So that logic would take us to LeBron is a greater Laker than Magic Johnson because he's undefeated in the finals as a Laker, and Magic isn't.
How many finals does what's Magic Johnson finals record?
He's lost in the finals. It doesn't matter. He's lost. He's not perfect in the finals.
He lost 4 times. 4 times.
LeBron is.
So again,
No. Let's not get away from that.
No, I'm gonna answer your question. I like your point. But there's nuance and realistic. Like that's just not a real argument. 1 championship compared to 5, regardless of the flawlessness of LeBron's real life. We're not saying that's greater. So the impressive thing with Jordan is we all know it's known that he may lose in the playoffs. That happens. Everybody loses in the playoffs. We all know you may lose in the finals. It's known that you may lose in the finals. We're saying it's impressive he never lost in the finals. And he has 6. We're not saying it's impressive he hasn't lost in the final and has 1. It's impressive he's never lost in the finals and has 6. Like, we know why it's impressive. It's not hard to understand. Tim Duncan has 5. Kobe has 5. LeBron has 4. It's hard to get 6 alone, and then it's hard to get into that round 4 and to never lose. We understand why 6-0 is impressive.
But he did lose.
No, hold on, wait. No one
to
said
get into that round.
Wait, official.
Yes,
no one said making the final 6 times and winning it 6 times is not impressive. What we're trying to tell you is that it's not more impressive to make the finals 6 times and win it 6 times than to be somebody who made the finals 15 times and won it 6 times. Going there 15 times is more impressive than going 6 times. And winning it 6. That's what we're trying to explain to you. No one said winning the final 6 times is not impressive.
Yes.
The problem is that, and another thing, you're falsely correlating not losing in the first round because again, losing in the first round means you didn't win nothing at all. That's a good thing to always know that you actually won something. Every time you made it to the playoffs, you actually won a round at least. You didn't lose every time. Like you didn't lose that was it. Like you won something. Like that's something different than, like you said, being in the finals, which again, the finals requires winning. Just making the finals alone is an accomplishment. Just to be able to do that is an accomplishment.
Making the playoffs is an accomplishment. Winning the division is an accomplishment.
It is.
You get a banner for that. You get a banner for the division. I heard y'all talk about banners in Eastern Conference Finals, and you get a banner for the division as well. But
because there are milestones in winning. Yes.
Exactly.
Milestones. Yeah.
Exactly. So I'm understanding that, but my point is not to say that the logic is sound tight. The prompt is good. That's why it's a good conversation. But it ain't realistic. It ain't real.
No, it's no. So
what
it's
you not realistic to praise winning, making the finals. It's
what they're confusing, Johnny, is they're taking this situation because we can change the numbers. The only reason why I made the numbers so flamboyant is to see how far you guys would allow your logic to take you down the wrong path. I can, as you know, like all I did was take y'all same logic. You said you like the 6-0 better, right? Right. You said you like perfection, right? Because remember, I asked you specifically. I said, do you like perfection?
I'm gonna be honest. The quantity is plays a big role in that as well.
No. But you only said that after I gave you a non-hypothetical situation, and all I did was put names on the back of jerseys. I gave you LeBron and Magic. Once I put names on the back of jerseys, now it's no longer about perfection. Hold on. We gotta talk about some other stuff because that don't look right. Hold on. Because the purpose of this conversation is your logic should travel no matter what name on the jerseys we talking about. If you say that 6-0 matters, if you say 6-0 is better and that being 100% in the finals matters, then that same logic should apply with every player, any 2 players that we are talking about. And then when you just go to winning, when you try to give the presumption that all winning is on an equal footing, as I told the other guy before, OKC Thunder just lost to the Spurs. Are they equal to the Phoenix Suns that lost in the first round? Are they equal to the Portland Trailblazers that lost in the first round? Hell no, they're not equal. They are not equal, and it's not close. And and that is demonstrated in the winning. As A. Johnny would say, is the Miami Heat team that lost in the play-in the same as the Miami Heat team that won the play-in and got to the NBA Finals? Hell no, they're not the same. They're not the same. Just because they both lost in the finals, the shit's not the same. This is how we know winning, there are levels to losing. As you said, you get a banner for the division. You get another banner because now you get, the NBA is now giving teams appreciation for the milestones in winning. The more winning you do, the more appreciation the league gives you. You get a division banner, conference title trophy, banner, conference title. They give a conference MVP. Wemby had that conference MVP. Wemby was crying. The three-point guy just explained to us. He says, why do players cry when they lose in the finals? But you don't really see them crying when they lose in the first round, right? Because when you get to the finals, there's a lot more at stake. You did a lot more winning. It was a much harder journey.
But again, you guys
we know that there are levels
when it's convenient. You stop that logic when it's
convenient. When do we stop it when it's convenient? When do we stop it when it's convenient?
Because nobody says he's greater because he won 3 games compared to winning 2. We don't go to how much he won.
Ooh.
We stop it when it's convenient.
Who?
Nobody.
Who are you talking
nobody
about?
When it comes,
we're not talking about games here. We're talking about series.
But why not? Why not? Because that's not realistic. That's my point. It's not realistic.
Okay,
to count winning.
So
like that.
What's better?
We count championships.
Okay, let's do this. Let's just remove the 6 championships, right? The 6
No,
championships.
hold on. We do that. Hold on, wait, we do that because there's nobody that's going to sit here and tell us the Cleveland Cavaliers are the same as the OKC Thunder because the Cleveland Cavaliers didn't win nothing in their conference title.
You guys are switching it up now. You guys are talking about
that's the same thing. Hold on, wait, no.
Versus individual. You guys
the same.
Joel Embiid is greater than Donovan Mitchell. Joel Embiid has never made it past round 2, but we can say he's greater than Donovan Mitchell. But Donovan Mitchell has won more. That's the logic. What I'm saying is not realistic. We can say somebody is greater regardless of how far they have made it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. If Donovan Mitchell made the conference finals, how many games did it take for him to get there to win?
He had at least win 8, right?
Okay, did Embiid ever win 8 games in the NBA playoffs?
Not once, never, no.
So isn't that us saying the same thing? He didn't win 8 games. Just because we said 2 rounds, it's the same thing. You still have to win the games. The games
so
are
my
part
question
of
to
it.
you, is Donovan greater than Joel? Is Donovan greater than Joel?
He's a greater winner.
Yes, he is.
But he would be a greater winner.
Winning. He's a greater winner. Yes.
Which is better, the finals record debate.
He's a greater winner than Embiid, sir.
Listen,
he's a greater winner than Embiid.
Doing a lot of carrying. When y'all add that winner
that's
in there,
the conversation, sir. We're carrying the conversation only about winning. I was told that that's all that should matter. That LeBron fans don't care about winning, and that's all we're doing. And now people are crying that we're only talking about winning. It don't make no sense.
I think it's convenient when y'all throwing that greater winner. Who's greater? I'm just saying
the guy who won the more. The guy who won the more should be the greater winner. That's the point.
And why do we not go to games? And why do we not go to games? Because it's not realistic.
We are going to games. We are
we
going
are.
to
series.
We are going to games.
So
this is series on the screen. This is what you see.
I gotta go. But my last point. The reason why I'm saying that
because you're not letting it. Because I hate people that lie on our names. The guy who won 9 finals appearances over the guy who got swept 9 times in the first round legitimately has. Let me count this and make sure I'm right, Lamont. 9 times 3. I got to make sure I get this right. They won 12 times each time, Lamont. So that's 12 times 9. What is 12 times 9?
12 times 9 is 81. No, it's not 81. It's 108, I believe. I got to look it up. I think it's 108.
So that player won 108 more playoff games than the other guy. It doesn't matter. 9 times 12 is.
It's 108.
That's how many more games he won. 108. So that guy won 108 more playoff games. That is what we're saying. We just said he just made the finals 9 times. We just cut down the 3 rounds into just a 9 number, bro. You guys don't know math. This is simple math. This is like, what are we doing here? This is math in groups. You need 4 victories to get 1 round. You need 3 rounds to get 1. So that means this one player won 3 rounds 9 separate times more than the other guy did.
Man, that's crazy.
That's an equivalent of 27 more rounds. 1. Not then if you want to count the games. That would be 108 more games won. So yes, we're saying games won, rounds won, series won is better than losing.
Couldn't be this stupid, man. Y'all gotta stop
I
being
know.
this stupid, bro.
Okay, here we go. Mr. Opinionated is going to show us how smart we are.
I mean, y'all gotta stop being this stupid. It's a perfect
Okay,
example.
so Mr.
Let me ask you
Opinionated,
this
hold
then.
on. Let's do this first. Let's address the prompt. Which is better? The prompt is, and as everybody has done, the prompt is, which is better? 6-0, perfect finals record, but you have 9 first-round exits, or a player that has 6 championships, but made the NBA Finals every time they played in the NBA season, which gives them 15 NBA Finals appearances, but they are 6-9 in NBA Finals. So, but they still have 6 titles as well. So, which is greater? 6-0, 9 first-round exits.
Easily a 6-0. This is why this sounds stupid.
So what?
Right now,
just tell us why the 6-0 is better.
I'm telling you right now. Right now, we have 2 teams going to the finals. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? Is that factually correct?
You don't have to ask us questions. Just tell us your logic.
Who has second place right now?
Just tell us your logic. You don't have to.
I'm asking you right now, sir. Who has second place?
There is no second place.
Okay, so what does it matter that you went to the finals and lost? There is no trophy. There is no trophy. Going to the finals and losing.
Okay. I get you. All right. So, Mr. Opinionated, are you saying all losses are equal? The finals losses are equal to any other round?
I'm basic. Don't put words in my mouth. I said.
No, that's what I'm asking you. That is
no,
that
I
what
said
you're
what I
asking
said.
you that.
I said what I said.
So clarify.
Let's not move the goalposts.
What are you saying?
Move the goalposts,
wait.
people.
So let's clarify this.
I know how you all play. You want to move the
Mr.
goalposts.
Opinionated, you got to listen to have this conversation. We ask you a simple question. If you're saying that it doesn't matter to make it, why does it matter?
You want to overtalk me because you want to say something stupid.
No, because we're trying to get the conversation going. I'm going to ask you a question. You're not even listening. Listen. If you're saying it doesn't matter that you win to make it, why does it matter when you lose in it? Now you can speak.
I told you the same exact thing. It doesn't matter what you say. I think he asked earlier, is OKC the same as Phoenix? Yes. They are getting the same exact trophy this year. Nothing.
Okay.
No, that's not what I asked. I said the question was, it's not if they're getting anything. I said which team is the greater winner? OKC or Phoenix?
Neither one of them are the greater winner because in the
which
whole
team?
NBA
Okay,
game,
which
they
team?
Are basically getting
hold
the
on,
same
which
trophy
team?
this
Okay,
year,
so here's a better,
nothing.
Mr. Opinion. Who won more? OKC
it doesn't matter. Both of them are going home.
I get that it doesn't matter. I get that it doesn't matter.
Okay, what trophy are they going home with?
I'm not asking you. My question is not about trophies. My question is
okay. Well,
my question is
you can't answer my question.
Okay, so question is who won more, OKC or Phoenix?
My question is, what are they going home with that's similar?
Okay, they're going with nothing. So that's what I'm saying to you. You asked a simple question. What are they going home with that is similar? The only thing that they're going home with that is similar is losses. So the losses are the same, correct? Why he left? Damn. I was gonna answer his question, Lamar. Sometimes you just gotta answer their questions, Lamar. That's what they be. Sometimes you just gotta answer their questions.
Because this is, hey Johnny, the questions that they ask are to derail from the actual topic. The actual topic. Yes, it is, because they ask meaningless questions that take us further and further away from the actual topic. This topic is about winning more has always mattered in basketball, right? In basketball, like for example, in college basketball, it's an accomplishment for a team to get to 30 wins. Winning 30 games in college basketball is a marker. Coaches put that on their resume. It doesn't matter if you won the conference championship. Doesn't matter if you won the national championship. Having a 30-win season is a milestone, right? Winning matters. Winning more matters. You cannot tell me that a 30-win team that doesn't win the NCAA championship is the same as a team that doesn't even make the NCAA tournament. Winning more always matters. Winning more puts you always in a different class. We now have to pretend that a team that loses in the NBA Finals is equivalent to a team that loses in the first round. We don't have to pretend. And the more questions that they try to ask, the questions that they ask are, he's just taking us through some silly loop that takes us so far away from the original context is this is why I created this post, and I gave them the foundation of this argument. Again, there's no, because even like that's why I was about to say, if we remove the 6 championships from both sides, and neither one of these players have won an NBA championship, who had the better career? The player that lost in the first round 15 times, or a player that lost in the NBA Finals 15 times? Which player was had the greater winning?
Well,
Right?
to him, he was going to say it didn't matter because none of them won anything, and that's where I was going to get to him. Well, if that's the case,
I hate it when again they come first. He came on disrespectful, which I don't like. We don't say nothing to him. Secondly, he still never addressed the prompt. They run around in circles to avoid addressing. You have to now try to convince us that a player that got to the NBA Finals every single year of his career 15 times is not great. You have, and then you're taking us through this loop of silly questions to try to explain it, as opposed to just telling us. Just tell us your silly take, as opposed to asking a silly question. Because there's really no way to explain how a player who got to the NBA Finals 15 times and won 6 of them is not greater than a player that lost in the first round 9 times and only won 6 championships. There's really no way.
That I agree with you because he was pulling the Bubble Boy stuff and the mini Glock stuff, not having a take of his own,
and then he runs. He only runs when we get
Yeah.
frustrated with his silly questions. Because again, I'll tolerate his silly questions if he can at least stay on topic and address the prompt and address our questions. He never addressed any of our questions. He ran from it, and when he was pitted with questions, he did just what Chaz did. He ran. We didn't kick him, y'all. He ran. Again, this is not a very problematic prompt. This is not very difficult. This is very common logic.
Look no further, the voice of truth and reason is here.
I hope so.
And please let us understand this, because we're trying to understand how 6-0 could be better than 6-9 if both players played 15 seasons. They have the same identical resume, but one just lost 9 times in the first round. The other one lost 9 times in the finals.
So, man, for me, this is actually really close. Like, I want to call it even, but I can make an argument against the 6-9 that would be like. First of all, I just want to say I look at these like pretty equal. So for the 6-9 side, like, okay, if you played 15 seasons, 15 straight finals, that means like nobody ever beat you in your conference. But more times than not, you're losing to the other conference, right? That will just off the prompt, that would tell me that conference is probably stronger. Assuming those are 9 different teams that beat you, or like, is that one team beating you 9 times, or is that how many teams are we talking about now? But just off the prompt, if one guy makes it out 6 times out of his conference and then wins the finals, that means it was probably tougher to make it out that conference. That's the argument I can make against the 6-9.
Why would it be tougher? Because you lost? You just lost. You still lost. Why is it? That was the question. Hold on. That was the question we were trying to understand earlier. Is how is the losses before the finals seem to be tougher than the losses in the finals? That's what you guys are starting to make it seem like.
Because if you never lose when you make it out of your conference, as opposed to the other team that's never losing in their conference, but when they make it out to the other one, they're losing more than they're winning. So
in the beginning, so you don't have to ask silly questions. That's why I wish people would. That's why I have to re-explain this. I said both players for all 15 years were number 1 seeds. So that tells you who you're playing in the first round, an 8 seed, right? So I said both players, number 1 seeds for 15 years. You're playing an 8 seed in round 1 every single time. Player A won 6 titles, but he lost to that 8 seed 9 times, 9 first round exits. While player B obviously got to an NBA Finals all 15 years as a number 1 seed, but only won 6 times. Now you know who they were. Now you know who they were facing. I don't give a damn how strong your conference is. They're facing an 8 seed. Right, so now that you know now we can proceed.
All right. So if the team that's 6-0 lost 9 times in the first round, that shows you how strong that conference would be. Then if you're losing to the 8 seed, right? But when you passed all that, you never lose to the other conference. That means you were in the tougher conference.
Oh wait, so you instinctively think an 8 seed is stronger than a finals opponent?
If that person is 6-0 once they make it out of their conference, but they're losing to the 8th seeds in their conference, but then when they make it out, they're winning. Yeah, that means that conference is very strong.
But what makes you think that the 8 seed is strong? What if the 8 seed never even make the finals?
Because when this team makes it out of that conference, they're not losing to the other conference.
But what does that have to do with losing to the inferior competition in your conference? Like, how are you automatically equating because that person lost in their conference somehow the conference is tougher? Like, why can't they just be not a greater winner?
So look, if the A seed in your conference can beat you 9 times, but the other conference cannot beat you 1 time, that tells me that conference is stronger.
So you're telling me that if you saw the number 1 seed lose to the 8 seed, you would think that the conference is strong, not that nothing's wrong with the number 1 seed.
Yes, if that same team is never losing to the other conference, yes.
And them losing to the 8th seed would be a more significant of a sign that they lost to a tougher team than the team that lost in the finals.
Bro, you can't make this up, man. This is wild.
I know you really can't. I know you can't. He said it's going to be the reason of logic.
I was saying I look at it equally. I was looking at it equally. But yes, if you're losing to your 8th seed but never to the 1 seed in the other conference, so that means you're always beating the 1 seed in the other conference, right?
So what do you think the competition is if you're losing to a team in the NBA Finals?
That's what I'm saying. The team in the NBA Finals is a tougher competition, for sure.
If you're losing against your 8th seed, are you beating the 1 seed when you? So are those 6-0 against the 1 seed?
Well, they're all against the best team of the other conference. That's why they're there.
Right.
The best team wins. The best team wins. The best team wins. That's the point. The best team wins. So if the best team of the other conference made it to the finals, they were the best team on the other side.
But you're never losing to that team. You're never losing to the best team on the other side, but you're losing to the 8th seed.
Yeah, but you're losing to a team that's more inferior. That's the point. Yes, we get it. You didn't lose.
No, the reason why I made it a 1 seed.
No, there's no point. You're losing to inferior.
No, hey Johnny, the reason why I made it a 1 seed is because we know that throughout NBA history, there has never been a time in NBA history where we've looked at the 8 seed as being strong enough to beat the 1 seed. Unless it's some absolute anomaly and we're talking about some injury warped number 1 seed that just can't compete no more, right? Unless we're talking about some silly, crazy anomaly, there has never been a time in NBA history where the 8 seed the reason why you want to be a number 1 seed in NBA is so you can play the worst team. 8 seeds are typically very close to lottery teams. They are not very good. At most, a conference is probably 6 deep strong. It is very rare where you're looking at an 8 seed that can go toe to toe with a 1 seed. And maybe it might luck up and happen one time, but we're talking about 9 years in a row. There's no such thing. That's why I put it in a situation where you can't play games with losing. That's why I didn't make them a 4 seed where you're losing to a 5 seed. A 1 seed, the reason why you're a 1 seed is so you can cakewalk through the first round and get to the next round. That's the purpose of being a 1 seed. Now you guys are trying to put some I mean, come on, man.
No, I'm going off strictly the prompt, nothing else, no reality.
Strictly the prompt. The reality is, when has an 8 seed ever in NBA? When has in NBA history have you looked at an 8 seed and said, "Damn, that 8 seed is better than the 1 seed"? Tell me that. Tell me in any time in NBA history that you can remember since you've been watching basketball where you looked at an 8 seed and said, "Damn, that 8 seed's better than the 1 seed."
Well, has somebody been 6-0 in the finals and lost 9 times to an 8 seed?
When in NBA history, the only reason you can ask this question is if you've seen consistently throughout your lifetime multiple 8 seeds where you said, "Damn, that 8 seed's a really strong 8 seed. They're better than the 1 seed." We've seen upsets, and the reason why we call it an upset is because we didn't think it was going to happen. There's never been a time where you confidently said, "I think the 8 seed's going to beat the 1." Unless there was some anomaly like an injury or something like that. We call it an upset because it's not supposed to happen, right? There's no again. What you're doing is again, hey Johnny, you're introducing elements. You're introducing. Remember, this is a very general conversation. So this conversation is general in the sense that you're a 1 seed because the 8 seed is generally very weak and you beat that team. The 9 first round exits. There's no excuse. I don't care how strong the 8 seeds are in your conference. If you lose to an 8 seed for 9 years in a row, you think you guys would give James Harden a pass if he was running around and he lost to in the Western Conference, which y'all say is strong, and he lost in the first round if he was in the number 1 seed in the first round 9 times and he lost to 8 seeds, and when have y'all given James Harden a pass? He's been in a tough Western Conference his entire career. Y'all still say he's one of the biggest playoff chokers ever. He lost to the Golden State Warriors in 7. You still say he's one of the biggest playoff chokers in his career. Y'all don't give nobody no passes for this silliness. Now you're creating these silly elements to give passes for. No, there's no passes here. This right here who's 6-0 lost in the first round 9 times. Don't try to pretend.
Beat him in the finals?
Don't pretend that losing in the first round 9 times is equivalent to losing in the finals 9 times.
No, I'm saying
there's no such thing as no 8 seed 9 years in a row being strong enough to beat you.
But anyways, my argument was that these were equal, right?
How is getting to the finals and losing in the first round equal?
Okay, how are you making it to 15 straight finals, but then losing more finals? What does that tell you about your conference now?
He got to the finals more.
And I'm going, yeah, but then you lost more. So who are you losing to more? Are these teams all beating you more than you're beating them in the finals? So those teams are better than you.
Well, hold on. Let's just go with the Zesty Jeffrey logic. He choked 9 times. He lost in the first round because he choked 9 times. Because you guys don't give any of these other players the benefit of the doubt.
Now you're adding more context.
No. I'm not adding no context. I just already gave you a number 1 seed losing to an 8 seed.
Right.
How much more context do you need?
Okay, number 1 seed losing to an 8 seed, but never to the 1 seed in the other conference. That tells me that
Hold on. If a number 1 seed loses to an 8 seed, that's called in basketball. In basketball, what is that called? An upset, correct?
Called an upset in anything.
Why is it called an upset?
Because you're not supposed to lose.
It's not supposed to happen.
Correct.
You're playing inferior comp, so the comp is not better. So it's not tougher comp.
So how are you losing 9 times to your 8 seed, but never?
Doesn't matter how it happened. We're just giving you the scenario to test your logic. Hey Johnny, stop answering silly questions.
But I can answer it. I'm giving him a simple answer because the guy who lost 9 times in the first round is a more of a loser than the guy who went to the finals 9 times. That's why he's a more of a loser.
Hold on. These silly
That's
questions.
Why, Lamar, that's a simple answer.
No.
He's a loser. He doesn't win as much as the guy who went to the finals 9 times.
So Sean,
9 times, one more.
Sean,
he's a winner.
Sean,
that's it.
Sean, hold on 1 second.
No, they don't. He didn't win 9 times. He lost 9 times.
Sean, now, okay. So now we both know that these 2 players are 6-time champions, right?
Yeah.
But we're trying to figure out who's the greater winner, right? Who is the greater winner? In this scenario right here, who's the greater winner?
It's equal.
Okay, so are you saying that getting to the finals 9 times is equal to losing in the first round 9 times?
According to the prompt, I look at it as equal because I look at one player.
No,
he's losing to the.
This is just in general. This is just in general. Is getting to the finals and losing is getting to so is getting to the finals and losing equal to losing in the first round?
Not if all the best teams are in the other conference. If all the good teams are in the other conference,
what you think is the best team?
What makes you a good team?
What makes
how
you?
You know it's a good team
Hold on. What you think is a good team? What you think is a good team is all subjective. The only thing that we can know is we know again. All we understand is getting to the finals and losing in the first round. Is getting to the finals generally considered far better than losing in the first round?
Yeah, you got farther. It's considered you got
farther.
Farther.
Why is it generally considered better?
So in the prompt, I would just say you have.
What do you mean? The prompt is the same thing that I'm asking you. One player got to the finals more than the other. There's what you keep saying. The prompt is not it's no different. It doesn't matter when he got there. What I'm saying is I'm only talking about the losing years. So I'm talking about player A lost in the first round 9 times. Player B lost in the NBA finals 9 times. Yeah. Right? Which player is the greater loser?
And they face the same competition. These are not 2 different players. They're facing the same competition.
Yes.
It faces the same teams.
It's the same player, same teams.
Yes.
Same player, same team.
Same player, same different scenarios. That's the high point of the hypothetical. It's the same player. There's no difference. The only difference is
it's a wash.
one guy won 9 times to make the finals, the other one didn't. They face the same teams.
Okay, so we'll say that this is Michael Jordan.
No, I don't need names.
Hold on. There's Jordan.
He said it's a wash, Lamont. He said it's a wash.
Hold on. So Sean,
which means losing doesn't matter.
Sean, Jordan, if he beats the 86 Celtics and goes on to the NBA Finals, does it add to his legacy or does it do absolutely nothing?
Yeah, that would add to his legacy.
Okay.
I guess,
so if he goes to the NBA Finals back-to-back years with the Washington Wizards, does it add to his legendary legacy or does it not mean anything?
Yeah, no, that would. I mean, like as the best player on the team, like you're the best player.
Yeah,
on the team.
yes.
Yeah, I mean, anything after that, like bro, like
no. It's yes or no. If he goes back-to-back finals, let's say he loses both of those finals. If he takes that version of the Washington Wizards to the NBA Finals back-to-back years, doing what nobody thought he could do, does it add to his legendary career or does it not mean anything because he lost?
I'd be like that East was probably weak as shit at that time.
That's not. I said if Michael Jordan with the Washington Wizards takes that team to back-to-back NBA Finals and they lose, does it add to his legendary legacy or does it not mean anything?
Yeah, you could say that a little bit.
Why would it add to his legacy?
At that age, leading a team to the finals, sure. Like why wouldn't that add something to it?
But it would add to his legacy, correct?
Sure, finals appearance.
Now Jordan not making the playoffs and doing a lot of losing with the Wizards, what did that add to his legacy?
Nothing.
So losing, so not doing anything in the playoffs or like losing in the first round or not making the playoff does nothing for your legacy. But as you just admitted, getting to the finals does.
Right. But that's
the entire point of the conversation.
No, I get what you're saying.
No, that's the entire point of the conversation. Getting to the finals matters much more than not getting there. That's the entire point of the conversation.
I want to go back.
No. Hold on. That's the entire point of the conversation.
No,
it doesn't matter what you want to. It doesn't matter what you want to go back to. The point of this conversation is getting to the finals means a lot more than not getting there.
That's with no context. Yes,
and what we do know, because we're talking about getting to the finals. How much more?
So what if,
we don't need context for getting to the finals.
What if somebody went 15?
This is what you guys do with Bill Russell. This is the same. This is the same level of context where you guys try to diminish Bill Russell's winning because you say, because you guys say we need context. 11 championships ain't really that good because I have to try to implement my little context to tell you guys why his 11 championships ain't shit. You guys try to add context when it's convenient, right? How about we add context to Jordan's championships in the 90s in an expansion era really don't mean shit compared to LeBron's 4 in this era, and we just context the shit out of Jordan's championships so they mean absolutely nothing, just like you guys did to Bill Russell's championships. They mean nothing, right? Y'all said it was less teams. Y'all said it was weak, lesser competition. I can make that same argument for the 90s and Michael Jordan with the expansion. But me and you both know that would not be fair. So what do? We just count the championships as is. We don't run and dig. Well, who did they play? Well, was the competition strong? No, that's just you trying to weasel out of this silliness. Y'all always try to apply context when it's convenient. When it's time to tear down a player not named Michael Jordan, or when it's time to tear down a player of this era, right? To keep Jordan boosted up. That's the only time y'all try to use context. That's it. Y'all never use context no other time. All of LeBron's losses, for LeBron, no context applied. He's 4-6 in the finals, right? There's no context. You hear 4-6 all the time. When the hell do we hear context? It's the LeBron fans are the ones arguing for the context. Now I'm hearing Jordan fans make up every type of context, and this is a hypothetical situation, man. Come on, man. Right. Y'all got to stop with this nonsense. We know that getting to the finals, getting to the championship, getting to the final round is always better than losing in the first round. Now you guys got to pretend that it's not great. Y'all have to, and then if you don't agree with that, you still put yourself in a trick bag because if you say that losing in the first round is equal to losing in the finals, it takes us back to a Johnny's point, which means what? If losing is equal, why the hell do you care about anybody's finals losses? It just means 6 championships versus 4 or 11 championships versus 6.
Yeah,
And none of the losing matters. And it still puts you guys in a silly conundrum because now you have to explain why you've been counting these finals losses when they all are equal. No matter how you try to explain your way up out of it, you put yourself in a conundrum where you have to explain yourself out of some silliness. You're not gonna do like Mr. Opinionated, a whole bunch of silly looping questions to try to weasel your way into something that you think might make sound sense. When we know that this is a very nonsensical conversation, it's very nonsensical logic to even combat this. Anybody with two that's using 1% of their brain is going to come up here and you should say that 6-9 is greater because this got to 15 NBA finals in a row and won 6 championships. It's really not that hard. I don't know why y'all come up here fighting this just to try to make a conversation, man. It doesn't make you sound more intelligent, man.
What if you went to 15 in a row and won 3? Like, would that tell you something? Would you look at the comp? Like, I don't know how that doesn't make sense.
Then you know what I would say? You know what I would say? Because what happens now is the winning is no longer equal as far as 6 and 6. That's the winning. 6 championships to 6 championships, right? If winning is winning championships. So again, if we take the Zesty Jeffrey logic, 6 championships to 3 championships is no longer equal. So it's easy to say 6 is better than 3. But you guys can't use that logic. You know why? Because 11 is more than 6. And if you say 11 is more than 6, well, you know who's not your GOAT no more? That's why. So even if you guys go down that road, it still kills you because then you have to, then that means Bill Russell's your GOAT. And you still shoot yourself in the foot. You guys run into contradictions all over the place because y'all have this silly logic. Yeah, 6 is more than 3. No, I give you 6 is more than 3. 11 is more than 6 because that's what Tony Styles is going to tell you. If you co-sign that logic, Tony Styles is going to walk right in the door. Well, 11 is more than 6. He says it all the time. It doesn't matter. The problem is, Jordan fans, you guys have put yourself in a situation where you guys have used so much silly logic that it doesn't matter how you try to weasel your way out of it. Some player fan base is going to be able to barbecue you. Whether it's Bill Russell, whether it's LeBron James, whether it's Kobe Bryant, y'all didn't put yourself in such a silly situation. You can't even really have basketball conversations no more because you contradict yourself at every turn. It's a contradiction. And I just explained it all. Finals is equal to first round. Now you have a problem with Bill Russell, right? Oh, if finals mean more, well, now you have a problem with LeBron, right? And then you also have a problem with the Kareems, right? And the Kobe Bryants.
Talking about the prompt.
This is the prompt. This is the prompt. The prompt is the logic. You guys are making the prompt is the logic that makes you conclude 6-0 is better than 6-9. The prompt is the logic. The prompt is the logic. Yes, the prompt is not a real situation, but the prompt, just like I said, doctors have to operate on dummies before they operate on a real person. I'm giving you a dummy scenario to see if it correlates to real people. And when we take this dummy scenario and take your logic to real people, the shit don't work. We've heard multiple people come up here and say, you got to be perfect. I love perfection. Well, LeBron is now the greatest Laker in NBA history because that perfect as a Laker in the NBA Finals. No, it can't be that no more. Y'all tried to flip, and y'all tried to do all this stuff. I keep telling y'all logic, Jordan fans are so illogical. You guys are going to get into some type of altercation with some fan base because you guys never talk real basketball. You know why LeBron James fans, Bill Russell fans, Wilt Chamberlain fans can all sit on one panel and not give a damn who they have as the GOAT? Because they pretty much all have consistent logic. It's truly only Jordan fans. It's truly only Jordan fans that get into these silly conundrums. They're arguing with Tony Styles and Bill Russell. They arguing with Kobe fans. They're arguing with KD fans and Curry fans. They arguing with LeBron fans because it's inconsistency after inconsistency after inconsistency, man. It's all junk garbage. I keep telling y'all, stop listening to these guys. These are the same guys that, remember y'all, these are the same guys that told you playing on JV is getting cut from varsity. Think about it. Playing on JV is now getting cut from the whole team. When has that ever been a thing? Come on, man. These are the same guys that will tell you any silly story. Talk about, I got cut from the varsity. I'm playing JV this year. That's not how it works. That's not how high school sports works. Come on, man. Y'all got to stop. Come on, man. Silliness all over the place, man. And then we got to add, why do we got to answer silly questions? I know, go James Kingdom, I'm sorry. But remember what I said. Remember what I said.
Man, you're not letting them talk. That's why they said you don't let them talk.
No, they're not talking. Look, I would be fine with them talking, but they're asking silly questions. I cannot tolerate the silly questions. Because the silly questions they already have the answer to. They have the answer because all they have to do is.
They don't have the answers. They don't. That's why they ask silly questions. They don't.
I just want them to tell us their logic, right? That leads them to saying 6-0. You don't have to ask me 19 questions to get to it. Just tell me why. If you've been maintaining this silly logic for your entire life. How is it so hard to explain it now on FYF Sports? Why you got to ask me 19 questions to explain logic that you've been running around with? It's not very hard.
Damn, man.
Come on, man. We got King Jofi Jaffa, man. Come on. What's up,
Jofi Joffa, man. King Jofi Joffa from Zamunda. What's happening, man?
Come on, man.
Come on, King Jaffa. I picked you up for a reason.
These are some of the dumbest guys I ever heard in my life.
Oh, my God.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got a great value microphone, man.
Yo.
Come on, man.
You gotta fix your mic, man. You muffling in and out. You gotta get into a good area. Sound like you in a not working too well. Whatever your internet. I'm telling you, Lamont, man. This prompt is crazy, man. This prompt is crazy. We've heard these guys.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. We can hear you.
I'm not gonna say nothing, Johnny. I'm not gonna say nothing.
Your mic is bad, King Jaffe. It's completely bad, bro. Wherever you at, you ain't got a good service. It's not coming through.
Jaffe, if you fix your mic, I'm gonna bring you up first. I'm gonna make sure as soon as I bring you up. I know he's in the queue.
Let's try Gunner. Let's see if Gunner mic working. Gunner.
Yo, what's good, fellas?
Peace and blessings,
I've talked to you guys before.
Nah, Gunner, I've seen your lives. I'll be in your lives all the time, man. You do good shows, man. I like your show, man.
You know, I have Jordan as the GOAT, but you know, I got 4 people or 5 technically, who I think you make the argument. I don't care about that. 6 and 9 is fucking better than my bad for swearing. But it's better than 6 and 0. You know, I don't understand what we're doing with this. Make it make sense. It's just better. It's more impressive to go to the finals than it is to, not make it. Get first round exits.
Yeah, no, this is more of a test for one to see how much finals records matter, and 2, how much people really care about winning, right? Because if the question is that the 9 doesn't represent no winning at all, it's just losses. So that means that means all losses are the same then, right? That means it doesn't matter where you lose at. You lost, you didn't win anything. So let's just leave it at that. But no, they only want to account the losses that are in the finals as if the finals losses actually are the only losses that should be counted, right?
Which I think is dumb. We should be looking at the losses throughout a player's whole career.
Exactly, especially if you want to talk about losses, because again, if we're going to grade losses or rank losses, I would think it's better to have at least 12 playoff games or 11 playoff games than to not win any playoff games, right? So that's the point, because again, the losses doesn't really represent how much you won. Because again, if I lose in the conference finals, I still had won something. It's not the same as losing in like Lamont was saying, in the first round, right? We can't say the Phoenix Suns had the same season as the OKC Thunder. No, they didn't. The OKC Thunder actually made their conference finals, right? So that's the point. The reality is that the 9 represents more winning than the 0. But somehow Zesty Jeffries has turned that 0 into no losing and more winning.
For sure. And this is why I am high on Jerry West all the time. the context of what Jerry West is doing all time with, he only has that one finals win. He's 1-8 in the finals. But he's putting up these stats that almost no player has ever done before. And he's doing what his team needs him to do. It's just that the team itself just can't get it there. So that's where I'm like, the context of it matters to me more than the loss itself.
Gunner, I've heard people discredit Kareem's MVP the year his team didn't make the playoffs. And they say,
that's crazy.
And I said, the fact that he won MVP on a team that didn't make the playoffs makes the MVP more impressive. Do you know how good you got to be to win a league MVP on a team that don't make the playoffs? And it's just like
100%, Lamont.
Like, they look at these things so backwards, man. Like, do you know how good you have to be to lead a team to the NBA Finals 15 times?
I think I was reading something about that MVP too, Lamont.
It was some shenanigans behind it too, right?
Well, yeah, supposedly it was because of division title more than anything. Because supposedly a team made the playoffs with a worse record.
Oh no, they did. It was Detroit
because they were fourth in their conference. But they were last in their they were last in their division. And imagine what I'm saying is like even before we shouldn't even have to explain that. Like MVP and your team didn't make the. It's just like Jerry West. If you look at some of the numbers he put up and he still didn't win a championship, that just tells me alone that your team probably wasn't up to par with you. Or you just overmatched. But that man was putting up some hellified numbers. That's the only way you can respect the Jerry West. Because if you go the other route, you're just tearing them down. Like, and we can't even appreciate his greatness. Like, I don't get this logic, man. These dudes.
I got you, Lamont. I'll let others come on up, but I'm with you
Gunner,
on 6
I appreciate
and 9
you. Make sure y'all go check
6-9.
Gunner the Runner out, y'all. He is a content creator on TikTok as well. He does live streams, man. Make sure y'all follow him as well. He's going to be in the chat, man. Y'all go check him out, man. And then for the Jordan fans, y'all, it's a safe space, man. He is a Jordan fan, man. He's a Jordan fan. You guys will be good over there, man. Don't worry. Who else? Let's bring up, I haven't seen Shane Moju.
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
What up, Shane, man? What's good?
Nothing much. I was just... So basically the consensus I'm getting is that you guys feel like, you should honor players who don't necessarily get that goal, whether it's making the playoffs or winning a championship, and just like their numbers alone or like their impact is enough to like warrant like that award. And to me, I just feel like if that player is as good as people say, they should have gotten their team over the hump. You know what I mean?
What if you're on the, for example, what if you're on the LA Clippers of the 90s? How are you supposed to get that team over the hump?
You got to be that special type of player to be able to elevate your teammates past that, That's what the greats of the greats do. They elevate themselves and their teammates.
I get you. So Jordan, they were calling Jordan the best in the league by 88. How come he couldn't get his team over the hump in 88, 89, and 90? Why did he have to wait for them to bring in elite level talent and get an elite level coach? Why couldn't he just get him over the hump?
Obviously, he was still growing into the player that we knew he could be because he didn't peak then. I wouldn't say Jordan peaked then.
In 88, he was the DPOY, the league MVP. He was everything. Led the league in steals. Any accolade, he led the league in scoring. The man did everything. He was the best player in the league by 88. There was no more he could do. It doesn't get better than 88. He cleaned every.
So would you say 88 is Jordan's peak?
No, what I'm saying is that version of Jordan was better than any player in the league. How come? Like what more? Like he was the best player in the league. What more can you do to help get your team over the hump than be the best player in the league?
Then he wasn't the best player in the league if he couldn't get it done.
No, he didn't have the best team, but he was for surely the best player.
Who? Wait, but didn't Larry beat him? Wait,
no, Larry.
No, and in '88 he lost versus a guy that couldn't even make the All NBA team.
I don't
So
know. Like,
he lost to lesser talent. Unless you're trying to say that
My
that
bad, my bad.
player.
Could you repeat that? What's it called? Somebody gave me a call.
Well,
no, you
no,
good. You good.
he lost to a player that didn't make an All NBA team. So they didn't have nowhere near the capability of making your player better. I mean, I don't know about how you make a player better. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, like what is he supposed to do more than just be the best player? Like there's nothing more you can do as an individual player other than be the best version of yourself that the coach asks you to be. Right? The coach tells you, y'all practice, y'all do all this stuff. The coach tells you, this is what I need you to do. From the way it looked
Yeah.
in 88, Jordan literally did everything that Doug Collins was asking him to do. Right? And the team didn't win. So do we blame because if it was just as simple as just the best player getting you over the hump, then why do you need to add better players? Because you can just
I
always
mean,
rely on the best player just getting you over the hump
yeah,
one of these days.
of course I understand that. Like at the end of the day, the basketball it's a team sport. 10 people on the court, you know what I mean? But like I do think that oftentimes people are in this mindset of like almost like a, how would I say it? Like a participation where like, oh, you was there, you almost did it, but you ain't do it. So but we still don't give you the credit for it. And my thing is like you can't really give some of these players that like grace, you know what I mean, if they didn't even, you know what I mean, like they didn't even get the job all the way done.
Okay,
And that's
so
where I feel like in which is better to me is 6 finals record, 6-0 versus a 6-9. I definitely think the 6-0 is better because
but so 6-0 with
when you got
9
there, you
first round
finished.
exits is better? Because that's what it says on the prompt. 6-0, but the other 9 years
Yeah.
you lost in the first round is the number 1 seed.
Is it as the number 1 seed?
Yes. I didn't put it on here, but I started today off by saying these are both the same
Mm-hmm.
player. They played
Yeah.
all the same teams during their career. So nothing changes. They're playing the same teams. It's just when Jordan matches up with Detroit and Boston in the 80s, he beats them, he gets to the finals. Nothing changes. The only thing that changes is now Jordan's just losing in the first round, right? Any year that he didn't win a championship, he lost in the first round.
Well, I didn't see the first seed. If they're first seed, then it's much different. But I would say like if it wasn't, then the 6-0, 6-0 over 6-9 for sure. Because the
What?
fact that the fact that you get into the finals and and you aren't like taking it to a whole nother level, like that's not better than me. You got there and you've lost more times than you've won. You know what I mean? Like
But we both
you've
lost.
gotten to that stage, which is
But
the end all be all. You know what I mean? Like
So,
there
but
isn't
but
any
okay,
hold on,
passing.
but
Yeah.
hold on, wait. Oh, I don't know what please. Why do you guys come here and reiterate stuff like we don't know what 6-0 means? We understand that you got to the final 6 times and you won 6 times.
Right.
What we don't understand is that why are you making it seem like losing outside of the finals is better than actually making the finals and losing in the
Well,
finals? It
you
doesn't.
think getting to the finals and losing is better than not making it at all?
oh,
That's
then
what we're
losing.
trying to tell you.
Yeah.
My point is that, hold on, wait. If you think there's a level you have to get to win the finals, when you get to the final, what happened to the level you needed to get out of the first round? Why couldn't you level up in the first round to get out of the first round? Where was your leveling up in the second round to get out of the second round? Where was your leveling up in the conference finals to get out of the conference finals? Why is this leveling up only established
Okay.
and
You know
considered
why?
something in the finals?
You know why?
Hmm.
And a lot of people might not like this. I know a lot of people like this. It's about legacy. It's about that legacy to where you get to something that will affect everything. Which, yeah, if someone lost in the first round, I'd be like, damn, they left in the first round. Second round, okay. Conference finals, okay. Once you get to that stage, that finals, it's something that's expected of you, and it is a bearing on your legacy, whether you like it or not. That's how majority of fans think. So that's why I would say it's better to have lost before that than to get in that stage and lose. That's why I say. That's why when people say put it to another gear when you
So
get to the finals,
so
that's
Shane,
what I mean.
would you
Yeah.
be okay? What if a player publicly came out and said, you know what? I don't think my team was ready to win a championship this year. We
Mm-hmm.
probably would have lost in the finals. So I point shaved in the second round to make sure we lost so we didn't go any further, because I know if we would have got to the finals, we would have lost. There's no point of even going there. There's no point of being there if we're going to lose. I didn't want to stain my record, so I just made sure we lost. What if a player came out and said they intentionally lost before the finals because they knew they would be overmatched? Like, for example, playing like a KD Golden State Warrior team like LeBron faced. What if LeBron came out and said, you know what, I just had to make sure we lost because I didn't want to play that Golden State Warrior team because they were too good. I would have lost again in the finals, and I didn't want to lose again in the finals. What would that say about LeBron James?
He's weak. Is that not the answer?
But you just said that you rather do that. You said you rather be weak than lose in the finals. That's what you just said.
That's not. I never said that. You put
Yeah,
words in
you
my
said
mouth.
you said for your legacy. That's the whole point. Your
I said for
legacy
the.
would.
I said for
Your
the player's
legacy is going to be
legacy.
better. Yeah, for a player's legacy, it's better to be
But did
weak
I? But did I say?
and
Did I
lose
tell him to
before the
point shave?
finals.
Did I tell him? Did I tell him to deliberately lose? No, I
That's
said
what I
when we
see.
get to the
That's why
finals, we
Lamar, you
kick it up
can't.
a
You be.
notch.
It's
That's
true
what
when
I
they be saying
said.
Lamar. You be bringing these dumb scenarios, man. These are dumb scenarios talking about point shaving, man.
Who brought that up? I didn't bring it up, and I ain't
I
tell
know
nobody to point
Lamar brought
shave.
that up. I would have never brought that up because I just want to know how. Okay, so you're saying that it was better for Jordan to lose versus Detroit Pistons in 1988 in the second round than it would have been for him to make the NBA Finals and lose versus the Los Angeles Lakers.
You understand? What I'm saying is when you get to the finals, you kick it up a notch. That's all I'm saying.
Again, why do you only kick up a notch in the finals? Where's kicking up the notch in the first round? That's the point. Why is
Listen. It's expected of the play by majority of fans. Everything I'm saying is what's being reciprocated by NBA fans subconsciously and players subconsciously. Players subconsciously know that's the same reason why you don't be like, oh, it's a regular season. Players feel like, oh, it's a regular season game. Okay, you know what I mean? And then it's a first round game, second round game, third round game. This is exactly how NBA players think and majority of fans think as a whole. So while people try to justify, oh, they made it though. In the finals, they made it. No, if you make it, you win it.
Can you show me any NBA championship team that never cared about the regular season?
No, I didn't say nobody cared about the regular season.
No,
I can't
because
show you that.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Just because
I can't show you that. No, I can't show you that.
Just because you show losers who don't care about the regular season, that doesn't mean every NBA player. Winners care about the regular season because you can't. That's the point. You can't make the NBA finals unless you win in the first round. So that same mentality that you need to win the finals, you need that in the first round. Because if you don't have that mentality to win in the first round, you're never get past the first round. How do you get past the first round without that mentality of having to want to win and the need to win and to up your level to win? Because now you're in the playoffs. It's not the regular season anymore. I have to up my antes. It's not as easy as the regular season. So you still have to up your antes any part of the playoffs. Why you guys only think that it only happens in the finals?
That's not, you see, that's the thing. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It don't only happen in the finals. What it does is what it does.
Okay.
What I'm saying is you add on to that. A regular season game, they want to win that. You get into a first round game, you want to win that more. True or false? Do they not want to win the playoffs more than a regular season game? Because the stakes are higher.
I understand that.
As you get closer to that goal, as you get closer to the finals, the ability to win it matters more.
Okay, we understand. Okay, we understand it. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you. So the winning, the reason it matters more because you had to win a lot to even get to this point. So that's different. That is more winning than the guy who didn't even build that level. He was in the first round and never got to the level to even see if he could even boost it up to another level when he gets to the finals.
Right.
He completely failed. He never went to that level. So again, there's 6 seasons where you and I both together have reached the ultimate level and won the championship. But then there was 9 other seasons I reached a higher level than you did. Would you agree? If I went to the finals, I went to a higher level than you did in my play to get to that point.
Okay, I agree with that. So let me ask you something. So this prompt is said, which is better? What is it? The better player or the better what? Legacy? Like
winning. Who won? Who's the better winner? Who's the greater winner?
Okay, if you put a better winner, I'm not gonna argue numbers. That's stupid. The 6-9, the better winner.
That's the whole conversation. The whole conversation is about winning.
Okay.
Nothing else. The guys have the same resume. They face the same competition.
All right.
Just that one made the finals 15 times. The other one only made the finals 6 times.
Okay, then I'll concede to that. That is the better winner. But do you understand where I'm coming from? Where I tie into legacy and getting over the hump, or no?
No. Where does it? How does it? Okay. How is it a better legacy to be a less of a winner?
You know, this is why. Because my thing is, as you get closer, as you get closer to the finals, and you now become in it, right? What is it better, to have a losing record in the finals or a winning record in the finals? So you said okay, now it's about legacy. So who won more in the finals based off of they won the same, but who has the better ratio?
Who won more in the playoffs? That's the question. Because they both won the same amount in the finals.
No, I'm asking finals. I'm asking who has the better ratio.
What's the better ratio? What do you mean?
6-0, which is a winning ratio, or 6-9, which is a.
You know what the question is next?
No, hold on, wait. Again,
what's the question next?
Listen, the ratio is still 9. We're not excluding losses. You lost 9 times. You couldn't make the finals. The 0 doesn't mean you didn't lose. It doesn't mean you only played 6.
The 0 means you didn't lose in the finals.
Yes,
it means you lost before the finals.
You lost because you got to remember, you cannot be in the finals without being in the playoffs. So you had to be in the playoffs for us to say about your losing. You had to be in the playoffs.
Okay, so let me ask you guys something. Let me see how I could phrase this.
If you got to think that hard, it's about to be crazy, man.
It's hard for you. We understand.
No, it ain't that crazy.
If you got to think that hard, man, it's about to be a crazy question, man. Hey Johnny, should I start letting people up? Should we just
let's let people up if we don't have no more people? Yeah,
making it to the final and losing, or what's it called when you get to the final and you win and you never lose? What's better?
What? Again, if we have the same amount of championships, somebody's snoring, Lamont.
Yo.
I don't know who that is, but somebody's snoring, Lamont.
No, they trolling.
Hold on.
Who is that?
What? Who is that?
It's the little ugly dude.
Let me mute him. Did you remove him?
Yeah. No, I didn't remove him. I can't do it. I'm not even by my phone right now.
Just let him sleep.
Okay, I got it. He's out. He's taking care
of it. Remember, we both got 6 championships, but I made it to the finals 9 more times than you did. So I won more than you.
In the grand scheme of things, yeah.
Yeah, I won more playoff games. I won more playoff series than you. And I won just the same amount of championships as you. So you didn't win more than me. We won the same amount of championships.
You just fell more than me.
Hey,
No, I
I don't
didn't.
think
You
it's a
failed worse.
Hey, listen, I don't think it's a question. I think the guy who ends up losing 9 times should be better, because if you really think about it, hold on, give me a moment.
Y'all dudes be, I don't know what y'all be.
My bad. If you really think about it, he come in second place 9 times. You really come in second place 9 times, or would you rather lose first round, which is what, like top 14?
That's just a loser mentality, to be honest. Like, we all play to win, and we all play to try to be at least perfect. MJ at least got to be perfect when he got to the finals. So if you went to the finals 20 times, but you won 4 times, you're far away from being perfect. But doesn't mean just because you went there so many times that you're better.
But he's not perfect because he's lost.
He's perfect in the finals.
The finals is a part of the playoffs. He's not perfect in the playoffs.
Part of the playoffs.
So let me wait.
It's not, he's not perfect in the sense of winning. Like, that doesn't mean, you understand what I'm trying to say? Like,
he's perfect in winning in the finals, because finals is a different.
Yeah, the finals. So the finals matters more. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, the finals is
so do you guys
difficult.
view the finals and the playoffs separately?
You can only say that if you spend your entire career in the finals. We never know if you have the like. Let me ask y'all this: if Jordan, with the teams that we know in the 80s and the 90s and even in the 2000s when he came back and played with the Wizards, if Jordan would have went to the finals all 15 years of his playing career, would he be undefeated in the finals? Just be
We don't know
honest.
that.
We'll never know that. We'll never know that.
Hell no.
And true or false, we'll never know that. How do we know that?
How do we know that? For real, that's a good question, but it's hard to answer.
We will never know that.
we know that because he's made 13 playoff appearances and has 7 losses. Out of
Let
the
me ask you
13
something.
times, don't let me ask nothing because you was talking all this gibberish. Let me finish. Y'all keep ignoring the fact that it took him 19 years to play 15 seasons. He only made the playoff 13 times. So the 6 times he won the title, he lost in the playoffs 7 times.
Facts.
Why is that not as good as making the finals, or vice versa? Why is those 7 losses in the playoffs better than not making the finals?
Because when you play sports, look, when you play sports, I play soccer, bro. I play soccer. I play D1 and everything. So we don't train, we don't go to practice to get second place. Because once you get second place, it's the same as last place. So I don't know why you viewing second place as success.
That's it. I'm glad you said you played D1. So in the NCAA tournament, would you rather lose in the first round, or would you rather lose in the national championship game?
I'd rather not lose at all. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. No, if you're okay, let me ask you this question.
We already know the script for this, Damar. This is very simple.
If your team, all I'm saying is, would your team have a more successful season? Would you say your team's season was more successful if y'all lost in the national championship or lost in the first round? Which season is more successful?
I mean, to answer your question, going further would be more successful, but doesn't mean we achieved the goal. The goal is to win the championship. That's what we play for.
That's because we all know players can't be perfect. You do get graded by how far you go, especially in the years that you don't win it all. So if you go further more often, that also gets graded along with the years where you actually do win it all.
Okay, so let me ask you. So host. Let me ask you something. What if you put this? We can take this argument and we can put it
shouldn't
down.
let everybody up,
I know
man.
you just heard me talking. God damn, nigga, you need to shut the fuck up. But hold on,
Watch
I
your
need to
fucking
expose
mouth,
this nigga's
nigga.
logic real quick. All right,
Man,
then
that's
you
why
get
we
the
should.
fuck up out of here, bro. You just can't be
Come
letting
on,
too
man.
many sassy Jeffries up here. At the same time,
Bring
bro.
inside up. Bring inside up.
No, but here's the thing, because this man just said that second place is the same as last place. At the end of the day, if that's truly the case, then why do you guys count finals records? If losing in the finals is the exact same thing as losing in the first round, which is what y'all been trying to justify this whole time y'all been up here, why do you guys count finals losses?
Like what I was saying.
That was my question right there too. Yeah, go ahead.
I just need you to explain that.
What I'm saying is, if we play to win, we owed winning more higher than second, right? So if you are perfect every time you get to where the last game, you're perfect at the last game, then that means your greatness stand out more.
That's it. What team do you know doesn't play to win? What team doesn't play to win?
That doesn't answer the question. We want you to stop talking about the winning and talk about the losing. If all losing is the same, why are we counting the losses that are only in the championship? Why are we not counting all the losses?
We started doing that just for LeBron, bro. That's why.
Look, be a man. Thank you. Be a man and settle that. Finally, somebody came up here and said the truth. This is about LeBron. Thank you for saying that. They did it for LeBron. It's not a real thing. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, because Jerry West what's his record, like 1-9? Ain't nobody talk about him as like, oh, he went to the finals so many times. Woo, woo, woo. We only do that because of LeBron.
Boom. So Jordan 6-0 record really means nothing.
It means a lot because he was perfect at the last game.
No, it means a lot because LeBron is around. It means a lot because LeBron's around. If LeBron wasn't around, it wouldn't mean nothing because, like you said, they do it for LeBron. So because LeBron is around, we have this conversation. So it really means nothing.
Yeah, because we are trying to find a way to show people or to make people understand why LeBron is the greatest. So we gotta find ways and make ways to see if this nigga is the greatest. But we know we play sport to win, and the guy that won the most is Michael Jordan because he's
Bill Russell. Bill Russell got 11 championships.
That won the most.
What are you talking about? Bill Russell.
But it's how he did it too that matters. That's what greatness is about. How he did it, the 3 P.
But that's the same thing with LeBron. That's what we said for LeBron. how LeBron won was better than Jordan, the same way you feel like how Jordan won was better than Bill Russell. That's what we're trying to explain to y'all.
Look, I'm not the type of
Hold on,
nigga
but that's it. That's it. You
I
like
don't
you
think
said the
LeBron
three-peat.
James is a bad player. I just
Bill
don't
Russell
think he's
has
the
two.
greatest.
Bill Russell has two four-peats. Jordan has two three-peats, but Bill Russell has two four-peats. He outdid him even with that.
No, he has 2 4-peats in a row. You gotta stop leaving out that context. He won 8 in a row.
He is an 8-peat.
He got an 8-peat. Y'all talk about 3-peats like that's the record. And the Bulls aren't the only team that 3-peated. So why y'all keep bringing that record up?
May I
Because he
please address
dominated.
May I please address IT's dumb logic?
Go ahead, Inside.
If the goal is to win, why are you trying to convince me that losing a series is greater than winning one? If the goal is to win.
Can you say that slower?
If the goal is to win.
No, slower than that. Slower than that.
If the goal is to win, why are you trying to convince me that losing a series is greater than winning that series?
I don't even know how to answer that question because I'm not getting it. I'm not getting the question.
Hold on. Okay, this is what we're trying to tell you. Why do you think it was better for Jordan to lose versus Detroit in '88 instead of beat Detroit in 1988?
I never said it was better. I just said second place and losing the first round is the same thing. You're all losers.
The only difference is one's winning more, correct?
You went further, but you still lost.
But the crazy thing is that when the Bulls lost in the conference finals in '89, they were second best in the conference.
Bro, you guys know that nobody care about LeBron. 6 losses in the finals. All we know that he has four
This ain't
finals.
about LeBron. This ain't about LeBron.
No. I'm trying to make a point. I'm not saying it's about LeBron. I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to understand.
Okay, hold on, wait.
Nobody remembers.
So we understand that. We understand. Listen, we understand 6 is more than 4. The problem is that 6 is not enough. That's why they need to add the 0, because from this conversation we've been having all night, that 0 represents perfect, unbeatable. It represents all these things that it doesn't represent. It is a fake narrative. If the 6 championships are enough, you don't need the 0. You can just say Jordan won 6 championships. But saying Jordan won 6 championships is not enough. It's not enough to say he's the GOAT. 6 championships doesn't make nobody the GOAT of basketball. That's the point of the premise. Finals record doesn't make anybody better than the next person.
So what makes you better? Like, if winning don't makes you better than the other person.
Well, that's another conversation for another show. Tonight's show is not about that.
So
We're just
look,
talking about winning tonight.
the Bill Russell thing is kind of crazy because the guy literally in his career he averaged what, like 16, 17 points.
So are you saying that your stats validate?
You guys are just trying to.
Hold on.
Hey, if you're gonna bring up
We
stats, you might as well
understand.
bring errors.
Listen, if you're using stats to make somebody better than the next person, then there's no way Michael Jordan's 2 more championships can make him better than LeBron. LeBron's stats are better than Jordan's stats.
Bro, look. So let me get my point. No, look. Let me just get my point.
Let him go. I want to hear this, guys. Let him go. I have to hear this. If I don't hear it, I don't know.
Yo, look. Let
Let
me just get what I'm trying to say with the Bill Russell thing, right? It's different. It's different era, right? When he dominated his era, Michael Jordan got to dominate his era, and LeBron got to dominate his era, right? So when you look at all of them, I'm not saying LeBron James is out of the top 10 or out of the top 5, bro. I'm saying from looking at that, I prefer to have Jordan because I like the way he did it. Just how he did it to me stand out the most compared to Bill and LeBron. I'm not knocking their greatness. I'm not knocking their greatness down, bro.
I didn't give you the mic. I didn't give you the mic to tell us how you feel. We are all grown men. I'm 45 today. I really don't care how you feel. We want to understand.
That's the truth, though. But like, you can't take that away from me.
I don't know if that's the truth. I don't know you. I don't care what you feel about. I don't care how you think. I want to know how your logic is put together, which helps us understand by the question and the prompt. The question and the prompt is what is the greater winner? The guy who makes the finals more, or the guy who makes the finals less? That is the question, sir. That's what we're trying to figure out. We're not trying to figure out.
I think the question should be the person that won in a final more.
I think the question should be what the host want to talk about.
They won 6 times. We just sold it. Nobody won more other than the guy who made the finals 9 times. That's what you don't want to accept. The guy who made the finals 9 more times won more than the guy who didn't make the finals 9 more times. That's what you're fighting.
because he
Yeah,
lost
that
in the
is.
finals.
That's
He lost
exactly
in the
what that
finals.
means.
There's not a
15 is
difference
more
between
than
losing the
6.
first round and
It's
in the
simple
final. You're
math.
still a
15
loser,
is
bro.
more than
Okay,
You
6.
just need to accept that part.
so what you're saying is that the guy who is 6-9 is equal to the guy that's 6-0, correct?
I mean, he's not perfect.
Neither is the
None
guy
of
who's
them are
6-0.
perfect. Neither of them are perfect. None of them are
Yes, the
perfect.
other guy
Remember
is
that.
perfect. So you can't deny that. That's why you
So
said six
losing
and
in the
zero.
first,
No,
second,
you
or third
just said
round.
you said all losing's the same. So if all losing's the same, we're not doing 6-0 no more. It's just 6 championships. That's the
Yo,
point.
so somebody else get in the topic, bro, because I feel like I already laid
Nah,
down
bro.
No,
what I
we're
It's
not
stand on.
getting into the
it's
topic. How
really
about
simple
Lamar? Kick him,
logic.
please, because I'm not by my phone right quick. Just kick him and let's bring somebody else up.
Hey,
Because
he's just
again,
I feel like he's buying it. He's just
You know
biased.
the
He's trying to
crazy
say
thing is, right?
he said
I
this is
mean, I
bias.
get
He
it.
said that Lamar is
When
biased. His bias to,
I
to
get
say
it.
Jordan lost
look now
in the
the now
finals.
Hello,
now
hello.
the other when we had the 6-4 prompt up the other day, I just went to go look at Michael Jordan and Kareem playoff wins. Who you think got more playoff rings and they both got 6 rings?
It's Kareem.
Kareem.
Of course, it's Kareem.
It's 150. Who would you? So now we got to ask him. Who would you rather have in the playoffs? Kareem's 154 wins with his 6 rings, or Jordan's 119 playoff wins with his 6 rings? It don't make sense.
I'll take the 119 with 6 Finals MVPs.
So
We
you
know
so
you.
say,
We know you would.
hey
We know
y'all,
you would.
hey
Hey,
Juan boy, 3 point guy says he'll
Fake
take
Laker
less
fan.
winning. Ladies and gentlemen,
hey,
less winning is greater than more winning, according to 3 point guy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the
I
party.
mean, no, I get it. I get how y'all think. Y'all look at losing in the finals like winning a silver medal in the Olympics, and that's not the case.
No, I
No,
look
that's
at
not.
losing in the
That's not what we're
That's
finals
how y'all
saying.
look. You're looking at it like it's a moral victory.
No,
No,
that's
I'm
not what
looking
we're
at
looking at it, sir.
At least I
that's
That's
got
not
the
what we're
How
point.
looking
is
at
a
it, sir.
No,
silver medal a
Right,
moral
right.
victory,
Three-peat
bro? You
God.
got some
It
stupid
actually,
logic. I'd rather
right.
win a silver medal than win no medal. That makes no sense. If I know that we're about, if
If
I'm
you
playing
zero.
for
top 3,
Team
if you're top 3,
Lithuania,
you get a
no,
medal.
hold on, one boy, I got you real quick. If I'm playing for Team Lithuania, and I know that we got the USA team with Braun, Curry, and Steph, and all them guys over there, I know we ain't finna win no damn gold medal, but I'm gonna try to win that silver medal. I'm gonna do everything I can to get to that championship game and lose to USA.
Also,
Yeah,
too.
but
USA.
Juan boy, you're
Also,
not going to
too.
go
Again,
point at your trophy
but
case and
no,
look at.
no,
You're not
but
going to point at your trophy
A
case and say, "I
But
three-peat
got
go
God.
look
6
at that
titles."
silver medal
And
case
but
what
that
other
wait,
we're
good
proudest
team
of,
hold
bro.
on,
We
lost
wait.
ain't lost to
finals?
Team
No,
USA
you
Oh,
got
from
6
our team
titles in your
Lithuania,
trophy
nigga.
case.
We
Can,
playing
can
with
I just
trash
shoot
hold,
ass
NBA?
Team Lithuania, and we still
guys,
got to the gold
I
medal
need
game.
order, guys. I need order. I need order. Listen, the point is that the only reason people are talking about second place is because you guys only want to talk about losing in the finals. If all losses are the same, then why are we only talking about losing in the championship round? If all losses are the same, there is no record to talk about. There's no finals record because all losses mean the same thing. Losing in
Also,
the first round means just as bad as losing in the finals. There is no difference.
No,
So
there
why
is.
are we
also,
talking about that?
yeah. Also, too, though, here's what you guys don't understand. There is a second place. That's why you get a conference championship banner. That's why you get a conference championship trophy that's silver. There is a second place in the NBA. They give it out every year. When you go in the offices of these NBA teams, they held the trophy up in their little trophy case. That's why some teams hang banners. So there is a second place. Secondly, let me tell you about really what this is that you guys truly like. The issue is this: when you go 6-0, that's not a record. There's other players that are 8-0. You get no trophy, you get no banner, you get nothing for that. You don't get an extra ring, you get nothing for that. Right?
Tony,
What you
Tony,
do is,
Tony, get closer to your phone, bro. You starting
yeah,
to
what I
muffle up.
said is, okay, what you do get, so since you get no trophy for being 6-0, you don't set the record. Not the most finals wins without a loss. You don't get a banner for going the extra O. You don't get a ring. You don't get nothing, right? All you get is the adulation of other men on TikTok and the lie of perceived perception. That's what you guys like. That's why he calls you guys zesty. That's why he calls you guys liars. Because you guys like to lie and have a perceived perception of perfection when you're not perfect. And that's why he calls you zesty, because it's homoerotic that you're chasing the adulation of other random men. Because that's all you get from being 6-0 is the adulation of random men. That is the only benefit you get from it. You don't get jack shit else.
You trust Tony to come with the
Hey
It's
man,
a
he said it the
fact.
best. Shout
He
out to
said it.
Johnny and Lamont. They had to cook up on this topic
Uh,
tonight, man. I
uh,
missed a lot of it. Have you all heard some of the dumb logic of people today?
Inside, I feel your pain. You done did this for multiple lives. I feel bad for you. There's no way I can do this for 5 days in a row, man. I don't know how y'all, man. I'd have went
Hey,
insane,
at least I
man.
know. Hey, Lamont, at least I know Inside has Kobe Bryant over Tim Duncan now. So I'm glad of that. Like I said,
In terms of playoff
five and
success,
two
Kobe
is better
Bryant.
than 5-1, right? So I'm
In
glad.
terms of
Thank,
in terms of playoff
thank you,
success, Kobe.
Nats.
All right, you said something. You gonna let me respond, or you just gonna keep talking like a non-grown
I
ass
don't
man?
need to respond. You said you said what you
Anyways,
said. What are you
in
responding
terms
to?
of playoff
What you
success,
said?
Why y'all
okay.
always so disruptive, man? Just let them cook. We're
All
gonna
right,
come back
no.
to your 3
I
point
apologize.
guy.
I apologize. I
In
apologize.
terms of playoff success, yes, Kobe Bryant has more playoff success than Tim Duncan. That has nothing to do with their careers. Sorry.
I'm sorry too. 5-1. 5-2 is greater than 5-1. I'm sorry.
In terms of playoff success, you're right. I agree.
Oh, but I will say
Well, hold
this.
on, wait a minute. How did you
Thank you.
agree?
Nats.
How is 5-2 better than 5-1? What does that mean?
I don't know how is 6-9 better than 6-0.
How
Same
many?
logic,
Doesn't
right?
Tim Duncan have more? Oh no, wait, doesn't Tim Duncan have more playoff wins, more playoff series wins, all of that than Kobe?
You don't have more conference finals titles. He doesn't.
Oh, so now you care about
Wait a
conference
minute.
finals
Yeah,
titles,
but what
even
about
though
No,
hold
Kobe
on,
got
actually,
hold
two.
on,
no,
hold on,
because
no, no, no,
because
no.
it should matter.
Wait,
So you don't
Kobe's
care about the
Wait.
finals,
5-2,
but you
I mean,
care
not
about
and
the
Hold
Duncan
on,
is
playoffs.
hold
5-1,
on,
but
but
Kobe
hold
got a
on,
better
but
career
hold
now.
on,
New
but
World,
hold on. I don't remember Tim
and
Duncan
that is
missing
to
the play.
y'all, New
I
World.
don't remember Tim Duncan missing the playoffs.
And I don't remember Tim Duncan winning winning 7 conference finals either.
No, because
So,
we got to remember we're counting everything. We're not just counting certain losses. That's the whole point. You guys don't want to
What's
count certain
better?
losses. Making 19
What's
playoffs or
better,
making
Lamont?
or
5
making or
titles
making
and
13 playoffs.
5
What's
titles, 6
better?
conference finals, or 5 titles and 7 conference titles?
What's better? Making 15 playoffs or 19 playoffs?
You still don't answer my question. How are you going to answer a question with a question?
Because we're talking about that's what I'm trying to explain to you. Because now you're just trying to lead it to certain rounds. We're talking about the playoffs in general. Because Tim Duncan, you said winning in the playoffs.
Okay. Tony Styles, what's better, 5-2 or 5-1?
Can you address what Johnny said, please?
Okay, listen.
Can you answer my
Listen to me.
question?
Yes, I'm gonna answer your question, 3P God. The 5-1, because he made the playoffs 19 times, and the guy the other time only made the playoffs 15 times.
Well, so it matters. So now it doesn't matter if we lost. So now it doesn't matter if we lost every time in the
We
first
just
round,
told
right?
you finals record doesn't matter. How many times we got to tell you that it doesn't matter? We said playoff records. We're talking about the entire playoff. You guys keep making it seem like the finals are not a part of the playoffs. You cannot exclude the playoffs to just talk about the finals.
Then put that on the board. You don't have
That's what
have
we're
6 to
doing.
0. You
That's
have
the
6
point
to
of
0.
the
No,
board.
you should
That's
have
the
you,
that's
you
the
should have
point
30 and
of the
7.
Hold
That's
on.
board.
what Michael Jordan. Michael
Hold on.
Jordan
Hold
is
on.
30 and 7 in the
Hold on.
playoffs.
3 point guy.
Put
3
that
point
up
guy.
there.
3 point guy to help y'all out. Everybody keeps talking about what we don't have on the prompt. I want y'all to ask yourselves, how much
Yes,
stuff
sir.
do you think we can fit on one prompt? Y'all be wanting us to add stuff, add stuff, add stuff. We can fit as much in. It's already hard enough to read as it is. We add what is necessary. We'll talk through what's not there. It is what it is. But no matter what we put on it, if you guys are gonna cry about it anyway, so it don't really matter what we
JDRs
put
don't
on it.
have critical thinking
It don't
skills. We
Hey,
matter,
already
man.
know this.
hey, Lamont, what happens to your views or your engagement when you make a thumbnail and there's too much information on the thumbnail?
You lose it, man. Nobody's trying to read all that, man. Like I'm trying to simplify it.
Especially you Zesties. You Zesties can't read. Come on, man.
I can't put a encyclopedia on a prompt and get you. No, hell no.
But
But it's just simple.
Hey, and I'll even answer your question,
I
Three
can't
P
believe you
guys. Check
fell
this
for that
out.
inside. I can't believe
Check
you
this
fell
out.
for that.
I can't wait
I'm
to
with
hear
you
this.
on it. I'm with you on it. So check it out. Kobe does have that subsection, right? Where 5-2 is better than
I'll
5-1.
give 3
However,
point guy that. I agree. I mean, I would say
yeah,
if
hey,
Kobe's 5-2, I'll give that to him. I'm not gonna argue
yeah.
that.
But then when we break down everything else, Duncan's 4-0 as the man in the finals. Kobe's 2-1. Duncan leads you to more finals than Kobe does. He wins more finals MVP, more MVP. He never has a season where he wins less than 50 games. Makes the playoffs everywhere else. So cool. He's got that one little thing, and then everything else is Duncan. Everything else is Duncan.
Aww.
And that's the full story. That's
Tim
and
Duncan
that's
leads
how
every
real
single
basketball
title.
fans break it down. They don't get
Two scoring,
hinged on
no,
one
two
thing.
scoring titles, because you
Aww.
didn't lead it in nothing your entire career.
Yeah, but the thing about the scoring
Led in
titles, it didn't
nothing.
win. It didn't lead the winning. The Lakers didn't
Once
even win
again,
50 games when Kobe led the
right,
league in scoring.
right, three-peat guy. That's what I mean by check this out. It's homoerotic. It's the
It's not
adulation of other
homoerotic.
men.
It sounds like you're
Yes, it's the
homoerotic because
adulation.
you're trying to defend another man.
Okay, so
You don't
once
have to
again,
protect your man to put down another man.
Oh
no, I'm just defending the
God,
truth.
bro.
I'm just reporting the truth. I don't care who's the greatest. Just whoever is. You could be the greatest. I wouldn't care. I'd say you, but you're not.
Yeah, and 3-point God.
Lamont,
The reason why he says
Chat
zesty.
GPT stuff to bring back order, man.
Yeah, the reason why he says zesty 3-point God is because most of us up here are defending most of us are defending the logic. It seems like you and a couple other people who came up here are defending Jordan. And the difference is when y'all say something and then we move it to another scenario to see if it works. And when it don't work with like other names, then you start trying to apply all these other additives to it to try to make it work. And that's what Tony's talking about. Like we're just this prompt, that's why I say it's just the logic. You guys are so caught up in Jordan that you're defending Jordan. You don't have to defend Jordan. Jordan's career is cool. He don't really need any help. But y'all make it seem like y'all always justify what Johnny says with it not being enough because y'all start defending Jordan. Yeah, when you don't have to.
It's not enough. It's not enough. But that's why they do it. They know it's not enough. I don't know why y'all be trying to sympathize with dudes who's smart enough to realize Jordan's career is not enough, but want to come here and come tell us some nonsense like we're supposed to be kids believing some sob story reading in the book. Like nobody's believing these nighttime lullabies by Zesty Jeffries about Michael Jordan's career. Like we're grown.
I always say this
guy who
too
got a
is
bronze
that
medal ahead of Kobe Bryant.
I always say this too is that when you say this is about the finals, no, this is about the dumbass logic behind using a finals record. That's what this is about. Finals record does not fucking matter. It's just dumb logic. Because you're penalizing someone for winning more.
That is your primary basis for doing this. For the adulation of men. It's not about winning, it's about winning a certain way. Because if it was all about winning, it'd be all about wrestle. But once again, it doesn't look the way you have Jordan into like a time-traveling deity that can go through all eras and dominate all eras because it looks a certain way, and guys agree that it looks a certain way, and that's really the only thing. So it's no longer about winning, it's about the way it looks while you're winning. So once again, the adulation of other men.
Hey, Tony, wasn't that dude that we just kicked off talking about the way Jordan makes him feel and the way he did it just made him feel a certain way? You niggas always come up here talking about your feelings and no facts. You can't argue that 15 finals is better than 6. You can't argue that.
I heard them argue that
nobody was doing that dunk Jordan was doing when you turn to the side.
Yeah.
With the lead. Nobody was doing that before Jordan.
Nobody was palming the ball and holding it over their head.
Lamont, let's get to the chat.
Hold on, just give me a second. I'm trying to pull it up now. So
my bad, Lamont. My bad. I didn't mean to get. I know you frustrated, Lamont.
No, I'm not frustrated. No, I'm glad we did this. I'm not frustrated.
I just want to say because I heard you guys earlier. I heard you guys earlier talking with a couple guys that said it's the mystique of 6-0. Once again, the perceived perception for adulation of other men. You get nothing for that other than adulation of other men. That's why they call you Zesty, because we see what your subconscious is showing.
I guarantee you the dude who licked out the Diddy tape is a Jordan fan. Guarantee it.
And not only that, I find it weird, too, that they have hundreds of pictures of LeBron in their phone and then call him a loser. Look at this loser. And why would you put all that loser energy on your phone?
Yeah, I told you, y'all gotta stop crying about them, man. Y'all gotta stop crying, man. Let them talk, man. Let them talk.
Boy, why do you think the Lakers don't hang up conference title banners?
Don't you ever address me again. No, he's talking, don't you ever address me with your low level.
Why not? Laker fan?
Because you have a low level basketball intellect.
You don't know shit. You're not a real fan.
Why do you ask me that? Why don't you ask me that? Why don't you ask me that?
You're not a real fan.
You're not a
more Kobe games than you. You're not a Laker fan.
Just because the Lakers don't value putting up a conference banner doesn't mean the conference banners don't mean anything. Just because the Lakers don't do it, the Lakers do not represent the entire NBA. They represent the Lakers franchise.
Well, he's supposed to represent a Laker fan.
The Lakers used to hang him up.
It's not about being a Lakers fan. I'm not a Lakers fan. I'm not a Lakers fan. Miami Heat care about it. They got banners up. They
Three-P God, he's disingenuous because he's not a real Laker fan. We used to hang him up, but we got
how many do we have then? How many conference banners do we have? Since you're so concerned with it, how many do we have? How many do we have since you're so concerned with it? How many do we have?
Don't have any. There's none hanging up. It's
How many
championships or
times
nothing.
did the Lakers win the Western Conference? You don't know. Why you asking me about the bench if you
Exactly.
don't
You don't
know?
know either. So why are you?
I know.
That's
Why are
my
you
point.
asking me? But
Thank you
why
for
are
making
you?
my point.
If you, the thing
You
is,
don't know either.
Why are you
Thank you.
asking me if you do not know? What's the point of you
I don't
asking?
need to ask you because nobody probably knows.
Question for three
Nobody,
P God.
nobody
Oh
cares about the
man,
Lakers, man.
why is the question for me?
Well,
Okay.
because well, because you have questions, so I have a question for you. I'd love to know this seriously. Let's use Russell Jordan, right? Why would 5 confirmed titles be substituted for the adulation of other men? Tell me how that's a benefit. Tell me how that's all about winning when you would
Okay.
sacrifice
Say that
5
again and
rings.
say it a different way. Say that again. I heard you say
Okay,
men and you lost me.
Slow it down for
Say
him,
that
Tony.
question again.
Slow it way
Yeah.
down for him.
okay. So why would you substitute 5 titles? Why would you rather say you're a 6-time champ than an 11-time champ when the only benefit of that is you get the adulation of other men and they agree that you could be a time-traveling deity that can dominate any era, which is purely hypothetical, based in no facts. It's just some other random men's
Bill
opinion.
Russell's getting adulation of you. So what the hell are you talking about?
I adulate the 11
No.
titles.
So
I
what is
did.
your point? Are you a man?
Yep.
Lamont, that's why Lamont, this is why they love to have the GOAT debate with me. Because y'all clearly heard yesterday when I
I
played the
defend
live.
MJ. He defends Bill Russell. But
Oh my
You
God.
didn't
Why
answer my
y'all
I
hear
want the
question at
why
all.
when
adulation
y'all
of
hear
men,
people
right?
talking, y'all don't shut up, man. This live was way better when we didn't have
At
y'all
least
up on
Jordan's
the
still
panel,
alive.
man. Please, man. Please, y'all. Please.
Nah, it's
Y'all
over
love to
with.
yeah, please stop arguing with these dudes. Leave the argument up for me and Lamont, man. Y'all be having y'all lives and we let y'all argue with them on y'all lives. But let us deal with them because they're gonna start being like. That's why I told y'all this dude could call me 100 BANs. I don't care how with these nicknames and all these little silly stuff. Because once we start talking basketball, the information is what people want to hear. They don't want to hear the name calling. They don't want to hear the bickering beefing. That only brings more zesties. But we are gonna show y'all how they talk basketball because Lamont did put Chat GPT to work again, and he said he was able to show. I don't know if y'all saw Lamont. Shout out to Ochi. I haven't seen Ochi all day today. Shout out to Ochi. Um, he posted a clip of Lamont having a debate about LeBron James in the 2009 Eastern Conference Finals, and Mr. Young Miami's disciple, literally Miami, was saying some stuff about LeBron free throws and missing free throws and deciding to go against the game plan and that his 38 8 and 8 don't mean nothing because in the crucial part of the games he was I guess not performing. Did anyone of y'all hear this conversation on Ochi's
Mm-hmm.
channel?
Yep.
No, I didn't hear
I
it.
heard
I
that.
didn't hear it.
And I heard today on Mr. Little Young Miami's channel, he was saying that he gonna copy strike Ochi, which I don't know how he gonna copy strike Ochi for somebody else's live, because he was mad that Ochi got the live and people can hear it, and he was talking crap about Lamont, saying that he don't know how Lamont's a coach,
Well, I
and
mean, it's very
Lamont brought
simple.
up the
Crying.
Lamont
Crying.
brought up yeah LeBron brought up a pistol action within the Princeton offense made no sense to the other Zesty that was on the live. But I have that available, so I'm trying to send that to Ochi so he can
I mean,
post it.
it's
But
it's just it's really not very it's like not even very hard to understand. Like Mike Brown has been running the same stuff everywhere he goes, man. It's like that's what he does, and I mean, it works to a certain degree, but one of the biggest problems with the Princeton, why a lot of college teams went away from it, is because it's easy to sniff out. Like once you figure it out, and so if you're not one of those coaches like in college, like a Mark Few or somebody, or a Matt Painter, where you're really good at adding a ton of different wrinkles into your sets. So when teams sniff it out, you always got these, alternatives. Then you're just going to keep getting stumped. And I think that's what Mike Brown ran into. That's what I was really trying to tell Chaz is I think Mike Brown is more so got coach. Whenever I see a team with a big lead lose a big lead, it's almost always coaching. It's you guys know how hard it is to lose a 20-point lead in a basketball game. It's so easy to control that. Like when you lose a 20-point lead, that is coaching. That is coaching all the way. And they were just thirsty to blame LeBron. Hold on, I can go through mine first.
I don't think they know who Mark Payne and what's his name
Yeah,
is.
they
You
don't
gotta
know
let
who
them
those
know.
people are.
They
The
don't
only
know who
reason,
they are.
yeah,
Mark
the
Payne
only
is the
reason I
coach
said,
for Purdue, and Mark Few coaches Gonzaga. If y'all ain't know,
yeah,
They don't know that one, boy.
yeah, but the only reason I said do yours first because mine I know is a long. It's probably a whole
Well,
synopsis.
what's long is it's actually ChatGPT's breakdown. Like, so I'm gonna try to breeze through these as quickly as possible. But yours
Okay,
is
let's have
definitely
some
gonna
fun,
be
man.
way longer than mine. I know that for a
That's
fact.
what I said that because if we do mine, we'll be we never gonna get to yours. So if
All
we
right,
at
hold
least we
on.
get to yours
Let
first
me
because yours was more basketball related. Mine is probably gonna be more psychological
But
on the
what helped
conversation.
yours was I gave it
Mhm.
your reaction to it, and it was able to kind of decipher between the madness of the conversation. So it was because you were reacting to it, you were giving ChatGPT kind of like pointers in the conversation, so it can disseminate who's talking and
Understand?
who's saying what. So
Mhm.
it actually you
Yeah,
reacting to it actually really helped it. Hold on, let me
yeah. That
okay.
reaction video is out too for anybody who want to see it. The whole live was played on the TikTok takeover live. We show y'all exactly what I do when I show up on other platforms.
All right, here, let me make this big. So I had to copy and paste it so we can read it better. But yeah, this was really good right here. Let me get to the top. All right, so
The bottom
it
line.
yeah, so it broke it down. It started with a bottom line. And so this is it's just giving this breakdown of the conversation. It really don't ChatGPT really don't care who was right or wrong. It's just pointing out what actually happened versus what was reported versus what we were saying in the conversation. That's all it's saying. That's why I say this is long. I'm trying to figure out where to go in it. What's the most important parts of this? Man, Chaz was just screwing up so many places. ChatGPT broke his ass down bad, man. But this is what it said. It said the
let me
LeBron
send it
needed
to him
to.
so he can hear it.
Yeah, so this is the part where I said when it really started breaking the things that Chaz was saying down. It says the LeBron needed to play different claim is too vague. That's what we kept saying. It's just like, okay, anytime a team loses, you probably needed to play different. That's simple, right? Like it's too vague. Like if we lose, well, no shit. Of course we needed to do something. Like, what do you think? Okay, how do you think they feeling? Well, Chet's probably saying, "God damn, I should have played different." Duh. I mean, it's so vague. It's like so vague. But that's what. So ChatGPT said the biggest problem with Chaz's argument. He kept saying, and it pointed out the things that he was saying. It said he kept saying things like LeBron needed to play in a way that lowered his stats but opened up the game for his teammates. He says that sounds sophisticated until you ask basic follow-up questions like, what exact action should Cleveland have gone to? Where should LeBron have caught the ball? Who was setting the screen? Who was Orlando helping off? Was Dwight in drop, showing, staying home, or playing the passing lanes as I was trying to explain to him? He said, and what was the counter after the first action got blown up, which is what I was trying to explain to Chaz. Because you can't have ball movement with one player. Ball movement starts with everybody on the court. And he says, and then that's when it takes us to these comments where I asked specifically, how do you move the ball more? If Orlando's staying attached to shooters and the shot clock is already late. And it says right here, once he was pressed on the Princeton pistol action and asked to explain how Cleveland should move the ball after the first action, he did not provide a real answer. That matters because move the ball is not a scheme. It's just a slogan, right? A basketball answer would be something like invert the floor, put LeBron at the nail, use a weak side split action, screen the screener, run delay, empty side pick and roll, right? All types of stuff is saying give anything other than just move the ball, right? And I don't know where he got that from. Like move the ball is not the solution, right? Kobe loses to the Phoenix Suns. It's like, what's the solution? Move the ball, it got to be a little bit more intricate than that. It says right here, it says Game 5 actually supports your point about coaching adjustments. This is what I was telling him about coaching adjustments. Again, I don't expect Chaz to understand coaching adjustments because 1, he's not a coach. 2, he's probably not played. And 3, he just doesn't understand basketball in general, at least at the organized level. And it says the Cleveland breakdown of Game 5 said Mike Brown put LeBron in the middle of the floor in the fourth quarter, which made it harder for Orlando to double him. It also said LeBron drove, shot jumpers, hit open teammates, and that he had been making the same passes all series, but this time Cleveland shooters made the open looks he created. He said the same source called it a strong coaching move. He said that's huge because if the solution was put LeBron in better spots and make Orlando defend different floor setup, then that is a coaching schematic adjustment argument. It's not proof that LeBron was the culprit. It supports what I was saying, which is Mike Brown had the responsibility to adjust the structure instead of just leaving LeBron to solve everything on the floor. That's another thing I told Chaz. I said, Chaz, you're acting like LeBron has to play the game. He has to be the best player. He has to make the adjustments that the coaching staff should make. Makes no sense. That's why you have a coaching staff, right? They're the ones that's supposed to do these things. LeBron is out there to play. And it says, even gives Chaz a few points right here. It says the turnover criticism is fair, but they said that Chaz overstated it. And it actually says where I should have done something. It says this is where you should concede a small point so your larger point is stronger. It says LeBron did average 4.2 turnovers per game in that series. That is nothing. It says Game 4 is a strong evidence against him because Cleveland lost 116 to 114 in overtime. And the Cleveland breakdown said that Cleveland only had 12 turnovers for the game, but he made critical mistakes in overtime, including 2 by LeBron. It still also said LeBron otherwise played a marvelous game, 44 points, 12 rebounds, and 7 assists. And it says, so the honest position is, yes, LeBron had turnovers, missed free throws. Yes, LeBron could have been cleaner in late game stretches, but no, he was not the main culprit. But I actually did say that in the debate. I let him know. I said, yeah, if you want to fault LeBron for the free throws, well, go ahead. But there are other people to blame as well. But this thing does break him down. It's crazy how much it breaks him down. It says right here what Chaz got wrong. It says he tried to turn LeBron. He said he tried to turn LeBron was imperfect until LeBron was the culprit, right? He's basically saying that, as Tony was saying, and Tony did a good job of statistically bringing this out. He was trying to say because LeBron James wasn't perfect, he's the reason why they lost. And Tony basically said, if you adjust LeBron's numbers to perfect, he's going to have a stat line, probably one of the greatest stat lines in NBA history in a playoff game. So they're basically asking LeBron to do something almost statistically impossible just to say that he played okay when they don't hold players like Kobe to that standard. Tony did a good job of pointing that out. He even mentioned that crazy stat line that LeBron would have needed to meet Chaz's feelings, to make him feel better about how LeBron played, which is very silly. You know, it also did a psychological breakdown on Chaz. And so the psychological breakdown, it says what Chaz is doing is not basketball analysis. It's LeBron blame dressed up in basketball sounding language. This is where it really starts to break down the filibustering and the wordiness that he was using. It says the pattern is simple. He starts with the conclusion that LeBron did something wrong. It says then he searches for vague basketball words to make the conclusion sound intelligent. What was Chaz doing? He kept saying weird stuff. He kept putting words together, like unnecessary adjectives. Adjective, all pointed towards LeBron. It was very odd language. He says when then someone asked him to explain actual basketball mechanism, which is what we did, he retreats into more abstract language. That's how ChatGPT described his language. And it talks about the core problem. It gives examples. It gives his quotes. It says Chaz is arguing from a preloaded conclusion. Chaz says, and I quote, LeBron's numbers were great, but I still need him to be responsible somehow, right? That is the foundation. So it said, and he kept saying things. He said he never gave any specifics, any specific possessions, any specific plays, any specific adjustments. He avoided anything in specific, but he kept saying things like ChatGPT did a good job of pointing out. It says he kept saying stuff like the dynamic process, What is the dynamic process? Anybody know what the hell that is? What the hell is the
That's
dynamic
what that was
process?
that was the thing that he said that you asked him about that I was trying to say. Like, what did
Yes.
you asked him? What do you mean by dynamic
Yes.
process?
And then, hold on.
And he
It,
brought up a play.
That happens when the
hold on.
that happens when the event creator in a in
Yeah,
an event
it gets you silly. Hold on.
they merge them together.
It gives a whole bunch of his quotes. He kept saying the flow of the game. What do you mean? He also said he needed to play a different way. What does that mean? What do you mean he needs to play? The man had 49 points in game 1. How different do you need to play? The man shot, think about this, y'all. In game 1, y'all, LeBron James shot 20 of 30. He dropped 49 points. Why the hell would I be telling LeBron to play different? Okay, and also, hold on. We got more. Chaz said, and I quote, "The statistical line is misrepresenting what happened." Think about this. Think about this.
You're okay.
Think about this. For anybody that played, and I asked Score Society this yesterday. I said, can you imagine dropping 49 points on almost 60% shooting and going to the locker room and the coach say it's your fault that y'all lost? None of this stuff make any sense. It sound done. Okay,
It's almost 70% shooting.
Chaz will also say, y'all, this is, and I quote, his stats went up, but it took away from the team. What the hell did LeBron's stats take away from the team when the rest of the team was shooting 33% from the field? This is not like when Michael Jordan played. When Michael Jordan played, there would be times where his team would be shooting like 50, 60% from the field, and Jordan would still be taking all the shots. That is the most cleanest example of a who's not using his team when they actually making shots. In this game that we were talking about, the rest of the team shot 33% from the field. Right?
Yeah, Mo Williams was 6 to 19 from the first game.
And Johnny, mind you, Johnny, they say that LeBron in these instances doesn't get aggressive and he starts passing too much, hoping that guys will start making shots. But in this particular game, LeBron said, you guys aren't making shots. I'm going to start doing more of the offensive work. He drops 49 points, and they are still blaming him. None of it makes sense. Hold on. Watch this. And the ChatGPT breaks it down. It says those phrases sound analytical, but they are not any type of analysis. ChatGPT said they are escape hatches. It says because once you say flow, nobody can pin you down unless they force you to define what flow means in terms of sets, spacing, reads, matchup counters, shot quality, or even possessions. He never explained any of this. When we asked him what the dynamic flow of the processes is, he just said another wordy term that meant absolutely nothing. All right. Hold on. We're going to keep going.
More vagueness. It's all vagueness. Like I said, pure vagueness. Can't explain it. Mad that we ain't falling for that fakeness.
Yep. It takes us right here. It says why he says you don't know basketball. It says the accusation is just a control tactic. This is exactly what Zesty Jeffries do. It says when someone says you don't know basketball, they're often trying to place themselves above the need to prove their claim. Remember, I said this before. They just try to say that to justify not explaining what the hell they talking about. So again, it uses his own quotes. He says, I see the game. What do you see? You ain't telling us nothing. He says, you only see stats. Well, goddamn. Shit. How else I've never seen score 0 points, 0 bounds, 0 assists, 0 steals, 0 blocks, and we say that he had a good game. I can swear that probably
he was in the flow.
Yes, the dynamic flow of the processes. He was
a part of the good dynamic process. He had a good dynamic process. With
Look, he says, Chaz also says, y'all, I understand flow. What? And he says, and then another quote, you don't understand basketball. We don't understand basketball. But this man admitted that he didn't even know what offense that the Cavs were even running. He didn't even know how they were set up. They're just set up in 4 out 1 in. That's really all Princeton is. Princeton is just 4 out 1 in. If you didn't even know if you didn't know the play or the scheme, you would at least know the setup. They're 4 out 1 in. That's what Princeton is in its most natural form. It says this is useful for him because it's It's avoidance of evidence, right? This goes for all Zesty Jeffries. They say these things. Remember how they was talking to A. Johnny? They kept saying, you're a liar. Remember when I was talking to Mez, they waste more time saying, you're a liar. You're a liar. Oh, you don't know basketball. You're a liar. Because as long as they're saying stuff like that, y'all, they never have to talk real basketball. It is their excuse. Every time A. Johnny said something they didn't like, A. Johnny, you're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. A. Johnny, you got caught lying earlier. They only use this as a mechanism to never really answer a real basketball question. That's why I'm glad A. Johnny, when he was talking all ball, he kept saying, sir, answer my question. Let me talk. And they never answered anything. They always ran from it. It's the same thing Chaz did, right? So it says he accused other people of not knowing basketball, but when the conversation moved from general LeBron blame to actual offensive structure, he did not have the vocabulary, the clarity, or the possession level explanation to support his own criticism. Remember, this is what I got on him for. He kept saying LeBron needed to move the ball. And it ultimately took me to a point in the conversation where I just said, okay, out of the Princeton offense, after the first pistol action, how the hell is LeBron supposed to move the ball when the Orlando Magic's scheme was to stay home on shooters? Once I asked him a real basketball question, the first thing he did was he got silent. When he couldn't find it on Google, he left the panel. And he probably tried to pretend that we kicked him. I don't know if he said that, but I'm assuming when they leave abruptly like that, they're either going to say they had a phone call, they girl mad at him, or that we kicked him. They're going to make some type of lie up. Hold on.
I don't ever kick anybody from my lives. I would never kick him.
And yeah, exactly, Tony. So again, the fake expert move. So it breaks him down. He kept trying to remember what I said. I always tell you that these guys try to pretend they know basketball with fake words, fake terms. We caught Dookie doing it. We've caught so many of them trying to create their own fake terms. We've heard one phony say tonality. We've heard another phony say event creator. We've heard another phony say advantage creation. They create fake terms.
Multi-level ecosystem.
Yes, they create fake terms because they can fool people that don't know the game, right?
Don't forget about points per season.
And I remember I caught Mars doing this as well. I said, Mars, in the debate, you're running around Googling analytics that nobody in the world has heard of just so you can sound good in a debate. That's not how you win a debate. That's how you get caught up in a debate. But it says the fake expert move. He uses broad basketball language to sound advanced, but avoids specific basketball language that would expose whether he actually understands what's going on the basketball court. So what did he keep saying? These are quotes, y'all. Flow, rhythm, dynamic, process, impact, open up the game, play different, move the ball, get others involved, right? It says specific language. If you actually know the game of basketball, this is what you would actually be saying. What was the coverage? Who was Orlando helping off? Where was Dwight Howard positioned? Was LeBron initiating from the wing, the slot, the nail, the post, right? What counters were available? Remember, I asked him that, right? Was the weak side corner lifted? He's not going to know anything about that, right? What happened after the first action was denied? Remember, I asked him that. He completely broke down. And then I also asked him his last question, what did Mike Brown call to punish Orlando staying home on shooters? Did Mike Brown make an adjustment when they decided to stay on shooters in the second half when they came back in game one? No, he made absolutely no adjustments. When they put Hedo Turkoglu and Michael Petrus on LeBron James in the second half as opposed to Rafer Alston in the first half, and they were funneling them to Dwight Howard, did he make any adjustments? No. They kept letting Dwight Howard shade, and play passing lanes as LeBron James tried to drive and play make. And it says the psychological need behind it. It says first, he needs to preserve the anti-LeBron conclusion. As A. Johnny says, these are Zesty Jeffries. Everything has to be LeBron's fault no matter what. Remember, Mo Williams after the game said this was on me. Right? Mo Williams shot 6 of 19. Remember when I asked Chaz Yao, I said, if LeBron James was the player that shot 6 of 19 and Mo Williams dropped 49, who would you say was the blame as to why they lost this game? You for damn sure won't be blaming no Mo Williams that dropped no 49. We can almost all guarantee that they will be blaming a LeBron for shooting 6 of 19. That's a fact. And when I asked him that, what did he do? Well, the roles are different. Mo Williams 49 would have looked different. Man, coming from 49 is 49. If somebody scores 49, they get into it. They getting buckets, right? This is not like no joint venture where LeBron dropped 41 and Kyrie dropped 41. This was one person dropping 49 and the rest of the team doing absolutely nothing. That's what happened in the Orlando series. Hold on. We're going to go to the end of this so we can get to a Johnny's because it's just giving examples. But it's just breaking it down, man. It's just breaking Chaz down because when it goes here, it says Chaz has an unfalsifiable argument. It says Chaz's claim is hard. It says Chaz's claim is hard to defeat because it's designed to be unfalsifiable. Remember, they argue from a perspective that's so vague that you can't argue it unless you try to get them to define what the hell they're talking about. This is why him and Mez are so vague, y'all. Right? When Mez was talking about Kevin Johnson, the reason why he got so frustrated in that conversation I was having on Score Society page, because we're getting inside of all his vague terminology, right? We're making him talk real basketball. This is not aligning, Mez. It was too many basketball minds on that panel for him to use all that vague language. It wasn't lining up. It said, right? Let me go to the summary of this. And it says, why Chaz leaving the panel matters. It says leaving the panel after being pressed about the Princeton pistol action is important because it shows where the confidence ended. He was comfortable when the conversation stayed vague and abstract, right? It says he was comfortable saying LeBron needed to play different. He needed to move the ball. The stats misrepresented the impact. It says, but once someone asked how, that's when the argument became exposed, right? And it says, that is when it says a person who actually understands basketball can answer the how. Even if they are wrong, they can give you some type of structure, right? Remember, I even said the same thing to Mez when I was on Score Society channel. I said, just answer the question, right? If you can answer the question, you answering the question will tell us all we need to know about this entire conversation. He ran from it. Chaz is the same way. And it just basically defines what he said as LeBron hate, right? And it says right here, it says, because the evidence does not cleanly support the claim that LeBron was the primary culprit, it says the critic has to move into invisible categories. And that's what Chaz gave us. He gave us impact, tone, flow, feel, control, style, and process. It says those categories are just invalid. It says real basketball people do not talk about rhythm, spacing, pressure, and flow. We actually talk about what happened in the game. These dudes take NBA 2K terms. Basically, they find any adjective from NBA 2K and try to use them in these basketball talks. That's where they get caught up. And they basically call him a fake basketball analysis, and he said he's just living in the clouds. He says that's what Chaz is doing. And he said it's all rooted in hate for LeBron. But yeah, they basically just basically killed him. They say why I frustrated him. It says he wanted to debate feelings. He says you force math, structure, and burden of proof, right? He wanted to say LeBron's stats were misleading. It says I responded with, okay, then what would the corrected possessions produce? He said he wanted to say he needed to move the ball more. He says they said I asked, well, how do you move the ball after the first action when Orlando stays home? He can never ask any questions. It says the final summary is this is anti-LeBron narrative construction with basketball vocabulary layered on top. And just like A. Johnny says, y'all, this is a pure script. And it starts like this every time. Dismiss the stats as misleading, like they do with A. Johnny all the time and LeBron. Use vague words like flow and dynamic, like Mez does, right? Just like Chaz does, like J-Bo tries to do, and surprisingly, like Superstar tries to do, even though he don't have the vocabulary to do that. And they accuse the other side of not knowing basketball. They all say, we don't know basketball. None of these dudes know nothing about basketball. None of these dudes can break. Remember, I challenged Mez to a defensive debate on basketball. He said, I don't want to do it. I asked Mez pure defensive questions. He didn't want to do it. I asked Chaz questions about defense. He didn't want to have no parts about talking real basketball. They just want to be vague, right? And avoid specific scheme questions. And then move the standard when LeBron clears the previous one. That's all they do. Every time you hear A. Johnny When he clears them on a point with LeBron, they just move the goalposts. For example, when they said, who else got player of the week? Who else talk about player of the week? Hey, Johnny said, well, it's on Kobe's statue. You know what they said? Is it on anybody else's statue? Hold on. We just gave you one player who is recognized for his player of the weeks. Kobe Bryant. Now we got to give you 15 players to satisfy you. These dudes are just going to find a way to move the goalposts, right? And when we move on to this conversation with all ball, it's 1,000 times worse. And then this is what they all do, you guys. I got to highlight this. Tony, you see this a lot. They pretend that their eye test is superior. How do we know that their eye test is not superior? None of them have played. No one's asked these guys to coach a fifth grade team. None of them do anything in the game of basketball where you're paid $5. None of these guys are even qualified to ref a preschool basketball game. These dudes do nothing in the game of basketball that will give them the lick of qualifications, right? For you to say that your eye test is anything I need to value. If you can't tell me what offense the Cavs were running, how is your eye test valuable to me? You can't tell me anything. But these dudes don't know nothing about the game of basketball. They can't tell you any defensive schemes, right? They don't know what the scheme is when a player gets a screen on a baseline drive. They don't know what that coverage is called. They don't know what when I told Mookie when a guy breaks away and drives middle and I said the defensive coverages will be the squeeze, he said, "What's a squeeze?" As soon as I said that terminology to Six Pick, an NBA player, he automatically knew what I was talking about. Because basketball players know basketball vocabulary. We don't make up new vocabulary. I don't have to make up new vocabulary. We already have. If you play basketball, if you're in the game of basketball, we have a vocabulary that we already use. We don't have to make new shit up. We don't have to say flow and dynamic process. All that's fake. All that's made up. Right? And then next we're going to get to, let me take this one down and I'm about to put a Johnny's up. But yeah, Chaz is, like I say, y'all, ChatGPT breaks these guys down. They don't like ChatGPT, y'all, because ChatGPT
is undefeated.
It's undefeated because it's not going to be biased. And I promise y'all, if I was wrong about anything, you know what ChatGPT would have said? You know what? This is where you were wrong. Just like it told me, this is where you probably should have conceded in the argument. It only favors who was right. WKBH says all this for Chaz. No, we've only been talking about Chaz for about 15 minutes. As you can see, this is a 5-hour live. Chaz gets 15 minutes. It don't take much more than that to cook somebody like Chaz. There's a reason why people like Chaz. We invited Chaz over here to watch game 1, Orlando versus the Cavs. He said, no, I can't watch it over there. You guys are going to kick me off. How are we going to kick you off when we just sitting watching a basketball game? If we just sitting on the panel watching a basketball game, what is there to kick you off?
Lamar, I was on another person's live and they brought up the game film and I sat there and brought the game up and this dude here literally got his whole self exposed as he watched LeBron James and an entire fourth quarter of the NBA Finals have 2 possessions where you clearly see they actually call a play for LeBron. And they called a bunch of plays for Dwayne Wade. And he was just saying, no, because Dwayne Wade, he can do this. And I was like, bro, you're making excuses for what you're seeing right now. We clearly see, for one, they're not guarding Dwayne Wade the way they're guarding LeBron James. We clearly see Dwayne Wade is clearly getting more actions and more plays and sets called for him. And we can clearly see as soon as Dwayne Wade gets the ball, he's looking to score. Mm-hmm. He's looking to score. LeBron James on the other side. But we got somebody new up here. Go ahead.
What's good? What's good,
JD?
Yo, man, I'm listening to y'all, bro, and I can't lie. It feels nice to finally find people who actually analyze the game the way it's supposed to be. Like, for instance, what you were just saying about how a lot of people can't tell you the offenses that the Cavs run. A lot of people don't know what a 4-out-1 in is.
Thank you.
I realized that over the past 10 years, a lot of people don't understand that the reason why LeBron commands the ball so much is because he knows that he's a dominant force when driving to the paint. He commands a lot of gravity when driving to the paint. So why not surround myself with 4 shooters and let me be the one that's going in? That way they have no choice but either to pick their poison. It's either you try to pick up on me, cut me off on the drive while I make that extra pass, Or you decide to just keep me in the one-on-one scenario so I can score on you every time in that paint.
Yep. Nah, and you know, my thing is like, and here's the thing, Jay Dizzle. I understand that not everybody can talk the game of basketball the same, right? I don't expect everybody to be able to identify an actual play. Like maybe I can identify, like when I see the Cavs in a 4-out set and I'm able to know that they're in a Princeton set, I don't expect everybody to pick that up. But this is what happens. When I start talking to dudes like Chaz and Mez, when I'm trying to break this stuff down to them, the first thing they try to start telling me is, I don't know basketball. They even will say stuff like, how are you a coach and you don't know this? And I'm saying, so this is when I say, well, now, since you want to challenge the fact that I'm a coach, right, who's won championships, right, at different universities, since you want to challenge me, now I'm about to start pulling out basketball knowledge that only people in the game will understand. So now we about to level this up. And once I turn that dial up and start really checking them on what is actually happening on the court, you really start to see these dudes focus. When you ask real basketball questions, and I'm hearing silly stuff. When I asked this dude, okay, this fool said LeBron needed to move the ball more. Okay, how do you move the ball more after the first pistol action in the Princeton if the defenders are staying home? How do you move the ball more? You can't just swing it and a guy standing in the passing lane. You can't force a guy to be open. Right. So this is why I say Mike Brown needs to take accountability for his inability to make adjustments in that series. For his, he should have maybe found another. And even in the second half, they did switch up the ball handling duties because in that series in the second half, you see Boobie Gibson bringing it up the entire second half. Maybe that was the wrong adjustment because that shit wasn't working. Right now, you got Bron coming off these pistol actions and they're easily blowing it up, sending him on baseline drives where Dwight Howard is shading over early, and they're playing him to be a passer. Because what is LeBron's tendency? Be a playmaker when he has two bodies on him. He's not going to be Kobe or Jordan and force up dumb shots. But in that game, LeBron had 49, so he was still forcing the issue. These dudes, man, come on. I got to get a Johnny's up here, man, because I could really barbecue these dudes all day. And there's a reason why, again, these dudes will avoid. The only thing they ever want to talk with me is the GOAT debate with LeBron and Jordan. And I don't do the GOAT debate. I do criteria conversations. They never want to have the GOAT debate with A. Johnny unless they got 19 people on the panel that's yelling. And that's what we're about to go over right now. All right.
It's always a argument.
Always an argument. They never want to hear you out. Yep. They never want to hear you out.
They don't know how to have a conversation because first of all, they don't have the attention span. I call them special ed students, but I'm starting to realize a lot of them have HDAD. What is it? ADHD, whatever it is. They got that, attention. They have an attention deficiency. They really can't listen to you speak longer than 5 seconds. So you have to give them short, brief answers. Or you have to do like how Inside and One Boy and them do. Just cut them up and just don't let them speak. Because they'll never let you talk. That's just how it goes. Like you really have to, like I said, they're like zombies, bro. You really got to reel them in, bro. You got to be careful with them, bro.
So we're going to start this off, y'all, because this was the more entertaining one, right? So I gave this one to ChatGPT. So literally, I just gave it the audio. And I just described what the audio was. And so this is what ChatGPT, and y'all also, this is not remember, I told y'all, Chaz is the free version of ChatGPT. That's why he says a whole bunch of stuff. Remember, if you try to use the free version of ChatGPT, and you turn a paper in at school, you're going to get an F. It's going to sound horrible. It's going to sound wordy, a big jumbled mess. And some of you guys who are students, you guys have probably tried it and failed. So you guys know what I'm talking about. Chaz is the free version of ChatGPT. It's very limited in knowledge. It just says a whole bunch of nothing. But now we're going to get to what it says about A. Johnny versus All Ball. When he went on that panel, and it wasn't just All Ball slowly started to bring up a whole bunch of people who he knew would muck up the conversation. And this is All Ball's strategy when All Ball gets forced into actually trying to talk real basketball. Because once you start asking real basketball questions, he just brings more people up on the panel because he knows they're just going to do what Zesties do. They're just going to start yelling. They have no self-control, right? This is why he gets flagged all the time. They're going to cuss. They're going to say names that they think makes them feel cool, like they in high school or something. It's a whole bunch of silliness. And you never have a real conversation. That's why these guys can never be real content creators. But this is what it says. The main thing happened, and this is what ChatGPT says. It says the panel's real strategy was not let's prove Michael Jordan is the GOAT. Who says that all the time? Who says that? Johnny says that all the time. They can never prove Michael Jordan is the GOAT. It says that the panel's intention, let's stop Johnny from making LeBron's case sound logical. And it says that is why the conversation kept drifting away from central questions. It says the opening topic was basically 6-0 versus LeBron's finals record. But once Johnny started explaining that 6-0, it said Johnny started explaining that 6-0 hides all losing before the finals, which is exactly what he said. They move into rapid fire questions, right? Casey Jones, Tom Sanders gotchas. That's what ChatGPT described it as, right? Bill Russell avoidance, player of the week arguments that Johnny didn't even bring up, playoff and finals category confusion, and personal insults. And it says the transcript even shows GOAT James Kingdom pointing out that they talk everything but hoops. In your quotes, that's exactly what he would say. And he says that the other side could not explain why Jordan's career alone was enough. Exactly what Johnny says, right? These are all things that he says. It says they wanted 6-0 to function like a perfect record. This is what we just talked about for this entire live. They want 6-0 they want to pretend that 6-0 is perfection. It's not perfection. It's just a way to hide all his playoff losses. But they want to sell it as perfection. It says Johnny's counter was that 6-0 only works if you ignore the years Jordan lost before the finals. That is the part they did not want to sit with. And it says why they kept asking endless questions. I notice it. Johnny notices it. We always ask this. I even put it up on my prompt about Zesty Jeffries. They ask endless leading questions that lead to nowhere. ChatGPT is going to help us understand why. It says they were using a debate tactic called flooding. That means instead of letting one argument finish, they throw another question, then another question, then another question. The goal is not to find the truth. The goal is to make the person look scattered. And Johnny says this all the time. He says they just try to make you go up there to look stupid, right? And he says Johnny tries to explain why 6-0 is not automatically better than making more finals. ChatGPT says this is what all ball and the rest of the Zesties do. They interrupt. They demand a shorter answer. They ask a new question. They bring up Casey Jones, Bill Russell. They bring up Shaq and Barkley. They bring up LeBron's so-called record. They bring up playoff losses. Then when Johnny tries to answer, they accuse him of not answering. ChatGPT says this is not debate. It says this is manufactured confusion. Johnny even says this all the time. He says they try to just create confusion. It gets so bad that they even have people that come on the panel to play music and the TV in the background when he's talking just to muck the audio up and so they can't hear him. This is how desperate they are so that Johnny can't talk. And you guys will see this. He's probably going to go on Visions Live soon. They're going to do all this same stuff. They're going to let people up on the panel. And there's one guy that's always assigned to just play weird random noises on his phone every time Johnny is talking. This is the desperation they have to go to try to win a debate, man.
Don't forget. It's the repeating. They got to ask Johnny to repeat himself because I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Yes.
Like, they always got something else going on, so they can't pay attention to the conversation.
It says right here, it says the Casey Jones trap was a credibility assassination attempt. It says the Casey Jones moment was their first real gotcha. Remember, Score Society even said this. He says all they look for are gotcha moments. They don't talk real basketball. Johnny said Casey Jones never lost in the playoffs. He later admitted he was wrong about that part. ChatGPT said that is fine. People miss details in live debates. The important part is that Johnny corrected himself and kept debating. It says, but the panel tried to use that one mistake to do something much bigger. They tried to make the entire LeBron argument invalid based on that one mistake. And it says that is the trick. They were not saying Johnny is wrong about Casey Jones. It says that they were trying to say Johnny was wrong about Casey Jones. Therefore, Johnny lies. Therefore, everything he says about LeBron James and Jordan is fake. This is how they debate. This is exactly what they did. Sad.
I told you that. That's what I told you. I told you that what they want to do is make you incredible so that they can say no matter what you say when they can't rebut you is a
Hey,
lie.
hey, Johnny, remember I
Uh-huh.
told you this exactly. Remember I told you this. Look at this,
Uh-huh.
what it says. It says, ironically, their own question helped a Johnny. Remember, I
Yeah, you
told you
said that.
this.
Yeah,
It
you said
said,
that. You said that. Yeah,
I
you said
told
that. You
it
said that.
says when they
Yeah.
asked him to name a player, team, organization that's never lost in the playoffs, the point was already being proven. Everybody loses somewhere. So isolating only finals losses is a fake perfection frame. It says GJK's reaction explicitly caught this, saying that the question itself proved a Johnny's point because, and remember, this is what I said in the reaction, so it caught some of it, right? Because this is your reaction. But it said the question itself proves a Johnny point because 6-0 is misleading the way to present Jordan as perfect, man. Bro, it breaks yours down crazy. It says this was
Keep going. Keep going.
It
This
says,
is good.
It says the biggest error, pretending. Oh, ChatGPT is savage for this one. It said this was no ball and the rest of the Zesties' biggest error. They even tried it on the stream today, but we pulled up the information in front of them and then they shut the hell up and had to figure something else out. Pretending that the finals are not part of the. It says this, and hey Johnny, you said this is where things fell apart too. It says this is the moment where the basketball logic fell apart. Hey Johnny's strongest question was, can you show me any team or player that made the finals without going through the playoffs? And it says that question cornered them. Instead of simply admitting that the finals are the final round of the playoffs, they tried to say the finals are an extension of the playoffs, but not the same. And it says that is category confusion. The finals can be a specific round and still part of the playoffs. The first round is part of the playoffs. The conference semifinals is part of the playoffs. The conference finals are part of playoffs. The NBA finals are a part of the playoffs. It says the official NBA site lists NBA finals inside the 2026 playoff bracket and playoff navigation, which destroys the idea that the finals are somehow a separate event. It says NBA's official 2026 playoff page includes the finals as a part of the playoff structure with the 2026 NBA finals featured inside of the playoff hub. That says that matters because LeBron's finals games are a part of his playoff record. It says StatMuse lists LeBron's playoff record as 188 and 114. It says Basketball Reference playoff game log also lists him with 302 playoff starts, 188 wins, and 114 losses. So when they tried to act like LeBron's finals losses were not a part of playoff losses, they were just wrong, which is exactly what Johnny said. His finals record is a subset of his playoff record. His first round record is a subset of his playoff record. The same with conference finals. The finals are not outside of the playoffs. It says they are the final layer of the. And it basically says this is what exposed their whole 6-0 argument, right? It just says the 6-0 argument depends on a trick. Even ChatGPT knows that using 6-0 is fake. It says the 6-0 argument is just a trick, right? It treats the finals as legacy destroying, but treats pre-finals losses as if they barely happened, just like what we talked about in this entire live. And it says this is why a Johnny's argument landed. Once you say 6-0, you're not just talking about championships. You're talking about finals appearances. The 6 means Jordan made the finals, made 6 finals and won 6 titles. The 0 means he lost 0 finals, but the 0 does not mean he had 0 playoff failures, which is what we say all the time. It says the 0 does. It said the 0 does not mean. It said it only means his
That's exactly
failures.
what I said.
This
That's
is exactly what you said.
I said 0 doesn't mean no games played, no seasons played. It just means you didn't win enough. But
Yeah, it says it only means his playoff failures happened before the finals. And it says this is the entire trick. It says so when someone says Jordan is 6-0, it says the proper response is okay, but what happened in the years he did not get there, as we were just doing before we started this. It says because losing in the first, second round, or conference finals is still losing. You do not get to erase those losses just because they happened before the championship round, which is exactly what Jordan fans try to do. And he says, this is why the panel got so defensive. If they allow all playoff losses into the discussion, the myth of Jordan's playoff perfection becomes harder to sell. It goes into the Bill Russell problem, destroying their winning standard. It says another major moment was Bill Russell. It says whenever someone says winning is the main argument, Bill Russell becomes the problem. If championships are the top standard, Russell beats Jordan. Tony tells us about this all the time. If finals record is the top standard, Russell now creates a problem for Michael Jordan fans. No Ball in them will try to say that we're the problem with Bill Russell. No, Bill Russell's career is the problem for those idiots. If never losing in the finals is the standard, Jordan is not alone, right? Johnny, and it says this is why Johnny bringing up Russell and even others, it bothered them. And it says the transcript showed the panel trying to talk championships. It says, but when Johnny says, if we are talking championships, then we need to talk Bill Russell, they avoid that debate. Johnny's point was that if winning is the standard, Russell has to be above Jordan. He says this is the trap that the Jordan fans walked into. They want to say Jordan is the GOAT because of winning, but they don't want to apply the standard to Bill Russell. They want to say Jordan is the GOAT because of individual dominance, but when LeBron, Kareem, Wilt, and others enter the discussion with longevity, production, records, MVPs, all-time totals, and broader career values, they just end up floundering, right? It says so they end up using winning when it helps Jordan and individual dominance when Bill Russell threatens Jordan. Isn't this what we all say about them? Isn't this what we all say about the Zesty Jeffries?
Copy paste. I call them copy paste niggas because that's all they do.
Facts. That's all they do. That's exactly who they are.
I didn't even know it was going to talk about this. It says the denouncing Jordan moment revealed the real motive. Wow. It says.
Let's read it. Let's go. Let's read
it.
This
says,
part. Let's go.
So,
this is important.
As you guys know, All Ball got so wound up and he got so flustered with Johnny's responses, y'all, that this man denounced Michael Jordan as his GOAT. He announced to the world that Jordan is no longer his GOAT. It says, this was probably, ChatGPT even says, I don't even know. How can you be funny to AI? ChatGPT says this is the funniest, most revealing part of the whole exchange. Think about this. No Ball might be the first person, and we might have to document this. No Ball, y'all, might be the first person in history to make ChatGPT laugh at him. Think about this. How stupid do you have to be? How dumb do the things you say have to be to make ChatGPT laugh at you? This is how dumb you are. It says at one point, No Ball basically says he is denouncing Michael Jordan as my GOAT. That's what he said, my quote. And is now just looking at the overall track record. It says GJK immediately catches that as concession. Instead of proving Jordan as the GOAT, he temporarily drops Jordan just so he can keep arguing against LeBron. Wow. It says that is huge because it proves the debate was never Jordan is the GOAT. It was only LeBron cannot be the GOAT. Johnny says this all the time. And it says those are different arguments. A real Jordan fan should be able to explain why Jordan is number one under a standard that applies to every player. But when pressed, the panel's energy shifted from pro-Jordan to anti-LeBron. Remember, none of these guys can talk about Jordan. And if they ever talk about Michael Jordan, y'all, they're reading from a prompt or script. Think about how it sounds when Mez starts talking about Michael Jordan. He's just shotgunning from a notepad. He's just shotgunning a whole bunch of vague talking points that he wrote down. J-Bo does it. Superstar does it. They all do the same thing. They do not know nothing about Michael Jordan. And it says,
hey, they copy paste all the talking points that they get from their Discord group chat. That's exactly
it says, hold on, let me get to this next part because I don't want to lose it. It says, this is why GOAT James Kingdom reaction was right. He says they are often not defending Jordan's actual career. They're defending a psychological need for LeBron not to pass Jordan. And this is why Johnny calls them zesty. This is why he calls them zesty. It says their record argument backfired against them. They kept saying LeBron's record shows he's not better than anybody. But what record? If they mean finals record, That is one slice of his career. If they mean playoff record, LeBron is one of the greatest postseason records ever. It says NBA.com lists LeBron as the NBA playoffs all-time leader in wins, games played, points, field goals, free throws, steals, and minutes in his bio. It says NBA.com also wrote in April 2026 that LeBron had an NBA record of 41 playoff series wins over his first 18 playoff appearances, and that it says that those series wins were more than 24 active franchises. It says that is why their record argument is vague. It said if they say finals record, LeBron is 4-6. If they say playoff record, LeBron's resume becomes enormous. Remember, they have to be vague and they have to chop down your career into elements that suit their argument. They can't use the entire because now that opens up a whole resume where you can't argue against Johnny. So they have to slice it down into something that's more manageable for them to argue. If they say career accomplishments, LeBron case becomes even stronger. This is why they hate arguing against accolades with Johnny. This is why they say, oh, you can't count that. You only can count major accolades, and only the major accolades that we say are major accolades. They try to handpick everything for you, give it to you, and say you can only choose from this stuff to say that LeBron is the GOAT. Right? It's sad right here, and it says it's really breaking them down to a T, man, because this is a lot of the stuff we know about Zesty Jeffries, and he says this is the same. Wow, it says this is the same fake smart debate move from the previous Orlando conversation. Use a broad word that sounds objective, but avoid the details because the details do not help your argument, right? And it says why they hated the accomplishments argument. Wow, we just talked about that. It says Johnny said LeBron has the most accomplishments in NBA history. The panel immediately pushed back. It started. What did they do? What did Johnny say they do all the time? Crying and complaining about things like player of the week and player of the month. And it says, but here is the hypocrisy. Here's the hypocrisy. They are fine with inventing negative LeBron records. They will say things like most finals losses by an MVP. ChatGPT said that is invented. It says most missed shots in the playoffs. That's fake. Most turnovers. That's fake. Most finals losses by a player of a certain status. It says, but when LeBron fans count positive records and accomplishments, suddenly they want to try to police what counts. This is what they try to do. They try to tell us what can count, what means the most in basketball, right? Remember, Jake tried this with him. When Johnny said most accolades, what's the first thing that Jake said? Are MVPs the most valuable? Why are you trying to put a value on these things? He just said accolades and accomplishments. He ain't placed a value on nothing. He said count them all. We don't they always want to try to tell you what counts and what don't. Remember, just like their eye test, right? And it says this is not an honest standard.
They ask you to be They ask you to be zesty, Lamar. Yes. They ask you to be zesty. They want you to argue with them. They want you to tell them how they feel is like it's not right and how you feel is better. I don't care. I know how I feel is better. I don't need to prove to you that I feel better than you. I know how good I feel.
And it agrees with you, Johnny. It says you did recover because you kept telling us I made a recovery and they look stupid. And it says ChatGPT agrees. It says Johnny's strongest recovery. It says Johnny made an early mistake with the Casey Jones example. I don't think any of us will try to argue that. That was a mistake. Petty as it may be, it was a mistake. Petty and didn't really prove anything, but we'll concede. It says, but the recovery was the strong because he did three things right. It says, first, he admitted the mistake. Second, he did not let them turn a side detail into the whole debate. And it says, third, he returned to the main logic. 6-0 does not erase playoff losses before the finals. He says, this is why the panel kept calling him a liar. He says, if they had actually beaten the main argument, they would not need to keep crying about the Casey Jones incident. They would simply say, here is why 6-0 is logically better than 6-4 or 4-6, including all playoff losses in all seasons. But they never did that, not one time. Again, they avoid talking basketball, right? It says they just tried to impeach a Johnny as a person. This is what people do when they cannot beat the structure of an argument, right? They attack us. And we've been doing this for a while. They've been trying to attack me, a Johnny. Now they're doing it to One Boy. They're doing it to Tony. They're trying to do it to Inside. Obviously, they're going to, you know, all of us.
That's why I say there's no crying. There's no cry. Because as men, we know we would never take that on a face-to-face level, right? You're somewhere, you're doing your thing, wherever you're at. But we know this type of scenario never happens. Men know how to avoid getting into these situations.
Yes.
And on the internet, it's easily avoidable. I can get real reckless, talk how I want to, and no nothing's gonna happen to it. So let them talk that way because it's the internet. We're never gonna really meet these. Yeah, it does nothing. The conversation must be held. They can be upset. They can say all that. And it was funny too because they say that I'm mean, but there's no way you listened to me talk and heard how No Balls was talking to me and think that I'm like I'm rude or mean or anything. There's no way, bro. The way
hey, Jimmy Dean, ChatGPT. What I did was, Jimmy Dean, I can take the video. So if you have ChatGPT Pro, make sure you guys level up. Stop using the free version. You can't do this with the free version. But you can give it the video file and it will just listen to the audio. So ChatGPT can listen to the audio and now it has the full transcript of what happened. So it knows exactly who said what. It knows the entire conversation. And ChatGPT is now breaking down the entire conversation. Remember, your words, ChatGPT don't need to know what your face looks like when you say something zesty. What you say is zesty no matter how you screw your face or whether you stand up and get mad, whether you yell it or say it quiet. Zestiness comes in all shapes and forms, man. We see this every day, right? It can come quietly.
Said in the chat.
It can come, you can type it in like Adrian Knight does all the time. We don't even know what he looks or sound like, but we know he's zesty. So again,
That's why I'm going to quote him right now. Can I quote Adrian Knight? He just said in the chat a while ago, and I got the screenshot if you'd like to post it. Bill Russell's titles shouldn't count because there was only 8 teams, even though that was only 4 out of his 11 titles.
That's
but it's only because there was because it was only 8 teams and they all had players. That's what he said. So they should not count because it only had 8 teams and they all had players.
That's zesty. So we again that's why we really kind of stopped giving him any time of day in the comments because we know that he's confined to the comments. That's just where he's always going to be. Salute to Adrian Knight because the one thing I can give him credit for is he at least does come to support, type in the chat, gives us engagement, and he shows up on YouTube and he shows up more faithfully than some of the the most dedicated fans who like LeBron. So salute to Adrian Knight, man. Whether he's good, bad, or different, he shows up.
Because he knows this content is way better than any of this SD Jeffrey content.
Yes, I agree. He knows it's better.
How can we
hold on, y'all. Now it's gonna break down the psychology because the psychology of a fake expert like Chaz is much different from fake gangbangers on TikTok, right? The people like when it's very rare in real life when you're face to face with people to say BAN, to call somebody that. You know how I don't think I've ever been motivated to say that to somebody and these guys will throw it around on TikTok like it's just a part of their daily vocabulary. And some of these guys work at Walmart. Some of these guys they drive buses. You cannot talk like that to your. So I know this is not part of their vocabulary because you can't talk like this driving the Metro bus. You can't talk like this.
He has his own business. He does have his own business.
How many customers would he have if he's saying that to all his customers? So we know that
all his customers are black though, because he sells. It don't
seafood. Matter.
He sells. Bro, I know he sells seafood. I know that. But I'm just letting you know that. I'm just saying that's just either way. I don't, Lamar. It doesn't bother. Like I know.
No, I know it don't bother you, but we're just getting to the psychology.
It's a gangster persona. I see what
it's a fake persona that is really only used online. But again, it says. So it basically breaks these guys down. It says these fans grew up with or inherited a Jordan mythology where Jordan represents perfection. 6-0, killer instinct, no failures, never needed help, never lost when it mattered. How many times earlier today in this live did we hear people say 6-0, killer instinct, no failures, never needed help, and we always hear never lost when it mattered. We hear that a lot. It says LeBron threatens that mythology because LeBron's career forces a more complicated debate. You have to talk about longevity, finals appearances, carrying weaker rosters, conference dominance, all-time records, versatility, playoff translations, all these things. Zesty Jeffries. I mean, there's just a boatload of things that they have to address when talking basketball, right? Outside of the mythology that they want to try to confine you to, right? And it says the disrespect. Let me official angle up here. So it really talks about the disrespect. It says the disrespect was not random. How do we know this? Because when they're talking amongst themselves, they don't talk like that. They only do that when I come up there, when Juan Boy goes up there, when A Johnny goes up there. That's when they turn on this fake disrespect. It's all fake, y'all. It's fake disrespect, right? And it says, when they call A Johnny names, interrupt him, mock him, demand instant answers, or bring multiple people onto the panel, they're just trying to create the impression that he is overwhelmed, right? They want to make it seem like you're confused. You can't answer questions. It says, but being loud is not the same as being correct. It says the transcript shows multiple points where the panel tries to tell him to shut up, says they do not care what he says, or they stack speakers while he is trying to answer. It says this kind of environment is designed to make the clip look like A Johnny got cooked. But when you actually slow down the conversation, which is why they're going to try to copyright strike videos that we put on YouTube because people can see the full conversation.
Then they can't.
Which they can't. Which one, they can't. And two, even if you could, they're not intelligent enough to know how to go through the full process. Again, you got to be intelligent to do something like that. All right.
No, you got to be a YouTuber first to do that. YouTube only care about YouTubers. If you're not a YouTuber, they don't care about you.
Exactly.
You're a YouTuber.
But it says when you slow down the conversation, the opposite happens. Right? It says when you slow down and actually listen to the conversation, it says the panel loses the main points. They cannot prove 6-0 accounts for playoff failure. They cannot explain why finals losses count more negatively than earlier playoff losses like today. Nobody could explain that. They cannot keep finals separate from the playoffs logically like today when they got disproven instantly. They cannot use winning as a top standard without running into Bill Russell, which is why they cry about Bill Russell. They cannot use total accomplishments without running into LeBron, which is why they cry about what accolades you can use. It says they cannot prove Jordan is the GOAT with a consistent standard, which is why I said today, every time they argue, every time they even make a concession to anything, they run into some type of contradiction because their logic and argument is all over the place. Right? If they concede to one point, they have problems with Bill Russell. If they concede to another point, they got problems with LeBron. If they concede to another point, you got problems with Kobe. No matter where you look, they are so scattered with their talking points that they've presented a scenario where it's them versus literally every player in NBA history. That's how stupid they are, y'all. All right. So it's going to give us to a summary. So it says the best summary of this debate. It says the debate showed that all ball / no ball. It says they said his side was not operating from stable basketball framework. It says they were operating from an anti-LeBron protection system. It says this is what their method was, y'all. And y'all, if y'all watch FYF, we've said this all the time. Now ChatGPT is confirming it. Ask rapid fire questions. I said this about Mass. He shotguns a whole bunch of BS. Interrupt the answer. Hey, Johnny, you know how that go. Find one small mistake. Call the person a liar. Move the goalposts. Separate the finals from the playoff when convenient. Use record vaguely. Reject LeBron's positive records. Invent negative records for LeBron. Avoid Bill Russell. Avoid proving Jordan's the GOAT. Then claim victory. Right? Hey, Johnny's biggest win was that he kept forcing them back to the core issue. If 6-0 was supposed to prove Jordan's perfection, then you have to explain the years when he lost before the finals. It says that they never solved that, right? So, man, they broke him down, man.
Yeah, but they didn't even mention blind vision once. That was funny, which is good. Because like you said, the core of the conversation was that it was supposed to be about the 6-0. It really was supposed to be about dynasties, but it ended up being about 6-0 because tonight's prompt, because of what Wild Boy and Inside and them have been doing. And again, shout out to you two gentlemen and Ochi and Olo and all y'all New World that they've been going crazy trying to defend 6-0 because they're not making it a 6-0 versus 4-6. Now you know me, I'm always going to include LeBron, so I told him 4-6 was better.
No, but see, here's the thing: your 4-6 is better depending on how you argue it, right? If you're going for volume, if you're giving credit for getting to the finals more often, which is very logical, right? If you're giving credit for the difficulty in the finals, it's a logical argument. Now, do I get why people use Jordan's finals record just in black and white sense? I get that, but just admit that.
Like, I mean, at least we gotta do to admit that they were only using finals record to make shit up against LeBron. Like, we already got a Zesty to basically admit that it's not real. They don't care about this shit.
So they don't. They don't care
about
it.
It's just not enough.
When I joined, you said something about winning. What about like? So I looked up top playoff wins. What about Derek Fisher being 2? Like, does that mean he's like one of the greatest winners, or?
Yes.
If we're
going to look at wins in a black and white sense, yes, he's going to be one of the greatest winners. He was a part of a lot of winning teams. Now, there are going to be some people that say, well, he wasn't never the number one option, right? They're going to incorporate his role. But no matter how you slice it, again, Derek Fisher, the wins that he's been a part of it's a part of his record, right?
So he's the second greatest playoff performer ever?
No, it's not playoff performer because performer is stats. But he's one of the winningest. He's one of the winningest performers in NBA history. But
he's one of the most winningest players.
He's the winningest players. That's all you.
He went to 7 finals with the Lakers and knocked off the Lakers in 2012 and went to the finals with OKC. Also, he won playoffs with Utah when he was there for a year. All of that adds up to his playoff record.
I feel I'm just asking.
And won in OKC too. Remember, he left the Lakers with them winning OKC.
But Fisher is how you say it, because you can't say he's one of the greatest playoff performers because that incorporates stats. But he is. You cannot get away from it. He is one of the best winners. He's part of a lot of.
Hitting,
5 championships.
He's also hitting game winners in the playoffs. He's also the guy that holds the record for beating the most 50-win teams in the playoffs. He's also a guy that can peak at 18 points on 61% shooting first series in the playoffs.
Let's not forget, Tony,
but he's still never been a number one option. He's been a good player. He's one of the winningest players. Now, I wouldn't stretch it. I'm not going to stretch it into anything more than that. I'm not that crazy. I'm not about to turn that into anything more than that.
I'm just saying he plays winning basketball is the point I made.
He does.
I'll give you that. My point is it really doesn't matter. His stats don't change his 5 championships. He's still a 5-time champion. He still was 41 playoff series wins. None of that changes that anything. None of that changes that. What changes, what your stats and your accolades do outside of your winning does is change your career, which is why you're the GOAT. All people who think Michael Jordan's the GOAT think Michael Jordan accomplished the most. They just try to tell you what accomplishments should count or not. And that's how they do that. But at the end of the day, that's the problem they have. Jordan didn't accomplish the most unless you have to nitpick. They're the ones who have to cherry pick stats.
And what I always say to him is the only reason at one point in time Jordan had the most accomplishments is because he played in a time where he had access to more accolades than the past players, right? And so you can't get mad now because LeBron, who's playing in this era, just simply has access to more different types of accolades than Jordan might have ever had access to, which gives him the ability to have more accomplishments and accolades. Jordan benefited from it when the time was due. He benefited over Bill. They didn't count blocks and steals. There was no DPOY when those guys played, right? Jordan benefited from those newer accolades. So you cannot then cry when LeBron now has access to the in-season tournament MVP, the in-season tournament championship, right? All of these other things, you might say that they don't mean anything, but I can guarantee you that when they introduce all these new awards, they were probably saying, oh, them new awards don't mean nothing for Jordan. They were probably saying, oh, now you want to count blocks and steals? Because if you count blocks and steals, Wilt and Bill Russell would have the most quadruple doubles in NBA history, and it would not be close. Right?
And you don't never hear Bill. I don't never hear Tony talking about, well, Bill Russell wasn't able to win finals MVPs. It didn't come with his era, so it don't matter.
He didn't have it.
He didn't have it. It wasn't available. Nobody
finals MVPs.
Does getting the championship one time, does that like put somebody above a non-championship winner, even if the guy has one more in the playoffs? For like
No.
example, like Greek has a ring, but
Mm-hmm.
James Harden doesn't. But James
Mm-hmm.
Harden is like top 15 in playoff wins.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. Your career is what makes you better than somebody that's
I
not
I
winning.
personally think that one championship barometer can start separating you from people that don't
Okay.
have one. Now, the reason why I
Okay.
say that is
I
because
respect that.
this is why I say that. NBA players do not care about your finals record. Dirk lost in the finals, but Dirk just went and got one.
Mm-hmm.
NBA, every time you hear an NBA player talk about Dirk, they call him a champion. Don't matter what he lost. It don't matter that he choked as a number 1 seed and lost to an 8 seed. They call when Shaq is on that show talking to Kenny, they talk to each other as champions, and Chuck is the one that's kind of singled out. It don't matter that Kenny was a third option. It don't matter.
Yeah.
But when Shaq and Kenny get together, they the champs. Barkley, you on the outside looking in. So I do know that one track,
That's
that
what
one.
that's what No Ball Talk said.
What I'm saying is, I do understand that in basketball, at least amongst the players, the one championship, like they never talk about finals record. That's what separates me from them, because all ball of them will cry about the record. NBA players only care if you got one. Once you get one, I don't care if you lose 10, you're always a champion. There's no such thing as being a loser if you've already won a title. If you got one title, right, you're a champion. That's all it takes to be considered a champion in the NBA. Dirk will forever be a champion. All these guys will forever a champion, no matter losing record or not. And that's why I say you got to somehow look at how NBA players handle it. I do like that, but I do think that one, like, which is why I'm glad Giannis got the one, even Jokic got the one, because now it starts to put them in those conversations that they weren't in. And I do feel that is that one championship threshold. And then once you start getting up there to 2 and 3, I think, irregardless of how many you lose, it starts to add things to your legacy and put you in different tiers with other players, because it's part of your resume. It's a resume booster. I ain't gonna lie. It definitely is a resume booster, but that finals resume shit is fake. I mean, finals record is fake. Yeah.
Lamont, to add on that, there's only 16 players in NBA history that have been the best player on 2 championships or more. That's it. 16 guys. That's it.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's a very selective class. So, but I know, I mean, Johnny can differ. That's fine. But I just think once you get one, if you want to go by
because Kenny Smith, how does Kenny Smith get to talk? Kenny Smith is nowhere near Barkley's level because he won 2 championships. But he's a champion. He's a 2-time champion.
I know.
So that's what I'm saying. His championship's no less than the Kings.
No, he can always say he's a champion, but Barkley can always say he's the better player. So Barkley's always going to have the fact that he's a better player. But once you win one,
getting that one,
you never see Shaq saying, Kenny, why are you running around saying you a champion, bro? You just a third option. That's the respect that you. That's how much NBA players just respect winning one. And that's how you know they don't really care about this silly talk about finals record, because a lot of these guys have lost. You know how many times Shaq has gotten swept and lost? He's a champion, right? All these guys, it don't matter.
How hard it is to get to the finals. Like I
they understand. Yeah.
And not only that, you don't never hear Shaq telling Kenny, you wasn't the best player on the championship team.
He never said
you
that.
don't never hear him
players
talk about
say
that.
that.
What about ring chasing?
They
Like,
know
does it
how
matter?
hard it
I love
is
ring
to
chasing.
get a
I love ring
championship.
chasing. I love
If Harden sat on the bench,
we love
in 2
people
years
that
and got
want
a
to
ring,
leave to
that's
go
cool.
win.
You have to give it to him, just like we give.
Okay.
Just like we give Gary Payton his championship.
We do.
Hold on. Just
give
a
a lot of
couple
guys
years
it.
ago, right? We gave Rondo and Dwight Howard their props when they won a championship with the Lakers, even though they were past their prime.
They were
got a
playing,
lot
though.
of adulation.
They were
for that,
playing.
especially
Yeah, Rondo
Dwight
was
Howard.
really a
That
big
was his
part of
first.
that.
Yeah, and Dwight Howard, that was his first championship. You know what I'm saying? He ain't never won.
No, I definitely agree.
Playoff
Getting that
Rondo
one
was
means
playoff
a lot.
Rondo in the bubble.
You know what I'm
Getting
saying?
that- if you get that one, that
went
means
and
a
got
lot. I
their
agree.
first ring. It means a lot.
Yeah, but you know what? But James Harden will always be able to say, like, in totality, like technically, he's going to be able to say that he's a better winner. Like, you think about it like this: James Harden's never not been in the playoffs in his career. Every single year that he's played, he's been in the playoffs. To me,
And wins.
but that's also why I say there's different types of winners, right? When people say James Harden is not a winner, I said this man ain't never not been in the playoffs. How you telling me he not a winner, right? Other guys are champions, right? There's multiple ways for us to look at your greatness and give you your respect, right? But these Zesty Jeffries, the only thing that they know how to do is identify negatives and say this is why you can't be something. This is why you're not good. They do not know how to give a player props, no matter how good you are, right? Even though they sorry, sad, these dudes struggling to score 5 points in the YMCA. And they will call great players trash, sad, chokers, all this stuff. These dudes can't even, I mean, I'm talking about these dudes will probably have a heart attack trying to run one suicide. Can't respect a lot of these dudes.
And Barkley said it best to answer this. This is what Barkley said once to Kenny about the 2 ring. He goes, Kenny, in 100 years when we're both dead and we're both living in 2 different types of hell, everybody's going to say, Barkley, you were a hell of a player, and Kenny Smith, who the hell was that?
Exactly. Another guy on the roster that won a championship.
But that's why I say championships are luck, man. If you can, and that's why I say get them how you get them. I like, and see, this is the confusion. I was thinking about this the other day, Johnny. They blame, first of all, they say that playing for championships is the only thing that matters, right? They all say that. They say the only thing that matters is playing for championships. But then they criticize the players that do whatever it takes to win championships. Like, again, if the only thing that matters is winning and you don't care about nothing else, why wouldn't you try to create a super team to win a championship? Because the only thing that matters shouldn't be me building a super team. It should just be like, why is it a requirement that you have to do it the hardest way possible? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That's so stupid, man.
These are the same guys that clown LeBron for losing to the Warriors, right? Like he should have beat that. So it's all doesn't matter. It's just all negative towards LeBron. They're also the same guys that credit Ray Allen for chasing rings and going to Miami, and he's a bench player. They act like he's 2006 Ray Allen All NBA second team.
Look at this. Look at this. Hold on, Adrian Knight. Jordan didn't win shit in no NASCAR. Jordan was not driving no NASCAR around no track no 700 times doing nothing. All Jordan did was go buy a NASCAR team and let everybody else do the work. Jordan ain't in no pit crews. He ain't changing no tires. He ain't doing nothing, man. What are y'all talking about? Jordan won a championship, man.
Jordan's career is not enough. That's why they got to.
Can y'all imagine,
like NASCAR.
bro? Can y'all imagine the secretary for the goddamn Oklahoma City Thunder coming out talking about I'm a champion? Motherfucker, you were just filing paperwork and sending them trade documents to other teams, man. You ain't no champion. You wasn't out there hooping. You not a champion.
Hey, Jordan didn't even win a title in high school. Why can't he win a title in high school against high school kids?
They don't call Sam Presti no champion. I'm gonna tell you that much. They don't call Sam Presti a champion, my nigga.
We let Jimmy Dean up here. Let's see what Jimmy Dean got to say because he was in the comments saying.
And we got all time truth. Yeah, I think he been kind of quiet as well. So yeah, go ahead, Jimmy Dean. What's good?
What's up?
Nothing much, man. We were talking about the logic of how proving Jordan is the GOAT. There's no way to prove it.
Why is not?
Because no matter what way you guys try to prove it, there's a battle that defeats it. There's another player that defeats it.
How?
Okay, no, Jimmy.
Yeah, okay.
How about you? You go ahead and defeat it for us.
Show us how.
This is your logic. I'm trying to understand it.
No, we're trying to figure out how Jordan's the GOAT. We're trying to figure out what logic makes Jordan.
So how's LeBron's the GOAT then?
Because he accomplished the most NBA history.
No, hey Johnny,
that's fine. I answered the question. That's just he accomplished the most NBA history.
How he accomplished more? What is his accomplishment?
Endless leading questions that take us nowhere. Asking about LeBron. If Jordan is the GOAT, Jimmy Dean. Before we answer any questions about LeBron, because we all up here have different GOATs. Not everybody has LeBron as the GOAT. We all
don't you got Jordan the GOAT though?
No, hold on. We all have different GOATs.
Don't you got Jordan the GOAT?
Jimmy Dean. I don't know who I have as the GOAT. I didn't change it.
You said it.
So Jimmy Dean. We'll answer. We will all one by one answer once you tell us who's your GOAT and why.
I got Jordan.
And why?
And why? Because he was the greatest scorer, one of the best defensive players, and he got the most leading awards while winning the championship.
When LeBron, how many MVPs LeBron got when he won a championship? 2, right?
Did this nigga just go back to talking about LeBron again?
Oh, no, that's cool. That's cool. So Jordan had to wait for LeBron to be the GOAT?
No. He got 2, right?
So why you comparing him to
got
LeBron?
4.
Why
He
you
got
comparing him to
4
LeBron?
winning a
So why you
championship.
comparing him to LeBron? Did he have to wait for LeBron to play 20 years to find out Jordan's the GOAT?
He was the GOAT before that. That's why.
Okay, then. So why you bringing up, exactly? So why you bringing up LeBron for it? If Jordan
Cause I'm gonna bring up LeBron because y'all like bringing up Jordan. So let's bring up LeBron. We're not talking about Bill Russell. That's what y'all like to do. Want to go to Bill Russell?
No, but Tony has Bill Russell as the GOAT.
about,
How would we not? How would Tony think about this? How would Tony not bring Bill Russell up? He has Bill Russell as the GOAT. Right? Hold on, Jimmy. So why do you care if somebody has LeBron as the GOAT?
Cause y'all saying Jordan can't.
That's zesty.
I don't understand that.
That is zesty. That's the zestiness.
That's exactly what Tony's telling you. Jordan can't be the GOAT. He's telling you Jordan can't be the GOAT.
I don't care what he think, and he could think Jordan not the GOAT.
Wow. So anybody could say that they're better than Jordan as a GOAT as long as it's not LeBron.
I don't care who y'all got the GOAT, bruh.
That's a lie.
But the majority of the people have Jordan the
Jeffries.
That's not true.
What census
Why
is
it's
that?
not true?
There's no census that state that.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Okay.
Because the film said he ain't the GOAT. That's why I ain't got him.
Juan, boy, you don't even know basketball, man. Shut up.
No,
You want to go? You want? I'm at work. You want to debate right now? Do you want to debate? Do you can you make Jordan the GOAT? I can tell you. Do you want to debate now or not? Do you want to debate now or not?
See, that's
do you want to debate now or not?
Answer questions and let this happen. You see what I'm saying? I'd rather answer questions and let this happen. There's no point because I can answer all these silly questions.
I want to talk to A. Johnny. I want to talk to A. Johnny.
No, but you can't prove Jordan's the GOAT.
No,
that's what we're trying to figure out.
You can't prove LeBron's the GOAT.
Okay,
Yes,
so
I can.
Johnny, give your case why LeBron is the GOAT, and then he can give Jordan's full
LeBron
case.
would never be the
Hold
GOAT.
on, Jimmy Dean.
I
Hold 1 second.
I told him why Lamar, when it comes to stats, accolades, and achievements, LeBron has accomplished the most achievements in NBA history. Those are all facts. It's not even an argument. That's not like my feelings. It's not like how I feel. Those are just the truth. LeBron James has accomplished the most accomplishments in stats, accolades, and achievements. Nobody's done that better than him.
Okay, go ahead, Jimmy.
I got a restriction, my G.
Okay, it's fine. Just go ahead and tell us why Jordan is the GOAT. Try to be a little bit more detailed than the vague criteria that you gave, because the criteria that you gave was best scorer, best defensive player, and awards while winning a title.
It's 3 a.m. I ain't really trying to come here and really explain all this because I hear y'all talk about this all the time. All the time. I just want to know how LeBron's
I'm taking Olo's place.
You can't.
What's the point of you joining, Jimmy, if you're not trying to do
he
all
can't. No, exactly. They can't. Listen,
he's moist. I can, but
Jimmy Dean came up here to get cooked like a Jimmy Dean
I can
sausage.
explain it a million different ways.
How did y'all not step on? How did y'all not?
Everything is not enough.
Listen, how did y'all not step on the point? The point was no one could prove Jordan's the GOAT. Did he prove Jordan's the GOAT here? Anybody here?
Negative.
No, right? So he that's the point. None of them could prove Jordan's GOAT status. Right now, if we ask Tony, real quick, why is Bill Russell the GOAT?
Oh man, leads to the most titles. He's the best winner. He's got the best mentality for the game. He's the best 5-on-5 player of all time. He's the greatest defender. He can explode off. He can lead you offensively. He can lead you in scoring, assists, steals, points, rebounds, anything you want. He can set the record for field goal percentage in an NBA Finals, even though scoring isn't his forte. He can elevate anywhere you need. He understands the mental aspect of the game. He's not even a killer. He's a sadist, and that's way better mindset than a Jordan or Kobe.
Oh, look. See how simple that was? See? Lord have mercy.
So, Jimmy Dean, can you do something similar for Michael Jordan? Not that hard.
Not that hard. You can't do it at 3 o'clock in the morning. Jordan's not the GOAT at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Y'all got it, man. Y'all got it, man.
Hold on. So, Jimmy Dean, so when we asked you to talk basketball all of a sudden, but if we was cussing you out, you would have all the energy for us just randomly cussing back and forth. But when we ask you a basketball question, all of a sudden your brain stopped working.
Jordan the GOAT, man. That's all I got to say.
Moist.
That ain't enough.
This is not enough. Jordan.
Like Jeffrey Career, nigga.
Enough.
It's
Told you,
never
man.
gonna
Special ed
Better than
students,
LeBron
man.
career.
Special ed students, man. Brain. That man said a
be.
Better
lot of
than
brain.
the LeBron career.
Go
I
back and
tell
Hey,
make
you
them
didn't
Jimmy
I
that.
Dean
tell y'all
sausages,
they
nigga.
took
Jim,
the tour bus to GJ
I
Jimmy,
Field?
know
Y'all
y'all
Jimmy.
love
idiots.
sausages. Y'all love LeBron sausages.
Oh my God! Then they start saying
It's
zesty
the
Yeah,
nigga.
nah,
zest.
we
That's
didn't
why you
get you,
got a
That's
Brian.
the
restriction,
zest.
man. Gotta
You
go,
a little bit
man.
too zesty, nigga.
No, he already
Just
got a
go ahead.
restriction. He must have said something earlier, so we had to
That
get him
No,
up
it's
was
out
because
of
he
there.
started cussing out Warboy. That's why.
remember that's what the chat GPT said about the whole the denouncing Jordan stuff, right? He basically said that like I'm not here to prove Jordan's case. Like I need y'all to prove it's all about LeBron, right? Even when it was time to address Jordan being better than Bill Russell, he didn't want to
Damn, it
address
said
that. He
New
was like,
World
I
must
don't
have
care
said
about
something too. They must be reporting New World too.
they always report
Oh,
New World.
New World didn't even say nothing.
he get New World every time, man.
They get New World every time, man. They get New World every
Don't
time.
worry, New World,
Damn.
man. Don't worry, New World. We about to shut it down anyway, man.
Yeah, this
I
this
want to
was great,
pivot back
man.
to that prompt a little
Thank,
bit, if that's
Well,
okay.
what you got? What you got? Oh, is that bandwagon?
All right.
no,
This is
that's
Nah, that's
all
all
time.
time.
All
Oh,
time.
my bad, my bad. Go ahead and cook all time.
all right. So, like that boxer that's 6-0, say he gets knocked out in the first round 9 times. The
Hmm.
boxer that's 6-9, he gets to the last round, the final round, but he loses by unanimous decision every fight, 9 fights. But he's kind of like, it doesn't really tell the whole story, because that boxer that got knocked out, he was probably going for the win the whole time. He just ended up getting knocked out. The other
Hmm.
fighter was running around the ring. I don't know if you watched the Teofimo Lopez and Stevenson fight. He kind of ran around that fight. He wasn't really trying to box, he was just moving around. So was he really
Hmm.
trying to win that fight? Or Oscar De
Hmm.
La Hoya and Mayweather, where Oscar was like running
Well,
around the last couple rounds? He wasn't really in there to win it. You get what I'm
no,
saying? And it wasn't close. There was no
just
competition.
because you don't like how a person's trying to win, don't mean they're not trying to win. Like for example, a lot of people didn't like how OKC was trying to win, but they were trying to win. Were they foul baiting and were they doing some BS with the refs? Yeah, but that's how. But it was highly successful for them this year until they ran into the Spurs. So again, who are we to say that this style? Like, how do we know his trainer wasn't telling him this is the strategy for us to win? Like we always put it on him, but these boxers don't become professional boxers without some type of elite level trainer giving them a very strict plan to go by to fight this particular fight. Well, you might not like the strategy, just like a lot of people didn't like Floyd, right? A lot of evading, a lot of tactical points. He wasn't knocking people out, but he won. It don't matter if you like it or not. It's the results. And so at the end of the day, the prompt that we had up was about the results of each series. Don't care how it happened. It's just the results. We're judging the results. That's all we judging. Losing game 7 or you get swept, it still counts as a loss.
Yeah, I got another point. I'm gonna come back to it. I just slipped my mind, but I'll come back to that.
That's funny, man. That's funny, man. To be honest with you, he said got knocked out 9 times. I don't know who wants to get knocked out 9 times, boy. Your career's over. You might not even survive to get knocked out 9 times. Oh, that mercy. What are you, Glass Joe? I was thinking about that too. It was kind of like playing Mike Tyson Punch Out, right? And somebody can't get past King Hippo, and they telling you they just as good as you because you can get the Sandman and you lose versus Sandman. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't get as far as me. Like I whooped through all of them. I beat, you know what I'm saying? I beat all the other fighters. You lost to King Hippo. You can't even get past King Hippo. Like that's how they try to make it seem like we all know losses are separate. We get it. But my thing is about the winning, just like Inside said, it's about the winning. The fact that if you win the first round, second round, and third round, it's obviously more winning than if you just lost in the first round, where you didn't win nothing at all. So you are winning more.
It
But like the
clearly
guy
is
was trying
more.
to say, yeah, but like the guy was saying, games and series don't mean nothing unless it come with a championship. Okay, that's fine then. So that means all losses mean the same. So that means no matter how much you won, when you lost, you lost. So it doesn't matter where you lost at either. You lost. So all losses should be the same. We shouldn't be counting where people lose at. Like how are you gonna punish somebody like Lamont said? How are you punishing somebody for being able to win?
That's what I'm saying. Like, is a player supposed to just start tanking games because they know their team's not good enough to beat The opposing team in the finals. Like, damn, we can't beat the Warriors this year. Let's tank this away, y'all, so I don't ruin my finals record.
They had loser mentality. That's what it is.
Part of their logic, though, is like if you get to the finals, you should be able to win the finals. That's how they act. And like these people that say that, I'd like to see how much money they're going to put on the Knicks to beat the Spurs right now.
Yeah, but not only that, if you have the mentality to turn it on in the finals, why are you not turning it on everywhere else, man? Like that don't make sense. I remember when I used to coach football, and the guy that was teaching me how to coach, and he was, he played college ball and all that. He was telling me, he was like, man, you don't win no games in the fourth quarter. You win the game with 4 quarters. All 4 quarters is what it requires. You know what I'm saying? So if you're really trying to win a ball game, you're trying to win all 4 quarters. You're not just trying to win the fourth quarter. There's no one quarter that matters more than anything.
Hey, and then John, you know where that makes most sense? The Lakers led the league in the most clutch games won this year. They got trounced out the playoffs because they couldn't put together 4 quarters. all that winning in the fourth quarter, that shit run dry in the playoffs when you got to come see OKC. So, like, you are right, man. They try to make it seem like fourth quarter clutch, all that matters, man. Okay, tell that to somebody else.
Yeah, that's the point.
OKC didn't really play Isaiah Joe and Aaron Wiggins as much as I thought they should have. I thought that was
defensive liabilities. That's why.
Yeah. I mean, Joe shooting 50, 40, 90 about nearly.
He can't defend.
He does space the floor.
He can't defend.
Yeah. No, and when you get to the playoffs,
he was part of their success last year.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying the deeper you get in the playoffs, it's harder to give minutes to these guys. Man, Caruso wasn't getting these 30 minutes per game. Caruso played like 35 minutes in Game 7.
But so McCain's not a liability on defense.
He's more of a dynamic offensive player than Joe.
Yeah, he is. That's definitely for sure. And Wiggins, but
do a lot more on the offensive end.
That's why they're gonna have to let some of those people go. They don't have enough room to keep all those guys there.
Hey, Johnny, to pivot off of what you said about like the fourth quarter thing, that's the problem with these people. They're small-minded motherfuckers. They can't see the forest through the trees. Like literally, these people live in moments. They don't really watch the game. They remember a specific moment, how it made them feel, and they're like, "Yeah, that's the shit."
And they only see scoring. That's it.
No, and the funny thing about it is that you'll never hear anybody who won the finals only mention the finals. They'll tell you the grueling thing that it took from the day one from training camp. Like they'll tell you everything they'll tell you it started there. They won't tell you, oh, I got to the finals and now this is where no. There's like everything starts back when we first got together, when we went through this during the season, and then we made the playoffs, and then we faced this team and we struggled in here and we did this and we did that in the third. So like I said, if your mentality is to win an NBA finals, your mentality is I'm going to win the first round, I'm gonna win the second round, I'm gonna win the third round, I'm going to win the fourth round. No one wins the first round, second round, gets to the third round and thinks to themselves, oh, I can't win the finals. You know what I'm saying? Like the Knicks and the Spurs believe they can win this finals. None of them, but one of them are going to lose.
What if the Pacers last year would have had that mentality? Well, we got here, but shit, we can't beat OKC. Once you get there, you gotta keep pushing. Like, and nobody knocks the Pacers for losing to OKC. We credit them for being able to force OK to say Game 7. That's like,
well, not only that too, like.
It's silly.
It's extra winning.
We're talking about having the player mentality, because what they try to do to us is try to insert how the players feel and think so that we can understand how players think, as if they know how players think in the first place. But in the reality of being a competitor, there's no way you get to the conference finals and then win that and think, oh, this is it for me. Like if you won the conference finals, you are like, yo, we can win this. There's nobody who makes the NBA finals who don't think they can win the NBA finals.
Well, not only that, though, too, what I was going to say is if you listen to the players, the way they talk, they give compliments to the 12th man who, like, all these guys call a scrub, the John Sallies, the Scalabrinis. Like Kobe said, John Sally kicking his ass one-on-one every day after practice, helped him become a better post defender, helped him work on his post game, helped him become, you know what I mean? So, like, they're giving credit because, like, these are the guys we're practicing to get better to beat the other team. Same thing with Scalabrini, always working on the single man action, the one-on-one game, things like that. But to hear these people tell those players suck, they don't matter, they don't count, yet these superstars are giving them credit for helping them win a title, even though they barely get any minutes.
Shout out to Jared Dudley.
Adrian Knight says, Kobe Bryant said it best. No second place. All right, well then, Adrian Knight, please make sure to take Kobe Bryant out your top 10 because that show isn't number one. So stick with what Kobe Bryant said and remove that from any ranking that you ever have. Because Kobe Bryant said if he ain't number one, don't put his ass in it. So take his ass up
That's
out your top
fine.
10. That's
Take away
all.
the second place, and there is exactly there's no second place. So that means second place, third place, fourth place, fifth place, sixth place, seventh place. All those places are all the same. That means then why are we talking about it? And like you said, it boils down back to the original root of the conversation. If you get rid of the losses, then Jordan's 6 is not enough. Kobe's 5 is not enough.
Whose is enough though? Whose is enough?
I
If
don't
we're
have a
doing that.
problem with
Bill,
LeBron
Bill
losing.
Russell, Bill Russell, Bill
There we
Russell, Bill
go. So
Russell.
Adrian Knight, I'm with the argument. Russell's the GOAT. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, but the main thing is like when they take these little one-liner quotes, right? Just to try to fit it to this situation. I'm saying if you're gonna take these quotes as Bible, use it broadly with everything where Kobe's not first. Don't just stop with this conversation. Kobe's not. He's not looked at by anyone's standard as the GOAT, which is not number one. Take him out the conversation. Kobe doesn't want to be affiliated with anything that puts him second. Take his as so again. That should be. You should be arguing with all these people that got Kobe number 2 behind Jordan. Kobe wouldn't want to be number 2, right? That should be your lone argument. Kobe said, I like number 2, right? Respect Kobe's wishes. Y'all won't do it, man. Y'all don't care about this stuff, man. I'll just say it for the conversation, right? Because and I probably look up the quote. That's probably not even what he exactly said. You guys be misquoting stuff and chopping and screwing out the things people say just to.
I mean,
Kobe
there's
said
a
Bill
clip of
Russell's the
Kobe saying
greatest.
that. No, there is a clip of Kobe saying we don't hang conference championships. It's only about fantasy in LA. He did state that, but that's fine.
They
That's
do
all.
hang them
That's all
though. They do
promo.
hang them.
That's like no, but again, that's all promo. That's like the Heat coach for Lamont. The Heat would say the same thing. We're all about what's team, family, and what's the first thing they do? To trade you when they don't like you. You know, nobody want to hear that, man. Nobody want to hear these silly lines. Like somebody's motivated you to go get between the lines and got to go tackle, Derrick Henry or something. Like, bro, like nobody. What do y'all?
Hey,
Nobody
I got a question.
cares.
Hey Johnny, what do we
Wait a minute,
close
I
it
got a
out on? What
question.
song are we closing it out on, hey Johnny, man? You get to pick,
I don't
man.
know. Let's see.
It's your
So
birthday.
it is my birthday, man. You right about that.
Happy
It is
birthday,
my
Gramps.
birthday. Appreciate you, man.
On that,
Yeah.
dude.
Hey, Juan boy, did you hear the song I sent to you?
Oh,
Juan
I got
boy.
Man of
yeah, I
Faith.
was there,
Man of Faith sent us 2 intros, right? I got to play those on the next slide. Man of Faith, salute to Man of Faith in the chat. These are Man of Faith also raps y'all might have seen him in the chat, but he sent me 2. I found it in my email. I downloaded them. He sent me 2 intros that I'm gonna be playing on the next live stream, man, to start the show
You
and
know
to end
what?
the show.
No, Lamont, the tell the truth is one I want to hear too. That's the one. That's the one I want to hear.
I don't got that one logged in here, man.
Oh no, you played it before as an intro.
Hold on, to tell the truth song.
Yeah, the song. What's it called? Damn, what's the damn? Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
Is that the song you made or is it one I made?
No, that's the one that you made. Tell the truth. They hate when the track starts spitting.
Hold on, I think I know
They
which one you're
got when
talking
things
about.
get different. They watching.
Hold on, if
They watching.
I play the start of it, you'll know. I think it's this one.
They study every. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
So Lamont, before we get to that, while I was going, can you send me this prompt?
This prompt?
This one that you got.
Yeah, because we going live soon as this is over.
Oh, yeah, I'm about to shoot it to you right now. I got you. Yeah.
One boy, and Inside already setting up the disaster.
Inside, bro. Inside, bro. Again, I'm gonna tell y'all what. Y'all need to be y'all need to be happy that me and A Johnny did this because we treated y'all with kid gloves today. Inside the Arc, them is gonna straight disrespect you. Give you about 7 seconds. If you don't sound right, you gone. If you try to come back up, they're gonna let you up, troll you, and then kick you off again. They gonna disrespect you, man. So y'all need to be thanking us for what we did today because we was giving y'all way more time than you would have ever got on anybody else's show. Right? Because they are not gonna hold back on y'all. It's weird. This is what's so weird about it. They get addicted to how bad they get treated by Inside the Arc and Womboy because they'll come back.
They love it. They like it. They love it.
Inside, am I lying?
They love it. They
That
actually
goes
holding
back
them
to
up.
Love it,
hey,
man.
They love
homoerotic.
that
It
shit,
goes back to
Lamar. I
homoerotic.
know you. I mean, I saw you touched on that on Tony. I'm telling you that is a weird
Lamont,
obsession, man.
yeah, Lamont, you see my new post? You got to check out the new
No,
post,
I
bro.
seen it. You sent it to me. I saw it, man. I
We
saw the
seen it. We was
slides.
watching. We saw it. We was scoping. I was scoping it out. I couldn't believe it, man. But listen, man, these dudes, they are who they are, and sometimes I feel bad. Sometimes I feel like, are we really, going in on special needs individuals? But at the end of the day, man, the world needs to be cleansed of these people. If any world needs to be cleansed of these people, it's the basketball world. So I'm glad to be if I am that guest, the quote unquote face of this, we're gonna change all of this nonsense about the way y'all talk basketball, man. Y'all gotta start telling the truth. Y'all gotta start watching more film. You gotta start appreciating greatness, and y'all gotta start recognizing your emotional, maturity. Is that what they say? Be a man, man. Have good conversations about basketball. There's no reason to be upset. Make sure you follow FYF Sports Debate on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, Discord, YouTube.
Yes,
And
sir.
again, y'all gotta stop crying in the GOAT debate, man. Tell the truth, man. GOAT James Kingdom. FYF.
FYF. Go James Kingdom.
We the one they watch, nigga.
I
We
forgot
the
this
one they
one.
prep for. Talk that truth. Hey. Talk that truth, nigga.
They hate when the truth start hitting. Whole chat freeze when the facts start spinning. Everybody tell to the real ones in it. Now they quiet when the pressure get different. They watching,
nigga.
They study every move that we make. Whole TikTok built off the takes that we gave. Now they mad cause the crowds and the lights came with it. We built this lane, now they trapped in our image. I seen fake go debates, turn coat like old head screaming 6 rings with no insight. They quote purr like a pastor, quote scripture to your ass what it means, then the whole frame glitch up. Take a step back. Yeah, that's man's favorite line.
Favorite line, nigga.
Talk sound smart when you wasting people time.
Stop wasting, nigga.
Bad, but can't explain defensive schemes when you press them through months. See, we different, we really built for the smoke. Now them Discord analysts had to be behind jokes. They go loud with their friends and protect their little rooms. Then they lead every stream when they die, you'll views. That's why they hit whenever you have into spaces. Cause we don't never survive our phrases. You gotta prove what you saying. Context matter, not emotion. No mythology and fake stat pattern. Jordan fans, your best player on the title team. Like that magically erase what the game really mean. Meanwhile,
no, it don't race that, nigga.
Cities and erase why they worship triangle. Miss from O'Leary, parrots.
Oh, the truth, y'all. Tell the truth. Tell the truth, niggas. Stop lying, Zesties. Stop lying, Zesties.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth, man. Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
This is what we do, y'all. It's gonna be available on YouTube.
Tell the truth, man. They hate when the truth start hitting. Whole chat freeze on the facts start spinning. Everybody talk to the real ones in them. Now they cry when the pressure get different. They watching.
Y'all. We watching, y'all.
They was watching today. They gonna act like they wasn't. They was watching.
They mad because everybody watching it too. They mad because we got everybody watching. They mad because we about to get thousands of views on YouTube. And again, y'all subscribe to and like and comment all of GOAT James Kingdom and FYF content. And again, hide your kids, hide your wife. The Zesties are running around. Peace and blessings from GOAT James Kingdom and FYF, man. Shout out to everybody, man.